keep forgetting I'm getting older, but when I realize it's too late, wanna be young again, do it over. Feel the innocence on my face. I know you don't owe me any favors, but if you did, it would be more time. So if you're listening, Mother Nature, can't you bend your rules? Just say you'll try. Say you'll give me a chance. Say I won't have a last dance. Say the hourglass in my head is never running out of sense. Say you'll grant me a wish. Say I won't have a last kiss. Say the hourglass in my head is never running out of sense. Say, before we know it, we'll all be long gone. It's a burden that we share. Maybe we're better off in the long run, but right now it seems so damn unfair. I wanna know what forever feels like, if it's a paradise or a hell. So can't you help me out just this one time? If it costs my soul, you know I'll sell. Say you'll give me a chance. Say I won't have a last dance. Say the hourglass in my head is never running out of sense. Say you'll grant me a wish. Say I won't have a last kiss. Say the hourglass in my head is never running out of sense. It's never running out of I'm a drop in the ocean, just a face in a crowd waiting to be seen. Big dreams set in motion. I wanna go where no one's ever been. I would climb the highest mountain. I would dive the deepest sea, just so I could make you feel what I feel. Aiming for the sky. Yeah, I really thought we'd make it. Got my head in the clouds, but I can see the world from up here, from up here, from up here.
Well, hey there. Welcome to 757 Spy Flight. Thanks for putting in some wows in at wow time. I was just kind of coming over to check out the blue building here at Frankfurt Airport, the one that's got the neon blue around the side of it. And you come on down here, and from the top it looks pretty good, but from the bottom it looks like a warp core. Let's go flying. Well, hey there. Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in today. I was just kind of zipping around. You know, this is the really nice Frankfurt scenery from, I think this is an Aerosoft scenery. But you can't help but notice the building that comes in with the really groovy little blue neon around the top of that building. And I always just thought, you know, this looks really, really neat. And so I went zooming over to just look around to see. I think it's partly a hotel, partly a train station. But that one little area from the certain angle looks like, you know, maybe not, you know, aboard the Enterprise D, maybe like, you know, an older Enterprise or something like that. But really, it just looks like a warp core reactor. So I figure we found the power station for Frankfurt or something like that. But welcome on in. Thank you for coming by today. And as I was chattering away, JSG Droid gifted 10 subs to the community. I got to turn on the alerts, right? Hey, JSG Droid, thanks for coming in. I saw in chat today that you get to fly today. Really glad that you've got the weekend free and get to come on in. Loviz also gifted some subs to the community. Thank you, Loviz. I really appreciate you gifting some subs too. So JSG Droid did 10, Loviz did 5, and Cracker just gifted some subs. Hey Cracker, that was awful nice of you. Thank you for gifting 5 subs. Those really do help. And apparently I have a lot more control over when, you know, we can have the little 35% off or whatever the thing is that Twitch offers us. So I'm going to try and make the most of those. Polyot said, you know, you really ought to look into this. I said, yeah, I probably ought to look into this. Finally got around to it. But we got that coming up. But thank you for the extra support. But mostly, as I always like to say, thanks for being such great flight sim friends and coming in and flying around the world. We got cool flights today. So really looking forward to that. Rommel Rommel 01, thank you for stopping by today. Let's see, Kawaslog, did I say your name right? Welcome aboard. You did a follow, and that was yesterday. Okay. And Tim Dog just gifted some subs. We need to turn on the really, really great alerts. I have a few things that at the beginning of the live stream you've got to refresh after you get the live stream going. Otherwise, we don't have the really cool names and stuff. So we'll get those going on. Green just arrived. Hi, Green Apollo. Welcome aboard. And Martel did some gift subs too. Thank you again. Thank you for the great support, helping me to keep that number up to a place where just not, where, you don't look and say, oh my gosh, the business side is so close to the line. Thank you for keeping me a little bit beyond that. And Martel has gifted some subs too. Hi, Martel. Martel is always here. Thank you for being in. And there's a really good, I think those are Sim Caesar hype trains, right? I think those are Sim Caesar hype trains. Hi, Bennett. Thank you for the follow. Welcome aboard. Let's see. Oh, I think I know why it is that I refreshed everything, but we don't hear the alerts. You see, I've got this little thing over here. It's an audio control board, and they've got these big sliders on them for the audio levels. And if they're all the way down like they are right now, you're just not going to hear anything. Now all of a sudden we can hear the freaking airplanes, so you gotta have the little sliders straight up, and that also is what turns on the music. See? Yeah. It's a little bit hard. Let's see. I did manage to burn out an old mug and ordered a new one. So we've also got a nice warm mug today, and a good thing because it's a little chilly here at Spy HQ. There's a really big cold snap that's coming down from Canada right now. It's actually fairly mild here at Spy HQ. It's a lot spicier in other places. A lot spicier in other places. In other words, a lot colder. So what we'll do after with this is we've got a VATSIM event in Cartagena. So we'll go and do maybe some cool air operations. Tim Dog has actually been following this flight, this cold snap, so we can go and figure out something. And there's one of the alerts. Thank you. That was Martel doing also a resub for 53 months, and that was nice. Yeah, a good old piece of tape. The thing is, though, I actually need to turn them up and down, and that's how as my voice starts fading out at the end. As at end of the week, my voice starts going. I have to kind of adjust those. So the piece of tape's a great idea, but Martel did the resub, gifted some subs in Arkansas, and it's been snowing for 3 straight days. You know, that's the way things kind of started in that one movie, Day After Tomorrow. So, I don't know. Kidding, of course. We're not going to have, cold air hurricanes or anything like that. Polyot says the Nordics are laughing at our winter storm. Yeah. Compared to what you have in the Nordics, I mean, just where you were for your party with Finnair, right? I mean, that was far more frigid than we're dealing with here. So let's see. I think we're all caught up. There wasn't a live stream yesterday because they were doing some regular maintenance on the internet. So got it taken care of, and hopefully it stays on for a long time. Let's see. Bass Hat is here. Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming aboard. And if you said hi earlier and I missed that, welcome, and thank you for coming in. Loviz says they're going to have to break out the Arctic gear. It's going to get down to 70 degrees Fahrenheit. That's not too cold, though, so at least, you're not going to have, what is it? You've got, like, animals, iguana alerts. That's right. They have iguana alerts in Florida. Yeah, and if it gets too cold, because iguanas like to spend time in trees, but when it starts to get cold, the iguanas freeze, and then they fall out of the trees. Yes, it's a falling iguana warning. And the thing is they actually have those. If you watch TV in some parts of Florida, you see the falling iguana warning on the screen like a severe thunderstorm warning, because people go out of their houses and they look on the sidewalk and there's this iguana, legs up in the air and all this other stuff because they get too cold. Well, then look at that cute little iguana. Let's take it inside and warm it up. And then they take it inside and the iguana thaws out. And then becomes what it is. It's a wild animal and starts tearing into stuff, which is what they would do. So that's, I think, the big reason why they have iguana warnings in Florida. Yeah, it's real. Tim Dog says 10 to 14 inches of snow through Monday morning. So come on and fly along. Hi, DC Gert. Welcome aboard. So I think we're caught up. Shall we hop in the airplane and do airplane stuff? We just ended a hype train. Thank you for the hype train, and it made it to level 7. That was a real nice. Thank you again for the support on the business side. But let's go and have some fun. Thank you for coming in. Tim Dog says that the storm's going to be bad. They've canceled church services on Sunday. You don't have snow plows in the UK. You never know when it's going to snow. Well, that's true. I think what the rule is the general rule is you take the biggest storm and then the littlest storm and all the little storms in between, and you average them together for 20, 30 years. And the average is what you plan for from a budgetary standpoint as to whether or not you're going to invest in really big snowplows and stuff like that. So, that's kind of the reason why it is that, you might not have the snow plows in the UK, but you've got the train that has the big brushes on the big brushes for the railroad tracks, because every fall you get leaf goo. and you've got to, clean the railroad tracks because it happens a lot more. And I think that is how it was explained to me by a budget, a government budget type, and that's why it is the way those are. Mr. Gray got games. 16 to 24 inches is what you're expecting, so plenty of snow outside means it's great weather inside. Martin just did a resub. Martin's been here for almost a year. Thank you for coming in. And let's see, Medevac got one of the gift subs. You have gritters. That's right. That they drop the sand or whatever on the roads, right? It's going to be so Arctic cold the snow won't melt. That's right. It's going to take a while for the roads to get cleared. That's why as soon as the snow falls, the best thing that you can do, especially if the cold air is going to be around, is go and, clean off your sidewalk, clean off your driveway, get it off of there as quick as you can, because if you just run it back and forth, it just packs it down, and then it melts a little and then becomes ice, and then you've got ice to deal with. So, the best thing to do is as soon as it stops snowing and it's pretty much done by looking at the radar, you go and clear stuff out. Clear it off your sidewalk and your driveway. And the city should do that as well too. That prevents, especially if it's going to stay below freezing for a while, or maybe warm up just a little bit above freezing and then go back down again, because then all you're going to get is a big layer of ice underneath. And that is far too much weather chat for right now. Let's hop in our airplane. I've been missing airplanes today. So let's see, looking good here. We are at -10. ZLP has -10 right now. Mr. Jazz, hello, and a happy Jazzy Friday to you. All right, let's see. We need some stairs. Precondition. I don't know if there would be I guess there's a preconditioned air cart that we would have out here, right? Yeah, it would be preconditioned air carts that are out there. We'll also open up the front door, and all that looks good. And that looks great. And Loviz needs to run errands and will be back for the next flight. I completed my first MD-11. Oh, how did you really? Well, maybe we'll do if it's we'll try and take MD-11s out then. So Loviz got the MD-11 and enjoys the MD-11. It's a great airplane. It's a great airplane. So it's really an iconic bird and one that we all love. And power's going on. Airplane comes alive. Well, yeah, to be honest, I do too. And the other cool thing about that airplane is I like it more than the A300 too, but it's also better optimized, I think, than the A300. So I think that's the cool part too. Briggsy's Gaming. I still call it Wind Wing, but yeah. I'm glad the cold and dark videos are still helping you out. So I cleared my elderly neighbor's steps. Bazhat, that's the really cool thing that you can do, is if you can do something like that. Like there's some people that have a hard time getting around on one of the lower, and so, after it's done snowing, if I'm out, I'll just go and take just it's not my job to do that, but, just clear a little bit so that they don't have ice and stuff. Yeah, Frankfurt Friday actually starts at 1900 Zulu. That's why, even though I'm desperately trying to get into programming the airplane, there's not a ton of ATC yet. Doesn't start till 1900. But if we get the airplane all ready to go, there we go. Mr. Gray was in the A330 the other day. The thing is I think that there's good stuff. Manual thrust for landings. In the Boeing, I'm always doing manual thrust for landings, but in the Airbus, I always leave it managed, until the airplane tells me to go to idle. So, it's just you operate the airplanes differently, just the way they are, which makes it a lot more fun. And as I've yammered on and on about the Airbus in an event like we're going to be in today, Frankfurt to Berlin is really it's a busy event, and I like my Airbuses for these busy events. Okay, I'm looking for my east and west charts, and we need to get, we're not flying an A380 or a 777, and so that takes care of all of those. Then we need RNAV SIDS. So it's either going to be runway 7 or runway 18 on this one. Hi, Dad, game time. Welcome on in. Thank you for coming by today. Spy hat time. Yeah, they're way over here. They were kind of way over here, but yeah, we need a spy hat. Thanks, Dad, game time. But yeah, I think that, you know, Airbus and Boeing are good for different things. I think they're just good for different things. Okay, we really can't plan ahead too much on this one until we know if it's going to be 7 center or runway 18. What we could do is just grab both of those. Yeah, I think that probably in our case, direction of travel, Berlin is 7 center, but we just need to possibly plan on a 18. So RNAV SIDS runway 7 center, Prox D procedures. So let's go and grab the SID PT. I call these the procedures. RNAV SIDS, there's 18. RNAV SIDS, 7 center, that's Prox E. Here is Proc procedures D. Zach, thanks for coming in. Have a good day. Is this early? No, it's normal time, I think. 1800 Zulu, right, Patrick? It's 1800 Zulu. Okay, let's see. We're doing the Tobak departure. So we have to flip the page over to the Tobak. 5. There's a Nikkei. Sober. Uh-oh, I didn't have a Tobak. Did I skip past it? So there's the Sober 7 Delta. Sober 7 Delta. And Nikkei. Do I not know how to read? A Nikkei. Cindy. And Cindy. And that's page 1. This is not the right one. Oh, this says a south departure. I'll bet there's one for something else. So RNAV SIDS runway 7 center at right. Let's look for more RNAV SIDS center and right. Procedures D. I'll bet it's the north one, not the south one. I'll bet that's it. Let's see. Bazhat is cooking already. Is it time to start talking about food? Let's see. Dad, game time. It's -4 and it feels like -16. Yeah, that's going to be along with the wind. And it's important to take that number very seriously, especially if you go outside and you're not acclimated to really cold temperatures. If you're not acclimated to that and you have exposed skin, that's what it's like on your exposed skin. So that's why they put that number out there, what it feels like. It's actually wind chill factor. And some other things, I think, for that. Okay, Tubak 2 Delta. Here it is. This is the one we want. What this is going to do is give us some information that we won't get in our clearance. So it's going to be an initial climb altitude of 5,000 feet. So 5,000 feet is our initial climb. It's also going to give you departure instructions. When instructed by tower, contact Langen radar. And Langen radar for us would be 120155. And so I go and put these in my notes. 120155. And I might even put the name in. Langen radar. Just so that I've got a little bit better of a clue as to what's going on. 122 155 and Langen radar. That's where you get that kind of information. It's fat. Yeah, it's not just wind. Tim Dog is right. I couldn't remember the H word, humidity. So it's fat. It takes the temperature and factors in the wind and the humidity, and that's how you get that what it feels like temperature. Hi, Mighty Morph. Yep, we are Air Berlining today. So I hope you brought your chocolate hearts. Okay, so now we got all of these set up. So that's just our departure here. Vincent is in chat. Right now I'm flying from my love Copenhagen to Newark in Scandinavian. How far across the Atlantic are you, Vincent? Dew point. Right. I think wind, humidity, dew point, things like that. Although dew point is more about ice, right? Icing and stuff. Hi Kuma, welcome aboard. Okay, airport ground chart for Berlin, and I'm deliberately taking a little bit more time here. So we're gonna need the extra gates chart. Halfway across, Dr. John is doing Juliana Tower today. How's everything in Juliana? I think we need the APC South. Just under Greenland. Boy, there was a really big low pressure system that came down from Iceland, Greenland. It's off the UK Irish coast right now. And some of that I think is probably big enough to spill into our neighborhood here. Okay, everything else looks really good. We've got the ILS Yankee, X-Ray and Zulu. Now, 6 left while we're rabbit holing here. If you look at the airport ground chart, I'm not sure what to expect, but if you look here, this is one of those airports that's got staggered runways, and my feeling is they've got these set up for a reason. That way there's one runway that they would use for arrivals and one they would use for departures. If you use 6 right, it's a shorter taxiway to the gate for arriving airplane. If you're departing, 6 left is a shorter taxiway. So SimBrief put me on 6 left. I'm gonna snag the charts for 6 right though. I'm gonna do 6 right. So let's do arrivals and look for 6 right. No, we don't need arrivals, but we need instrument approaches. There we go. And let's come on in here. I think we also would like to get some 6 right arrival. Here is a Yankee for 6 right. Here's a Zulu. And I'm gonna just grab those 2. Now there's also a specific star for that. Let's wait and see. We can make this a little bit too much work, right? Dad Game Time did the meteorology. Thank you. Humidity is the percentage of moisture in the air. Dew point is the temperature at which that frozen moisture will turn to liquid. Thank you for doing the dew. Couldn't resist it. Sorry. You knew that I was going to turn it into a dumb joke, right? Okay, all this looks good. Are we going to St. Martin? Actually, there is a VATSIM event tomorrow. There's a VATSIM event tomorrow, and I grabbed St. Martin to Barbados on tomorrow's VATSIM event. Okay, all of this looks really great. Let's do init over there. And come on over here to ASUS. Could be we just can't kill enough time and we should probably just get going. This has got to be getting boring. Flight init and data request. The Shiru, welcome aboard. Lurking is always cool, but thank you. I'm really glad that some of it helped. I try to make it something that is helpful, especially if you're just getting started in flight simming. I feel like flight simming can, these days, because it's so involved, there is so many things that are modeled and you can do so much cool stuff that it's really easy to get lost if you're just getting started. This is going to be a beer flight. Beer 441. And let's come on up here. Thanks for coming in, Shiru. Nav, nav, and nav. And crew supply of oxygen. And that looks great. So let's see. Flight plan. Pilot brief. That's right. Well, you know, ZLP7 with everything's got to be loaded correctly. Everything's got to get started just right, or else the problem that you're going to run into is it's easier to crash. I mean, these are pretty complex games now, you know, and so you've got to be ready for all sorts of stuff. I'm putting in just the initialization data here, and it's flight level 310 and page 2. The Shrew is you're flying military on VATSIM, but first started with civil. That's a great way to get started. I think that actually is a great way to get started, but flying military. And of course, Shrew, if you're flying a lot of military, I don't know if you've had any experience, you can really get into some, you know, deep dives of military flying over on DCS World. 53.69. I'll put in a 6, but I'll bet the airplane rounds it up to 7. And 29.7 is our center of gravity. And we're expecting 124 passengers for our flight to Berlin. All right, let's pop that in. And that looks good. Come on over here. Let's do 0.150 for taxi. Contingency 5 minutes, 0.565, 656, right? 656 is route reserve. Alternate is 1.514. And final time, half an hour of fuel is 0.942. Come back down, hit fuel planning, and it's groovy green. So Shrew, you've actually been into DCS. That's awesome. I would like to do a few DCS things. It's just too heavy for my old computer right now. So that'll have to wait till some other day. But I hope you're enjoying that. Benji is the Condor that's right next to me. Dead Game Time. TV's Frank works former, and they torture the crew in the. Oh, are you? You're yes. That yeah. You saw what I was posting over on Discord. Yeah, works for Dr. Forrester in Deep 13, and that is on. That is on, how can I, Mystery Science Theater 3000. Keela's here. Hi, Keela. Welcome aboard. Okay, JSG Droid's going. We need to get going too. Let's not waste too much time. Are you on the tram coming home? I hope you had a great day today. Thanks for understanding. Had to make some changes over on Discord. I'm just great to see you. I hope things are going well. And people were not too rude to you if you worked the tills. All right, everything's looking good to go there. Dad Game Time, JSG Droid is going out. Gypsy, Cambot, Tom Servo, and Crow. Yeah, that was a really fun show. Shrew is more into Microsoft. It is a good change of pace, and I love some of the maps that are in there. I like the old World War II map. The channel map is really cool, and I also like they did the Cold War Berlin map. On the bus, getting on the bus all the way home today. All right, so you don't have to like change stuff. Are you being hit by a nasty little cold snap too, or is it a little bit better? I was on the tills for 4 hours today, and it was quiet for 2. Really? Well, let's see. Today's Friday, so if you were on a little bit earlier before people got off of work, that's probably what was going on there. And if you are a Yank like I am, Tills is Kilo was running the cash registers, was doing the cash registers and stuff. Okay. Are you playing with Aerosoft like for Frankfurt? Shrew, yes. This is Frankfurt scenery, so it's really, really nice scenery. There goes JSG Droid. All right, we got to get going too. Let's see. I don't know if we get pre-assigned a squawk here or not. No, I don't think we do. You don't see because it might be the same. Okay, so Europe will not pre-assign a squawk, so we'll just squawk. Actually, I'd say we should squawk 1000. Berlin, I'm gonna guess. Yeah. Keela says snow on Monday or Sunday. And so you did the morning? Yeah, if you were in the morning, that's great. That's probably much better to be on those things. Okay, everything's looking good there. Passengers are coming aboard. Let's do an F plan, or or try to do it because it's so easy to F up. Departure. Okay, what do I want? We're gonna go for 7 center. We're gonna do the Tobak 2 Delta. Toba 2 Delta, and insert. Berlin, arrivals, I don't know. I'm gonna try the right side, 06R. Let's try the right side in the quietness after Christmas and New Year's is weird. Well, yeah, I'll bet because you're going just so crazy during those times. It really is probably really a weird feeling. All right, I think the right side will the Yankee work. Let's try the Yankee, and it should give us a decent transition. 6 right Yankee. Tobak, and it's going to be a different Tobak. No star. No, I don't have a Tobak. Oh, because it's supposed to be the KLF. Kill for 1 right. Run Romeo. And our VIA should be 557 or 564. I have no idea. Let's look. But I'll bet it's almost, I'll bet it's really, well, we got a 557 there and a 564 there. There's a 5. Oh, wait a minute. This is for the other one, right? Oh, I don't know. How about the 557? Let's just take that and see what it does. We can only rabbit hole so many times right now. Hi, Chris. Welcome aboard. You know, when I first saw your post, Keela, about the quietness after Christmas and New Year's, the first thing that I didn't see the letter Q. I saw a G, and I thought, uh-oh, Guinness. What's this about? The Guinness after Christmas? Oh, quietness after Christmas. I'm working 1 to 9 p.m. tomorrow. Oh, yeah, no kidding. Yeah, send all good wishes to Keela. That's probably when 9 p.m. That's when there's going to be crazy people there. Okay, I think everything's ready to go. Let's button up the airplane and depart the scene of the crime. I know we're missing a little bit of ATC, but we're also kind of just warming up here, so. We did sell Guinness chocolates for a while. I know about the Guinness chocolates. I never actually tried one before. Just kind of can't imagine both of those two together. Frankfurt is going to be 0998. 0998. And there's the co-pilot. Altimeter 5,000 feet, almost ready to go. You had to be over 18 to buy it, really. So there's a little bit of alcohol. Yeah, it does sound like it's well, if it's Guinness. I mean, you know, what was a pint of Guinness supposed to be? You know, half a loaf of bread. So, you know, plus there's signs up all over the UK that says Guinness is good for you. I even saw one of those in a Michael Caine movie, that Guinness is good for you. I think I'm going to just go. And preconditioned air can go off. Power can go off. Parking brakes are on. Let's grab that. Let's go and do... Let's just have GSX pop. Keela's looking around for a Guinness is good for you. Well, maybe I've only seen it in movies. Well, obviously. Prepare for pushback and departure. Guinness chocolates, I can have those without the chocolate. No, we're not going to do de-icing. Although one day it's getting colder, we've got to start doing de-icing stuff. All right, let's come on down here. Everything looks good. We're clear there. Let's go and do that.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback. Due to icing conditions, stand by for engine start.
I know that I think there was one across the street from the circus at in Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy, or maybe it was the Smiley's people, but it was one of those Alec Guinness spy things that I think I saw one of those signs. Consensus is 7th Center, the L17. Thank you, JSG Droid. At Christmas, I spent time with your best friend's family. They have chocolates with a shot of alcohol in the middle. Really? So, oh, your boyfriends, not your best boyfriends. Okay, I got it. So I'll bet that made Christmas a little bit more joyous. Maybe a lot more joyous. Okay, everything looks good to go there. I think we're almost ready to get out of here. 122.8, 122.8. And that looks good. Nav accuracy is upgraded. GPS primary is set. Let's go down here and start our squawking. Let's go nose, right, tail, left. I think I saw that's the way JSG Droid went out. Final load sheet. As I expected, 53.7. 53.7. And the other one is probably the same. 29.7. Yep, that looks good. Block fuel is 6.76. 6.76. Block fuel, let's go. Or as they say, let's get ready to rumble.
Frankfurt traffic.
It tasted horrible? Really? Hey Loki, welcome aboard. I have some favorites, obviously. Let's see. The Thing Wizard says they have those chocolates in Finland, and they are, of course, alcohol candy. ZLP calls them liquor fills. Martin left the gate in Arlanda in the PMDG. All right, shall we go? Let's see if there's anybody behind us. Let's go.
Commencing push. Due to icing conditions, stand by for engine start until push is completed and brakes are set.
Polyon says a large proportion of the world. Well, up there, Keela, like in Helsinki, putting a shot of alcohol in your chocolate is considered like the finishing touch. Damn, where's the, ow, the drums didn't work. Ugh. You couldn't have that many because you were working on Boxing Day. I know the drum didn't work. Gosh darn it, I even worked hard on my finish joke, and it didn't work out. Let's see. Mitch says they do that in Austria. Thank you for the extra drums. So they'll also do that in Austria. I wouldn't think that they could do that here.
Frankfurt traffic, Air Berlin A319 climbing 1,300 clear, runway 27 call.
Guys, just for info, Frankfurt London radar has not come online. Frankfurt traffic, direction 221 on the runway
50. Hey, Dusty, welcome aboard.
Subscriber confirmed. Top clearance granted.
Let's
Agent.
get going. They're
Loyalty
starting to
noted.
pop online, and I've got fuel that I need in the air. Hey, Mountain Man, thank you for the resub. Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming by today.
Condo, Frankfurt traffic, Condo 112, 50 back, and Alphabet, Berlin,
It's-
441 is active.
Berlin 441 just pushed and started from Victor 127, taxiing via November to runway 7 center, Frankfurt.
It's going to stop at each other.
There's a joke in Sweden and lights the barbecue. Microbes have frozen solid.
Subscriber confirmed.
Keela just did a nice
Top
resub.
clearance
Thank you for the
granted,
resub, Keela.
Loyalty noted.
Thanks
Air
for
Berlin,
being in here.
441, Condo 112, I'm pushing back behind you.
Condor, Air Berlin 441 is clear of the area now, turning right on November off to runway 7 center, Frankfurt. I think, yeah, Loviz posted a video about DFW, so there's going to be a better DFW than we have. We had one. That was released. It's okay. But yeah, the Any Builds DFW. Kuma says there's an alert at LPPT. Yeah, the one we have, like I said, I think the one we have is okay. It's the classic not great, not terrible. It's the classic not great, not terrible. Airport.
Frankfurt traffic, radio check.
All right, let's see if we can get out of here. Yeah, the one we've got right now is okay. As I recall, the one that we've got for DFW was a little pricey, but not that great. So I'm going to switch to music right now. You don't want to use up all your data. No, you don't. Kila, thank you for coming in. Have a wonderful, safe trip home. Watch out for crazy people. We will keep the sheep off the runway, the goo off the tracks, and the jokes will remain pathetic. Safe travels home. Almost want to go back to the blue building that we had over in here and go and check that out, see if it really was a railroad or something. Really neat. Long taxi for Martin today. Track goo. So every fall, the leaves fall on the tracks of the trains, and it gets mushed down by the train wheels and becomes track goo or leaf goo. And there's a special train that they have in the UK that brushes off the leaf goo off the tracks. So yeah, we always like to make sure that we keep the leaf goo off the tracks.
Traffic Condor 177 is leaving the Alpha apron. We want to taxi to home point Lima 17 within 7 left by over here, please. Bravo traffic, Charlie 316.
And the only reason I know about it is Sunjammer told that story a long time ago. And because it had the groovy little word goo in it, that of course, you know, well, apparently it causes a real problem with traction for the trains. And you can get too much of the leaf goo on it, and, you know, that could be a problem. Yes, we are doing a V1 taxi. I'm seeing a lot more MD-11s over at Lufthansa Cargo.
Quando foreign, Romeo Yankee position 1 Victor 172, taxiing on Lima for Lima 07 Center.
And I think we're doing an intersection departure, right? I think it was L16. Frankfurt traffic. Air Berlin 441, taxiing and waiting on runway 07 Center for exiting traffic. Then we're departing Frankfurt.
Frankfurt traffic, Lufthansa to Lima on aisle 07 left, 13 miles.
Frankfurt traffic, jet at and speed 07 left, Frankfurt.
I think they're clear. Let's go. Throttle up. Halfway. Stable. See if I remember how to do this. Sunjammer's here. Hi, Sunjammer.
Agent. Loyalty noted.
Traffic is jetted for landing at 07 left.
Sunjammer, thanks for the resub. Sunjammer's been here for 91 months. One of the original spies here at the Spy Flight.
Frankfurt.
And all the information that we could ever need about track goo. Positive climb gear. Lots of traffic. I better stay in the cockpit.
Quando for Yankee Romeo, for Romeo Yankee, line up on this 07 Center.
Frankfurt traffic. Air Berlin 441 is clear of runway 7 Center. Departing to the east. Happy landings, Frankfurt. Just took out the little camera on the desk. Thing Wizard, maybe LA is home, but I gathered you are at least originally Sweden based. I think that was for somebody else. Lever climb. Thrust climb. AP. Oh, that was a movie quote. And a really nice view of downtown Frankfurt. including there, I guess, the downtown area. A couple of really cool buildings sometimes stand out, especially on approach in here. The one that we started with, the blue building, the building with the blue outline, you can kind of see that. It's a little bit hard to see now because we're a little too far away, but that one's really cool. Martin moved from Sweden. I was probably having bad radio etiquette myself today too. Lufthansa cargo going out of the blue. The one in the blue, Sunjammer says, so the one in the blue is the European Bank. There's another one that we started with, Sunjammer, and it's over by the airport. It's got a Hilton Hotel sign on the side, but in the middle, it's got this structure in the middle of the building that's open to the air, and I called it the Frankfurt Warp Core because it looks like a warp core. I'm going to assume that they probably run some trains through there or something. But it looked really, really real. Hi, Benjamin. Finally, Freitag. Guten Abend. Thank you for coming in today. But I just thought that was a really cool building. And, it's got to be even more impressive. It's got to be even more impressive in the real world, too. But, yeah, that's the one that we were looking at right over there. It's got that blue there. So it's probably combination hotel, offices, food places, and a train station.
Convoy Romeo Yankee, clear of runway 07
That's the train stations. So yeah, it had a really, really cool look to it. Not necessarily Captain Picard's warp core, more like Captain Archer's. This little top thing with this heavy metal structure around it was neat. All right, Berlin, here we come. There's got to be a great place to go and enjoy food and beverages where we're going. They also have a really cool spy museum there in Berlin, and I have been I've been beeped by let's see, 124730. I think that's going to be Langen. One, 2, 4, 7, 3, 0.
Subscriber confirmed. Top clearance granted, Agent. Loyalty
This
noted.
is Langen Radar. Langen Radar. Hey, Brandon, thanks for a resub today. Brandon's been here for 51 months. That's a long time, Brandon. Thank you so much. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for coming by. Mrs. calls for me to be social. I don't know what that entails, but I will give it a shot. Thing Wizard, good luck with being social. Although I think we're all pretty social here as it is anyway, but welcome, welcome. Let's see. JSG Droid saw a quote from Tora Tora Tora. Did somebody say something from Tora Tora Tora? And you remember the quote from when you were 8 years old. It's classic. Oh, yeah. That one? All right. Langen Radar, guten Abend from Air Berlin 441, passing 14, flight level 140, direct Tobak. Climbing now, flight level 240, Berlin 441. I would never invade America. So that was a NATO 49er. So that was something also from Admiral Yamamoto that we thought but apparently didn't say. Okay, flight level 240. And we're clear from there. Berlin, here we come. No, there's also a really cool spy museum in Berlin, too. Good evening, Tumi Brasco. Some of the really, really best. Oh, I see where Sunjammer's quote is. It didn't post in my chat. I didn't even see that, Sunjammer. When you did your resub, it didn't show up in the chat, but it just popped into my activity feed. Okay, so JSG Droid, I think maybe chat and activity feeds are a little bit late. That is a really good one, though, Sunjammer. Bazhat has got to visit there. I got to go there a very long time ago. Managed to dodge the social function by trying to put the little one to sleep. So I can be social here for real a little bit more. Well, you know, whenever you need to put the little one to sleep. Sorry, those are priorities, right? But you don't want to get in trouble at home. 122.785 now for Berlin 441. Thank you. Ciao.
Ciao.
122.785. Rhine radar. Even at 8, it was an important moving its stuff. Good memories. You saw that with your dad? Tora. There's a guy that does videos on YouTube and basically is a historian, and he will like score a movie based on its accuracy, you know, and point out, well, you know, this historical movie wasn't all that historical, but this movie was. And I think that Tora was his favorite. So I think that was it. I actually, yeah, with the belch command. I know that would be great, wouldn't it, Atlas? Rhine radar, good Nabin. Air Berlin 441 is almost overhead Swallow at flight level 230 for flight level 240.
441, hello, identified, time flight level 290.
Climbing flight level 290, Berlin 441. It is still leaking oil today. I've been there. That was a long time ago, but it was leaking oil way back when. I remember that. And apparently it's going to be, you know, the little oil leak is going to be going on for a long time. There's a lot of oil aboard that airplane. No, fuel oil. Seatbelts. We could let's see, since Lopez just got the MD-11, we could do some MD-11 flying in the cold zone. They've got a cargo apron at Minneapolis. It's got to be frigid up there. So we could do the MD-11 from Minneapolis to someplace, or Chicago or something like that.
Rhine radar, grüß dich, Lufthansa 44, 30 miles out, waypoint Gasta, currently flight level 03 and timing speed level 380.
Lufthansa 424, Rhine, good day, identified.
All right, everything seems to be working. Recently took everything off of the computer desk and cleaned it all the way down to the bare plastic top of the desk and then put everything back. That's always, if you've got a couple of days where you know that your internet's going to be out or something, that's a really good thing to do. Just take everything off the desk, clean it all the way down, because, you know, I hate to be gross, but, you know, desks can get a little bit scummy a bit after a while, especially if you use your computer desk a lot.
Good evening, Condor for Romeo Yankee on flight level 196 for flight level 240.
Atlas says we put kids to bed in English.
Flight level 290, Condor for Romeo Yankee.
STN Win, welcome aboard. we're just lurking back here. Captain Lorien is going to start lurking now. Thank you. Happy lurking. Just going to come back here, make sure we have plenty of Air Berlin chocolate hearts for the passengers in the seat pockets. Maybe, you know, pull a couple of out if there's nobody sitting in that seat. And there's flight level 290. That could be our top altitude today, and we need to be ready for a runway switch. Yeah, apparently the other thing you're not supposed to do with kids is put a little bit of your favorite adult beverage in the evening bottle or something like that. Direct now, Kilo Lima Foxtrot for Air Berlin 441. It's the beginning of the star. Okay, EDDB ATIS information. Foxtrot. Hi, CT Aviation. Welcome back. Good evening, another Ruben. Thanks for coming in. All right, expect vectors for the ILS Zulu approach 6 left, 6 right. It is raining a little bit there. So they're expecting the Zulus. So the ILS Zulus is what we should snag here. No Yankees, no X-rays. We've got both Zulus in. So we're good to go with both of those for Berlin. It wasn't for me. It was back at an internet substation. There was a day a few weeks ago that I took 3 days off in a row, and the internet was out for those whole 3 days. And I think that they just got to make, you know.
1 contact Bremen, radar 136, decimal 450 bye.
136, decimal 450 for Air Berlin 441. Thank you. Have a good week. 136,450. And this is Bremen radar. That's going to be Bremen radar. Are we getting snow? A little bit, not much. It's mostly just going to be cold here. It's mostly just going to be cold here. So it's not that bad. In fact, I think we're done with the snow now. It's just a couple days of really cold weather. Bremen radar, good Namen from Air Berlin 441, level at flight level 290, direct to Kilo Lima Foxtrot.
Berlin 441, Bremen, hello. You can switch to 122.8. There's quite some traffic on Unicom, so I can't provide any extended service. I will send you contact me once you're closer to my sector.
122.8 for Air Berlin 441, thanks. Dusty says there's going to be 10 to 12 inches. Minus 18, that's not really that bad here. No, so the one on the left is Fahrenheit, the one on the right is degrees Celsius. I tried to get it to put degrees Celsius on that graphic, but it won't let me insert so I'd have to have an extra text field or something, and maybe that would be a good thing for me to do, but it's 0 degrees Fahrenheit, minus 18 degrees Celsius. That's kind of what we have right now. Ruben was cycling to high school in 20 degrees Celsius weather. That's pretty cold. All right, let's have a look and see what's going on here. There's Berlin 1959. There we are. Oh, I'm on a little bit of a southern run than you. And so I guess they're not going to talk to us, so we'll wait till we get beat. Yeah, I'm kind of glad that the years of, walking to school in the cold and stuff like that is over too. I have much more fun with my simulated airplanes. The Cheru. I am in eastern Montana in the United States. But I'm hoping to make a move. I just don't know how or where. Thing Wizard says minus 18 is cold even by Finnish standards. Really? Flyer Studios says 70 degrees Sunday down at Fort Walton Beach in Florida. So 70 degrees, that means your iguanas will be staying in the trees, right, Flyer Studios? Oh, there's a lot of folks in chat that would argue that my accent is anything but British. And in fact, a few people have threatened to ban me from my own live stream if I actually do my British accent, so I'd better not. Welcome back, Bass Hat. Atlas system. Yeah, if you're close, that's one thing, but... Flyer Studio, you don't have demon lizards at Fort Walton Beach in Florida? Okay. Maybe that's more of something that's further south. I know that Loviz talks about that near Miami. So maybe that's the demon lizards are further south. That's like the Everglades area for that. Okay, so it's much further south. All right, let's see here. We need the KLF-1 Romeo. Well, that is the KLF-1 Romeo. Thing Wizard is more in the middle part of Florida. Cheru, no, it's 1800 Zulu. If you look over here at SimBrief, there's the clock. It's actually now 1911 UTC, and I started 1800 Zulu. It's about the time that spy flight starts. And we generally do like 3 flights. Although, I've been doing a little bit slightly less with the complexity of ATC and the complexity of airplanes. Hi, GT Boy, Bear Chairs. Hi, Hubba 747. Welcome aboard. Thank you for coming in. But with the complexity of ATC and VATSIM and stuff like that, and the airplanes, this gets a little bit intense. So, Vazhat has a steak, fried mushrooms, grilled tomatoes, a potato waffle with peppercorn sauce today. Welcome to the Spy Flight. We love we love food chat, right? I'm gonna try and fix I actually keep the desk camera hidden behind the desk clamp, the WinWing desk clamp. So I do like it, and NM. It's a cool place to fly. We've got some really good airports, but mostly we have some of the best ATC on VATSIM. And if you kind of know what you're doing, you can fly all over and just do really good. So the challenge, of course, is flying through Germany without causing a problem. And, I think we get really good ATC. So, yeah, I do spend an awful lot of time, especially on the first flight, in the EU and the UK, and also Sweden, Finland, Norway. That general area is where I do a lot of the first flights. Second flight can be almost anywhere, and after that, that's when we start getting like the Friday night ops events and Saturday night and stuff. And that's usually in the US, Canada, Central America or South America is when those VATSIM events run. Like today, we've got an event that's going to be in Cartagena. So we'll fly, from Bogotoa into Cartagena into that event. But we're going to have to do probably some sort of a VATS, just a cargo flight in the U.S. where it's really cold to kill a little time after we land in Berlin. But it's also a part of the world that I've liked for a long time. Spent some time studying and things like that. They've got a really awesome spy museum in Berlin. Sada is still waiting to do your first flight on that. You'll fly to Liverpool one evening. You'd like to go to Liverpool? Specifically Liverpool? Liverpool is a cool airport because they've got a yellow submarine out in front of the terminal. Thing Wizard, gotta leave? All right, take care. We'll see you later. Thank you for coming in. Have a great evening with your family, and we'll see you next time. 136450. All right. Did you like the Beatles? Well, there is a yellow submarine there. There is a yellow submarine there. And this is going to EDWW 126450. One, 2, 6, 450. Bremen, that's who it was. I couldn't remember. Bazhat wants to go to Southend.
Aberdeen 1959, contact Bremen 126 at 425.
What do you think? 425.
Bremen radar, good Abend. Air Berlin 441 is level at flight level 290. We are direct Kilo Lima Foxtrot.
Aberdeen 441, Bremen, hello, identified, descend to flight level 200 at 2,500 feet per minute, okay.
Descending flight level 200 at 2,500 feet or greater, Berlin 441.
Oh,
and we're in the part of Germany where we could start by saying Moin. But no, they actually, in front of the Liverpool airport, they have a model of the yellow submarine. Might need a little bit of speed. Let's see. Rangi is here. Bonsoir to you. Thank you for coming in. I'm going to guess that is bonjour à tous. Is that a cheers? Oak City would be good today. Okay, Oklahoma City. So maybe we could do any place north of Hanover. We can say Moen. Thanks, Sharu. Bazhat is lurking. And Truthful Dread has seen the yellow submarine. Okay, so maybe Minneapolis to Oklahoma City might be something interesting. Minneapolis to Oklahoma City for a cargo flight.
Aberdeen 441, starting Delta Bravo 542.
Delta Bravo 542 is our direct 2 for Air Berlin 441. Delta Bravo 542.
Is that 330, was bitte?
No direction.
Wo willst du denn hin?
Hannover.
Ja, also auf meinem Radar fliegst du mit 100 Imansolo direkt auf Hannover.
Is Minneapolis to Oklahoma City too long?
Ach so, ja, okay.
Well, I better concentrate on this. Otherwise, I'm going to fall behind. I'm already going to a place that I don't know about. Delta Bravo 542.
Bremen Radar Condor for Romeo Yankee on flight level 30 with you. 81 nautical miles, Kilo Lima Foxtrot.
Condor for Romeo Yankee, Bremen identified, descent level 200.
Descent level 200, Condor 4 Romeo Yankee.
Madeira 6, calling Vega 6.
Subscriber confirmed. Top clearance granted, Agent. Loyalty noted.
Okay.
Latrina Rapidu, prima
I think I'm on the wrong arrival. Hey, look who's back. It's Hunter Girl. Hey, Hunter Girl. Welcome aboard. We started out in the building at Frankfurt Airport. Continue the descent. Flight level 140, Berlin 441. We started at Memphis to Oklahoma City. We'll do what Loviz said.
Delta Bravo 552.
Memphis to Oklahoma City. KMEM. KOKC. Okay.
Tango Echo Sierra.
I'm just going to KMEM. KOKC. So there's this building, Hunter Girl, in Frankfurt. And it was really kind of cool. It's out at the airport, and it's got a neon blue light around the top part of the building. And I was zipping around in the scenery, and it looked like there was this train station in the middle with this real cool thing in the middle that looked a little bit like a warp core. So that's what we called it. And I thought that was really neat. Thank you for the resub. I appreciate it. Also like your channel because you've also got that really cool fire truck. I did get a little turbulence, Martin. I did get a little turbulence. So Memphis to Oklahoma City is next. And that's going to be an MD-11 flight. Because Loviz just got the MD-11. 126425 now for Berlin 441. Thank you. Have a good weekend. 126425. It all of a sudden got really freaking busy. It's called the Square. That's the building, Sharu. Bremen Radar, good Abend. Air Berlin 441 is descending to flight level 140, and we're direct Delta Bravo 542. Descend 100, the ILS Zulu 06 left, Berlin 441. ILS Zulu on the left side.
Subscriber confirmed. Top clearance granted, Agent. Loyalty noted.
Oh my gosh, it got crazy. It got crazy. Okay. Now I forgot that. Rangi gifted some subs while I was going out of my brain. Hey Rangi, thank you for gifting some subs. Rangi gifted 10. Wait a minute, didn't you already do something today? That was really nice of you, thank you. The Sharu says the building that I'm carrying on about is a long distance train station. Is that where the 1006 continue the descent to 4,000 feet? For Berlin 441. It should be 1007. Hi, Smiley Canadian.
Air Berlin 1959,
But Rangi, thank you for another 10 gift sub. Hunter Girl, thank you for being a resubscriber for 18 months. Brandon did a resub, and I think I'm relatively caught up. I hope. So, Gaia Simulations has announced Corfu. Really? We've got a Corfu. We've got a Corfu. I don't know. I figure if we've already got something, we ought to stick with it. You know, why fix it? This isn't the time to just be buying up all the airports. Smiley Canadian, it's great that you're here. Life got crazy busy. I hope it was a good kind of crazy busy. I hope it was kind of a good crazy busy. I think it's that way for a lot of people though right now, Smiley Canadian. With the world as nutso as it is, I think there's probably a lot of crazy busy. Okay. I kind of broke the microphone here. Not the microphone. I've got a... Oh, can't show it to you. The desk camera. I need to fix it. It's currently pointed at the floor. Moving to a new school. Oh, really? I hope it's a really good move and it's a good school. Are there cool things that are part of the school?
Condor 4 Romeo Yankee on flight level 140.
4 Romeo Yankee, arrival identified, expect LS Zulu 06 right, descent 100.
Told us
Descent
the left
100
side.
and expect LS Zulu 6 right.
Martin is going to stick with Orbix and Fly Tampa. A lot more snow options. Oak City, St. Louis, SDF, Memphis. That's for tomorrow, so I'll make sure that we've got some snow flights in. 22 miles out. Lights. It got busy all of a sudden, like crazy busy here. It's an exciting new campus. Yay! I know, boy, what an exciting time. Berlin 441 via Delta Bravo 542, cleared for the ILS Zulu 06 left, and we will call established Berlin 441.
The 1 Mike Hotel, speed 250 after later.
250 operate target.
The 4 Romeo Yankee, speed 250 knots.
Condor 4 Romeo Yankee, 250 knots.
Yes, sir.
I did not put any data in. I didn't get any of the data in. EDDB ATIS. Okay, performance, page, QNH 1006. Man, somebody just slammed the door here at the apartment. Really hard. I even felt it. Temperature in Berlin is 5. Wind 080 at 10.
Everybody 441, speed 170 knots or greater until 5
170 knots or greater until 5 mile finals, Berlin 441.
4 Romeo Yankee, descent to altitude 5,000 feet, KNH 1006.
TRL
5000, KNH 1006, Condor 4 Romeo Yankee.
and then we need to get a barrel.
1775, speed 250 knots. Speed 250.
Airplane is very upset with me. Very upset. We got so far behind this flight. 350. 350. Okay, we got it. Config 3, it's a baby bus. We don't want to forget config 3. Okay, everything is looking good to go there.
Negative 5.
It was an overspeed. It was overspeed.
The 1 Mike Hotel left heading 150.
150.
1 Mike Hotel Hotel speed 200 operator.
200 operator.
Berlin 441, contact tower 120.030, Rogers.
120 decimal 0.
Decimal 030.
030. 120 for too many zeros for Berlin 441. Thank you. 120 030. That was a nice view outside the the wing, wasn't it? It's a beautiful night to fly in Germany, I think. 030.
From the 1 Mike Hotel left. You cleared for cross and you cleared for the whole traffic.
Roger, about the area set, extend downward, sorry, crossing.
Brandenburg Tower. Hi there. Berlin 441's about 7 mile finals for runway 06 left.
441, Berlin Tower, head to 7, report when you're on final. Yeah, Airborne 7 on final. Airborne 7, roger. Able to stay below 1,000 feet for operations. Airborne 7. Airborne 7, stay below 1,000 feet. Stay below 1,000 feet, Airborne 7.
Ice detected. Eep, eep, eep. Danger, Will Robinson. We've got ice. Yeah, I'm too efficient. Oh my gosh, thank goodness for the Airbus. Okay, let's see. Airport ground chart is 06 left. We're going to try and get one of these. Probably Lima 5 would be best. I know, way too whiny. Roddy, hello, welcome aboard. If I missed anything, welcome on in. Things got massively busy here.
Taxi straight ahead, Victor 4 for Berlin.
JSG droids made it. Our next flight is Memphis to Oklahoma City. I'm doing cargo flying. It's supposed to be a little chilly there.
Right, Delta, hold short, Victor 4 for Berlin.
Okay. Let's do posture check and see if we could actually do some flying here. Wind is from the right. It's going to be blowing us a little to the left. AP is off. Captain's got the airplane. As usual, this is your everyday update that once we turn off the autopilot, that is not your cue to contact your attorney, your religious counselor, or empty your checking account or anything else. We're going to be fine. You don't need to order additional adult beverages from the flight attendants. 06 left to land, Berlin 441. In other words, no reason to panic. Unless there are sheep on the runway, and then at that point you can panic.
Reduce the final approach.
Yeah, it may be the end of the world as we know it, but I feel fine.
Go join base on 06 left.
Definitely a little frosty in the air tonight. There's that wind kind of picked us up.
Correction orbit right. On present position, please.
Landing. I think we're all fine.
Echo traffic IFR 8320, now 10 miles final, runway 06 left, 3,500 feet, right.
100. 15, 30, 20, retard,
Captain 195, contact aircraft 121, estimate 855.
Over to Apron, 121, 855 for 5 minutes.
Idle reverse. It's a baby bus, so we're going to make the first taxiway. The first high speed. Welcome to Berlin. That's got to be Lima 5.
441, taxi via Delta, Hotel Victor 4.
Delta holding short of Victor 4 for Berlin 441. That's the outer. See, it was very nice. Wasn't too heavy. No, there's no need to call the rescue squad. I don't think that we set fire to anything.
November Hotel, sind so right, so race 103, 3 left, clearance.
Line 06 left of Bogotoa.
Thema Foxtrot Verkehr, VfR Diamond 4.
We are blowing everybody's eyes out. We should turn off the strobes and the landing lights right now. That was a little bit too bright. JSG Droid had a minus 154 and 1.03 Gs. Hi Alex, welcome aboard. That is a very nice landing rate. That was a good one. And we're holding short of Victor 4, so Victor 4 is right there. There's Delta. And I bet that's Victor 4 right up there. All right, I wonder how bad it was. Let's see, landing rate was 121.855 for Berlin 441. Thank you. It was a little heavy. It was like the 250 mile range. I think that's JSG Droid up ahead of us. 120.855. 121.855 is, yep. Yeah, so it's about 250. 265. That's not too awful. Brandenburg Akron, good Abend from Air Berlin 441 on taxiway Delta holding short of Victor 4.
Air Berlin 441, Berlin Apron, hello, taxi via Victor 4, correction taxi to stand Alpha 06 via Victor 4 and Foxtrot.
Our stand tonight is going to be Alpha 6 via Victor 4 and Foxtrot for Berlin 441. Get out of the way. Okay, so there's Victor 4 right there.
Everyone, hello, ED74 Romeo uniform with you, stand Charlie
come
11,
over here to APC South Airport parking chart on the south side. Victor 4 and Foxtrot, and we're going to Alpha
ED74 Romeo uniform, push and start approved.
I see Alpha 6, that's right over there. We're gonna need more stairs. No jetways on this side of the airport.
Repeat the direction for
Sunjammer says one of our favorite YouTube channels. There's a booklet about how the Southern is run. Really? I will look for that.
Straight back to the
That's
north,
one of our favorite YouTube channels. It's all about the underground, mostly the tube, but anything really with rails. I will look for that. There's Alpha 3. Fortunately, we can see the paint from the cockpit. I'm a little behind in my Jago videos, but there's Alpha 5. I'll bet that's where, yep, there's JSG Droid parked there. So we're going to park next to JSG Droid. This must be Air Berlin territory. Although I don't think that Air Berlin was around for Brandenburg Airport. I think they were mostly a Tempelhof and Tegel air. You know, they operated out of those. And landing lights off. We could also get a little bit of guidance if we turn on GSX. And
Victor Mike, Victor 1, hold the shuttle, Bravo, 219.
It's not ready.
Taxi via Victor
GSX is
Victor
not
1
helping us out here, so we're going to have to do this ourselves.
Victor Mike.
So I got kind of a cool little view up here that we'll go to.
Airplane Abend Shutdown 20 Kilo
Lufthansa 55 Kilo, Berlin A319, hello, push, correction short, pushback approved, safe and sound.
There we go. It even says A318 and A318 and A319. So we're at the perfect spot. Parking brakes on.
Lufthansa 3220, contact tower.
And I'll bet I totally forgot to do my APU, didn't I? Yeah, I forgot to do the APU. I don't know. That was kind of a longer break than I usually take, and I gotta say that was a little bit of a workout for me, especially towards the end there. So we're waiting for the APU to come up. Nice to see some Air Berlin here. All right, whoops, got to actually hit start on the APU for the APU to actually start. Hi there. Wigbill is here, and the state of Texas is in panic mode. The shelves are empty. Yeah, when the weather gets bad there, that's a normal thing that happens. At least it happened when I was, living and working down in Corpus Christi. If you don't deal with rain and heavy snow and winter stuff, that becomes a thing. But it really was. But if the thing is if you're good, the other big problem that you run into is a lot of the water systems and of course the electrical system, but your home water system was a big problem when I was there for a lot of people. And granted, this was a while ago, but you really need to be sure that your water, you leave a couple of taps dripping in Texas and stuff, because the water systems there are not set up for these frigid temperatures. But I'm glad your wife is on top of it and you're all set and ready to go. It's a good time to turn on some your favorite movies and stuff and stay warm, because it's also not a good time to die. Air Berlin promised the Brandenburg airport an A380, but unfortunately, really? Air Berlin was going to get an A380? You're kidding. As it turns out, I don't think that any of the gates here at Brandenburg were ever really big enough, because they had to shut down. They have to shut down 2 gates on either side of the A380 gate, I think. Well, yes, it makes me chuckle a little bit too, because it makes me chuckle a little too, but I'm used to handling weather like this, and I grew up in Colorado, for crying out loud, so I can actually deal with that and handle it. So 2 Air Berlins made it. Nobody was hurt. How about that? So it was the gate that they built was the one far at the other end of the concourse, but even then they had to empty out the 2 sides on either side of the A380 gate. Mom said the grocery store shelves. Oh yeah, I remember. Shall we go to Memphis? I think everybody's arrived here. So yeah, when I got my job in Virginia, and I never worked in Virginia, and I got a job there as a weather person, and they basically said, be very, very careful about when you talk about snow, because you will literally, if you mention snow and then go to the grocery store after the show, you'll find that they have cleared out the milk and the bread there. I'm not kidding. In this part of Central Virginia, you say the 4-letter S word on TV, and that's it. It literally will be that way. And so I was really careful about that. And then one night, we did have snow coming in. I decided to go and see. And so on my way home after I did the 11 o'clock weather that night, I stopped at, the local grocery store, and sure enough, it was all gone. All of it was gone. So it was really crazy. And Tim Dog's mom said store shelves were empty. We're totally safe here. already have the precautions to not burst a pipe. We laugh at being a Nebraska native. That's right. I was thinking about swapping out my spigots to frost-proof, but you don't have the space in the walls. Yeah, as I recall, that was a thing. That, like you were saying, space in the walls to put a frost booth. The easiest thing to do is just drip, do a little drip of water. City water is so hard. I used to use a pure filter and it still tasted bad. You got a countertop reversed osmosis unit, and that's your game changer for water. Now here it's really good, but our water is snow melt essentially. So Tim Dog says no snow at Oklahoma City yet. Well, we got to do the flight anyway. But that was sure a nice flight. I enjoyed the heck out of that, as I usually do. But yeah, you do have to watch out. The joke where I was that all the weather people had stock in the grocery stores. So, and so whenever we needed to make some money, we would always say snow, and that would panic people, and we of course didn't have that. We couldn't afford stock or anything, so it was crazy. Let's see. Chaos says the water in Germany is good. I've heard that, except in some of the older water systems. Have everything covered outside. You miss living in Nebraska in a small town. The town is all on well water. Yeah, some of the well water can be really good, especially the deep ones. The deep wells are really good quality. Okay, I think we're ready to go. Loviz got a MD-11. So, and is having a good time with that. So we're going to do Memphis to Oklahoma City. Tim Dog says there's no snow yet, but there should be some. And there's still some ATC up here in Germany. It looks like Poland is up today. I didn't see anything from Poland. Let's see, Friday night, Sweden, Finland, Norway is up. UK is kind of quiet tonight. And so is southern Germany. But everything else is looking good. So let's see. Memphis, we do have ATC in Memphis. So Memphis, they're on the 3.6s. So they're on the 3.6s in Memphis. And then Oklahoma City, there's Dallas, nobody in Oak City right now. So that's a nice short little route. Tim Dog says there is freezing rain near Lubbock. Oh man, if it's that highway between Amarillo and Lubbock, that was always kind of bad when I was there. That was kind of bad. Loviz says Oak City is going to be more about ice than snow. And Loviz knows because Loviz used to live there. So it's going to be ice and stuff. Okay, let's go, and I think all is ready for a new sim. Yeah, let's do the sim. Okay, sim started, let's go. Tim Dog says snow tonight. You notice how low is? I was really good today. Is my halo too bright because I didn't find a way to do a sooner joke? I was gonna either tell a joke or try and convince you I'm wearing the little halo and stuff for not telling a really bad college joke, right? Hi Jacob, welcome aboard. There was some internet trouble here, but it was fixed. It was maintenance. It was scheduled. So there you go. New flight. We're going to be FedExing here. FTX. And we're going to do KMEM Memphis. KOKC Oak City. Hi, Nick. Welcome aboard. All right. We're going to do an MD-11, but you want the freighter. So MD-1F is actually the one you want, the profile that's in there. And we do have a Panda plane for this too. So we got to make sure we get the Panda plane because we didn't have it last time. Fuel planning. Let's just do 15 minutes of extra fuel. Departing on the 36s. Usually they depart us on the center. I think they take the big heavy jets from FedEx and put them on the middle runway because I think it's the longest. So let's choose that one. I don't know about the arrival runway. We'll worry about that when we get there. Let's generate the flight. Let's see. Buckeye says hydrate. Last little bit of the morning coffee. Yeah, I know. You've had 2 engine failures in a row, JSG Droid. I think you'll like the 777 better. Although, man, if there's an engine failure in the 777, then it could be that there might be some crazy droid problem going on. I do suggest save a copy of the flight plan for the MD-11 because you'll need it for this airplane, because I don't think you can view a flight plan from the electronic flight bag, so make sure you get one of those. You'll need that for sure. And we need to pre-file on VATSIM. Landy says there's going to be 120 knot headwind. Yeah, but we got 3 big engines there, so yeah, you're right. We should have gone the other way. Flight level 280. And file. Okay, we're filed. No chickening out possible now. Let's come on into Memphis, where we will be walking in Memphis any moment now because of the bad jokes. And there is FedEx Central. Kuma is back. It's good that you put in 280. The winds are a little less. I didn't do that, Landy. I think that ATC did that for me. SimBrief did that for me. Mark Cohen, JSG Droid, got the musical reference. I need extra time to learn how to fly the MD-11. So I'll go through and do a here's how I set it up, and maybe that'll help. Irby might have to do a sim reinstall. You had 12 FPS coming into Brandenburg, and it was uncontrollable on the ground. Maybe it was the jokes. Oh, you mean in the air. Okay. You mean in the air. Okay, I think we're all ready to go. I just need to change the title, right? All right, let's see if I can change the title without screwing it up. I'm out of practice. No, I'm not going to set the title because Green just did it. Wind chills and thrills. That is very cool. Let's go, and I need to do. Thank you for doing the title. And let's do. I can do the flight plan. I actually need a web address for that. Okay, now you can look at my flight plan if you want to grab my numbers. And the only other thing that I suggest is if you've got Navigraph, you might want to use the Navigraph app for this flight, because might want to use the Navigraph app. It's a little bit hard for there is a charts app in the MD-11. It's not very good though. And let's pop up here. Then we've also got a flight from Bogotoa to Cartagena today. Loviz can tell us where the really good food places are on that route. I don't know. I don't think so. I did notice that the TFDI MD-11 was available on Contrail today when I was going through all of my apps to see what I needed to update. So I did go and see that. Okay, so we were going to get Navigraph. Well, let's get the route first. Here comes the route. And we'll put that in here too.
New recruits detected. Welcome aboard, Agent. Stay sharp.
TomTom Gaming just followed the channel. Thank you for following the channel today. Welcome, welcome. We're just getting ready to go on the MD-11. So I'm starting up Navigraph. I went ahead and bought mine from the... I think it's available. I think it's best to do that. Nixie Aviation. Let's see. TFDI MD-11. TFDI design. This is where you get it. See how easy that was? A lot of these are easy. If you know the name, who makes it, you'll find it. Okay, I was gonna try and do Navigraph. Let me know if that works out for you, okay, Nick? All right. I'm going to let the sim just chill a bit here. Import the flight. Thank you, Green, for updating that. Bogotoa to Cartagena. That's part of a VATSIM event, so take your time on this one. Import from SimBrief. Mighty Morph says we need to stretch before we get going here. Memphis. Taxi. And departure is the Ducks 5 departure. You know that will lead to plenty of wisecracks, right? Initial climb clearance is 5,000 feet going out here on the Ducks departure. And Oak City, it's going to be the Rifle Rifle arrival. And it's going to be vectors from ASUS to runway 35 right. I'm also going to grab the left side just in case. And all that is good. Let's go get the airplane. And start. Kuma PS5 Marketplace has nothing but basic aircraft. That's the unfortunate part of that for people that are using the, that are doing the consoles. MD-11. And it's going to be a FedEx. Save and go back. And let's do KMEM. There is Memphis. And then I generally, if I can, you know, it's not easy to just stop pointing and clicking, but I usually wait till the maps get downloaded. Boy, it's taken a while today. There we go, finally. Memphis. And it looks like people are over here. Okay, we're going to go to FedEx parking 460. 460. And I just wrote that down in case ATC pops on. So most of us, hi Ollie, welcome aboard. Happy Finally Friday. Good evening. Probably close to good morning for you. Most of us have got throttles that have only two levers. You know, one for the right engine, one for the left engine. This one has three engines. So what do? I've gone and I've taken engine number 1 and engine number 2 on the MD-11. Those are the ones on the wings, and those are on the left lever. And the right lever, I've set that one up for the engine in the big in the rudder there. So that's the one that I do. Oh, almost midnight for Ollie. And Loviz is using the Bravos. So Loviz has the honeycomb Bravos, and you can do three throttle levers. And there goes the generator going on. That's a great way to go if you've got plenty of levers. You can see there's a little bit of a breeze here. And you can hear the wind is kind of blowing the engine around there. So it's just going click, 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 click like that. Okay, this is going to be an FDX flight. And it's going to be an MD-11. And let's get on VATSIM. And if you look right over there, an airplane will magically appear, and that will be Loviz. Uh-oh. I didn't say, when I put in my aircraft type, I didn't say MD-11, I said MF-11. I didn't mean the F word. Typing is hard. Whoopsie. There's Loviz. Let's see if we got the Panda Bear. I don't think I did. I think I just blazed past it. No, we don't have the Panda plane this time. Rats. Okay, let's get in the airplane and go. I think it's a great airplane. I really do. It's getting old, I'm afraid, but it's a cool airplane. All right, let's check and make sure everything works. So let's do the left throttle lever, and that's engine 1 and 3. The right throttle lever is engine 2. Speed brake works. And let's do... And I like to do all of this before we start the plane. Otherwise, sometimes that can be a problem. Yeah, I think they're probably all gone, right, Chaos? Mitch Bus is back. Third VATSIM flight today. First attempt and my display froze. AP was not doing. There are so many things that can kind of go wrong like that. I'm glad you stuck with it, Mitch. Okay, we need some services. And let's see. Let's open. We can go outside. This doesn't come with stairs or anything. But if you want a little bit of immersion, you could go to GSX. Hi, Wobby. Go to GSX and operate some stairs. And call it FedEx. And so those stairs will come over. And you can have some stairs by your door. Kuma likes the A320. But Mitch, you know, there really are a lot of things that are going on in Microsoft Flight Simulator, an awful lot of stuff. And so it's really kind of, you know, there sometimes things just don't load. You know, you've probably seen that I restart sim between every airplane, right? We are going to need KMEM. Here is CTAF for Memphis. And there is our departure frequencies. Well, Benjamin, I mean, given the name of the spy flight and stuff like that, of course I would like a really good 757. And Oklahoma City, I'm going to just grab that one too. We're a little early for ATC and stuff like that. So there's Oak City, and that should be good. In other words, normal progress. I remember all of my pitfalls back in the beginning. And they haven't stopped in 3 years. Yeah, sadly, there have been a bunch of things like that. It looks like ATC just got ground and a grounded tower. So we just got a PDC, so we'll have a little ATC going out. Oh, Wabi, it's already here. Oh, look at that. It's above 0 degrees Fahrenheit right now. Yay. Yay. We got a little dusting of snow. It's not going to be so bad. It's just cold. I think it's going to be even colder tomorrow, so we may have to ditch the beach shirt for, you know, the big fuzzy thing. It's pretty chilly. Well, especially where you're from, Ollie. I mean, wow, is it cold. Okay, we can open that passenger 1L door. there's the passenger 1L door going up. Minus 39 degrees Celsius for Wabi. Let's also open the cargo main door. So here comes the big cargo door. And you can see the airplane's empty. Really is neat. In Bremen, it is now 26 degrees Fahrenheit. I'm moving to Bremen. That's not a bad temperature. That's actually kind of nice. And you probably got some really good food there too, don't you? All right, we're ready to turn the airplane on. Turn this airplane on up here with the battery button. And lights start to pop on. And then if we got ground power on, which we do, we got a green light. Let's turn it on and listen for Betty. Betty is aboard. Emergency power is now armed. Come on down here. We're going to turn on the emergency exit lights. We're going to turn on the nav lights. We're going to do no smoking. And we're going to turn on the backlighting for the upper panel and the instrument panel. And all of that looks good. We also need backlighting on the FGS flight guidance system, also known as the autopilot. Okay, that looks good. Now we can come down here and we're going to do FMC1. Check our nav data. Oh, by the way, yesterday was Navigраф Day. I hope you got your nav data updated. It's now good till the 18th of February. And flight plan init. And all of that looks good. Now, you can put it in manually, or you can go to the dispatch page and send the flight plan to the FMC, and it'll tell you in the lower right if that happened. And so you can see over here, it says from Memphis to OKC. So the next thing I'll do is look at my flight plan, and I will get the alternate airport, which is DFW. KDFW. No, not KFFW. KDFW. There we go. And we'll put that in the alternate. And then the next thing I'll do is our flight number, FDX. And I'll put that in, and then I'll stop right there because there's something that isn't in there yet that we have, a button we have to press. So what we're going to do is come up here and we're going to turn on the nav data, the nav system. And you could also see the cargo fire stuff up here. So nav 1, click it and listen for alarms. And there's the cargo fire test. And then you can do nav system 2 and nav system 3. And there we go. And there's always an alert to turn off. And now you can see something has changed. Right by the flight number, it now says initialize the IRSs. Don't forget to do that. I forget that. And if you forget to do that, then when it's time to taxi out, you got to wait for an extra 7 minutes. And that's not fun. Okay, our cruise for this flight is flight level 280. So 280 is our cruise. Cost index is 77. 77. And now we're good there. Inverser. This is the MD-11 from TFDI. Page 2. Now we can load the airplane, and you can just click the button here on the front page, set payload and fuel, and that tells you it's been done, and then just go to the payload page. And that's going to give you your zero fuel weight, which is 438.5 thousand pounds. And I usually will look at that number or the fuel number on the flight plan to make sure it's correct. And it is. So it's going to be 438.5. And that goes in here, ZFW. The next thing is block fuel, and if I feel like, you know, being a good pilot, I'm going to look over at my block fuel on the flight plan, and it should say 56.1 or 56.2. And then I'm going to come over here and look at the gas gauge, which is over here, and I'm going to read the gas gauge and read the actual amount of fuel in the airplane. So it says 56.2. And then we're going to put that in block fuel. Now, for takeoff and zero fuel weight center of gravity, I have not found those numbers yet in the sim. So I don't know where that is, but if you just click them, that will auto-fill those numbers in for you, and we don't worry about that. Next is taxi fuel. Taxi fuel is 1,500 pounds. This is not a fuel-efficient airplane. Route reserve is 4.89. So 4.9. We don't fill out alternate, but we do final time, and that's 7.14. 7 is our final time, and that usually 7.14. There we go, and that gives us our 30 minutes plus some extra, which is good. Next thing you do is you read your block fuel again, 56.2. Go to page 2, 56.2. That's your refuel quantity. Technically, I'm not doing that right. That should be the amount of fuel in the tanks, the total block fuel minus the fuel in the tanks, which is your refueling quantity, and I'm basically being lazy on that. Flight plan. Let's see. They may have changed things. Let's look. Ducks departure, blah, 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 blah. Expected transition, 5,000 feet. Contact ATC for push. Memphis. Departures on 36 left and center. I imagine that they're going to do that. Irby says quack. We need as many wise quacks as we can get, especially on this departure. So Sid, 36 center. Ducks departure, Ducks 5, and we're coming out at Heller. Transition is Heller and insert. That's for the Ducks departure. Definitely important. Okay, there's our departure. And then at Oak City, our arrival, we're going to go for, try and make an intelligent choice here. So at Oklahoma City, now cargo, if I remember correctly, cargo is over on the east side of the airport. So I would guess 3-5 right. Also, we're coming in from the east. So maybe it's an intelligent choice to call it 3-5 right for the arrival. So 3-5 right is our ILS. And so Javi, Avdi, and Crop, what does it put us out on? It puts us out at access. So let's plan for 3-5 right. ILS 3-5 right. How come we can't be on the ghost arrival? It's the rifle arrival. We're coming in. We're not coming in via. We're coming in via DeWine. So DeWine over here. I don't think we're doing this transition IRW. I don't think we're doing that. So that is probably not what we need.
Subscriber
IRW. That's if you're going in over the VOR. We're not doing that, so that's all we need. Cool. 96 J Taylor is back with a nice resub. Thanks, J Taylor. Thank you for a 22-month resub and some very nice jet fuel in the flight plan. Thank you for putting up with my really silly jokes for 22 months. Welcome on in. Okay, that looks really good. Let's come on up here. Actually, start down here, and there's a button for the hydraulic test. If you want to be like Inga and Claudia, the MD-11 pilots for Lufthansa Cargo, we have to start off and do the hydraulic pressure test. These things apparently leaked a lot, so we'll do the hydraulic pressure test. And what that's going to do is we've put this monitor to hydraulics, and it's going to pressurize each one of these. And I guess, you know, you need to pressurize your hydraulic system, but this is also how you see if you've got a big bad leak. And if you listen every time, you know, when they're doing their walkarounds on those videos, you know, always check for hydraulic leaks in this airplane. So that's apparently a thing with these. And it takes a while before these start up. But if you sit here and watch it long enough, you'll see them all going up and down. And with that, let's go ahead, and our altimeter is 3040. So 3040 in the altimeter. Wow. 3040? Yeah, 3040. Strong high pressure here. There we go. Our departure heading today is basically going to be... Oh, that's the wrong one. Memphis, charts, taxi, airport. I clicked the wrong one. There we go. So we're departing on 36 center. So that means our heading is going to be 360. That's easy. Low vis is getting ready to go. The ground is already shaking. 360. We have an initial climb clearance of 5,000 feet. So we can set that up. There's 5,000 feet. And there's our initial climb clearance, and our heading is set to. Let's go ahead and put in a squawk number. And we did get one in that PDC clearance, 5611. There we go, 5611. And we've got a, looks like a 777 down there. I'll bet there are droids on that airplane. Uh-oh, low vis already, there goes low vis over there, I think. So somebody's already taxiing. Okay, let's keep going here. I'm a duck. Hey, I'm a duck. We're doing the duck's departure. I expect plenty of wisecracks. I'm a duck. All right, let's do performance. We think it's going to be 36 center. Let's get our weather information. And it's 3040 on the altimeter. Let's get aircraft takeoff weights and calculate. Aircraft inverser, this is the MD-11. Okay, Kuma, so when I said the ground is already shaking, so for a long time, mostly in rural America, they have had what's called monster truck rallies. And that's people that take and spend a lot of money on building up a truck and make it big and crazy and spurt frames and crush other cars and race and everything else. These were these big monster truck shows, and people would, you know, pay money, sit in the stands and watch people do silly things with big trucks that they've spent a lot of money to do really silly things with. Well, back in the day, I worked at radio stations, and we would always have to run radio commercials for the big monster truck shows. And usually the end of the commercial, where they're talking about, come and see the Godzilla truck squash 22 cars, it's going to be terrible. And then at the end of all of those, you know, at the Pueblo State Fairgrounds, Saturday at noon, get your tickets at Ticketmaster. The ground is already shaking. That's what that comes from. So I'm being weird, as you probably guessed. Okay, 10. So yeah, if you need me to do your monster truck commercials or something like that, I used to do those. I spent a little bit of time yesterday trying to make my Go XLR sound like a dialect, because I watched a Doctor Who dialect trying to make so I could hit a button and go, exterminate! But I wasn't able to do that. Flex temperature is going to be 59 degrees. Let's do takeoff. 59 degrees is going to be our flex temperature. It's going to be 10 degrees of flaps. Okay, let's see, runway slope, minus 0.6, headwind 16. Minus 0.6 slash plus for a headwind of 16 knots. And that goes in up there. Our outside air temperature is 3 degrees, and don't forget the C for Celsius on the outside air temperature. And then I usually take speeds over here, 152, 165, 172. 152, 165, and 176. 176. B speeds are set. You've got a dialect voice. I'm sure there's a way to do it in the Go XLR. I didn't have internet yesterday when I was trying to do that, and so I. Tire failure. Tire failure. How is it that I have a tire failure? Well, that sucks. Okay, how do I fix tire failures? Options, failure. Yeah, see, I have them turned off. Disabled, disabled, disabled. Systems. How do I fix this? Yeah, I gotta have the ground staff come in. Cause, I don't see that. Tire failure. Okay, but I need to fix it. Oh, that's right. It's a separate app. TimDog saves the day. TimDog saves the day. Yeah, it's a separate application. And it's under like 5 windows right now. And green saves the day too. That's true. That ash though, we technically do not need those in the air. Okay, so let's go to the set aircraft to new. Perform routine maintenance. And I don't want to go, I just want to do it now. Okay, so we did maintenance. Okay, well, we did maintenance, but how do we do search failures, reveal failure status, active failures, gear, center tire? Okay, so my gears have failed over here. Okay, and they're red. So let's go. This will undo. You may still corrective action. How do I do corrective action? Gosh darn it, I just want to fly my airplane. I don't want to remove it, I want to fix it. Is it from the last time we flew? Cargo heat, cargo smoke. Just remove the failure. That's not it. So active failures, remove, 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 remove. I think that this may be from the last time that we flew, because I had a really hard landing. All right. Apparently that's it. And I think we're done. Okay, we just remove it and that's what does it. Okay, cool. We go back to airplane stuff. Let's start closing doors. We need to go. Okay, let's close the big cargo door and the passenger door. Let's do final fire checks for the engines and stuff. And fire test is good. That looks great. Let's start up the APU. APU is starting. We have got ground 121.9, 121.9. Okay, and we got 119.7 is tower. 119.7 is our tower. There we go, 119.7. All right, looking good. APU should be coming on up. Let's go and do GSX and prepare for pushback and departure. No. Okay, and our stairs should be going. Vex freeze. It's a little chilly here at Spy HQ today. It is a little chilly today. I just disconnected a couple of the wind wing things that I'm not using. Okay, I think we're almost ready to go.
We are ready for pushback.
Hey, guess what? We're ready to get pushed back.
Please stand by for engine start until push is completed and brakes are set.
All right.
FedEx 418 Heavy, runway 36 left, taxi via Victor, November.
Sounds
Mike
like they're
1,
going to kick
cross
us over to the
runway
left
27
side.
Victor, November, Mike 1.
APU is available. APU bleed can go on. Ignition A. Ground power is disconnected. Ground power is disconnected.
Active with Oscar.
American 1, runway 36 center, taxi via Juliet Romeo.
36 Center, Juliet Romeo, American 1.
It almost snowed in Kuma's town. All right, I think we're ready to go.
Charlie 1055.
Target mode Charlie 1055.
We want to push on to taxiway Victor. Memphis ground high from FedEx 441 Heavy, an MD-11 at stand 460 on the north side. Information, it's over on the other screen. Information, Oscar is aboard, requesting start and push on to taxiway Victor.
FedEx 441 Heavy, pushback on taxiway Victor is approved, face west.
Facing west onto Victor for FedEx 441 Heavy. I think we're ready to go. That's going to be a nose left, tail right.
Release parking brakes, please.
All right, we're clear. APU is on. I'm going to disconnect ground power. Let's come on down here and do parking brakes. Parking brakes are on. That looks good. I'm going to remove wheel chocks. Go to the dispatch page. We're done
FedEx
with that.
441 Heavy, actually, I'm going to be standby for a minute. Cancel pushback climb.
FedEx 441, we'll right here. Evans is on in chat on YouTube. Hi, Evan. Welcome aboard. So what we've got today is on this flight, we've got an old FedEx MD-11, and there's a FedEx 777. We're at Memphis Airport, and we're on a network called VATSIM. So I'm sitting at home right now with Microsoft Flight Simulator on my PC. Well, there's somebody sitting at home, and that's their airplane on the network that we're flying. And they're flying a FedEx 777. We're over here at Memphis Airport, which is the big cargo hub for FedEx. The passenger terminal is over there. And over here, you can see all the FedEx buildings. So this is where they would go and load up everything. Are we hauling memes? Oh, yes. And Wilson volleyballs. Because, you know, Tom Hanks and FedEx, right? Dr. Quigley's, welcome aboard. I like this airplane, too. It's a really cool airplane. It is a little bit cloudy here. Oh, we're plenty of silly jokes. Vex freeze. That, how long do you, for the ultimate Mimogen? How, that would be a big Mimi flight. Meme. Let's see. So, Evans, I don't know how new you are to this flight sim thing. We are, like I said, we're on a network that's called VATSIM. We have a flight plan that looks surprisingly like a real-world flight plan that we get through the flight planners that we use. We also use real-world charts for airports and airways and runways. So this is Memphis Airport. We're going to go down to either 36 right or 36 center for our departure and take off to the north. And we're going over to Oklahoma City on this cargo flight. And we're going to, after we depart, we're going to be on the Ducks 5 departure, which means silly guys like me are going to be doing lots of wisecracks with this. So you'll see over here, we take off to the north, and our first waypoint is Beale. And then we do Hivas, and then Ducks, and that is our departure. So we've got all sorts of really cool real things. Hey, there's a duck. We got the wisecrack in there. I'm glad the duck works. It doesn't let you play. What's going on, Evans? It should. Did you, I mean, if you purchased the game, did you, yeah, if you've got the game. So you heard voices.
36 left, taxi by Victor November, Mike 1, cross runway 27 at November.
There is JSG Droid getting ready, and JSG Droid flies with us, so the pilot of that airplane's flying with us, and you heard him on the radio.
Victor November, Mike 1, cross the runway at 36. Right, November.
Oh.
59 at cross runway 27 at November.
Okay, so we're going, oh, we got a long taxi here. And it looks like they're going to put us out on 36 left. So, let's go reprogram for 36 left. I think they're going to do that. I think we're going to go 36 left. 36 left. Via... Yeah, 36 left. Everything else is going to be the same. It's Ducks and Heller. And there's no additional transition. Okay, so we do need to change our performance data for 36 center. It's probably not going to be much. 36 left now. Latest weights, and let's do that. Let's see, that was a quack. I think I've got too many games, so there's too much inventory to play. You do need a lot of space on a hard drive. You also need a fairly beefy system to play Flight Simulator because it's gotten so complex. Yeah, it did change. Flaps are now 14, so we need to change dial a flap now to flaps 14. Flaps 14. Change that over in takeoff and approach. Flaps 14. Speeds, we need to check our new speeds.
441 heavy, pushback and taxiway, Victor is approved, face west.
Push and start on to Victor approved, facing west for FedEx 441 heavy. Okay, let's go. So, passenger signs are on, beacon is going on. Let's go. Parking brake is on.
Please stand by for engine start.
So 147, 163, 171. 147, 163, 171. There we go. All of that looks good. It's working. Congratulations. Here's the thing about these kinds of airplanes. They're really kind of complex. So the important thing, Evans, is to give yourself time to learn this. It takes time to learn these. These are complicated things that we're doing. Canadian Bacon, I agree. This is an incredibly good looking airplane. It really is. Okay, the engines are past that red line, so we can start some engines. The start flow is engine number 3. And we're going to be like Inga of Lufthansa Cargo and start that engine at 18% N2. We'll also keep an eye over on this one for fuel while we're being pushed back. 16, 17, and 18, and fuel. Well, I think it takes time to get used to different airplanes, Kuma. So it does take time to, you know, learn how these airplanes work. There goes engine number 2. Evans likes the TUI jet. Somehow I got the wrong fuel amount. I thought I was going to have to divert, but I was able to get the right amount using the Asobo EFB. That's why you took off like a rocket, huh? Was it a case of kilos versus pounds? Because that usually gets me all the time. Starting engine number 1 and 18%. That's right, we might need some refueling. Oh, it was the pounds and kilos thing. Yeah, so for my UPS and my FedEx flights, it's pounds. For Lufthansa Cargo, it's kilograms. Fuel.
Tow truck disconnected. Bypass pin removed.
Evans is going to get to go to Turkey this year.
Left is clear. Right is clear.
Are you going to the new big airport in Istanbul or other parts of Turkey? Okay, good starts on engines 1 and 2. Temperature of the oil is coming up on engine 1. Oil quantities are good. And starting engine number 3. So engine number 3 starts when the light goes on, and wait for N2. So we're looking for 18 here. 16, 17, 18, fuel. Let's hear it for in-flight refueling. You're going to get to go on a holiday. That's wonderful. I always forget that, Canadian bacon. I always forget that one. So, yeah, we'll do the horizon there. Good, got it. Thank you, Canadian bacon. Got 3 good starts on our engines. APU bleed can go off. And flaps 14. Auto brakes, takeoff.
Reinforcements incoming.
Speed brakes are armed.
Spy flight.
Let's do nav profile armed. Arch NDA is here. Hi, Arch. Hey, you were going to go do some ATC recently, weren't you? Welcome aboard, Arch NDA. If you'd like to learn a lot about airplanes, but also about ATC, the Arch NDA channel. You got a few good things done before the snow moves in. What? People are being crazy about snow? I can't believe it. Everybody's so calm and smart when it comes to snow. Yeah, I hope you're taking out the car that's got like metal liners on each side. Good luck, Arch. Thanks for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. Good to see you. All right, let's go ahead and do a taxi here. Memphis ground, hello again. FedEx 441 pushed and started on to taxiway Victor from stand 460. Information Oscar remains aboard. Sorry, requesting taxi.
FedEx 1959, close position.
Take care, Arch. Safe travels. Watch out.
FedEx 1959, heavy hold position.
So we're not going to need...
FedEx 1959, looks like you pulled off onto the terminal over there. Can you say your intention?
My intention is to get back onto the taxiway and continue taxi to the runway.
Inverser's ready to go. Hunter Girl, people going crazy in Germany if there's... I really... Okay, I can understand. I really...
441 Heavy, runway 36 left, taxi via Victor, November, Mike 1, cross runway 27 at November.
FedEx 441 Heavy, we're going to 36 left via Victor, November, Mike 1. And we are clear to cross runway 927 at November. I mean, there are parts of the U.S. where I understand that people would go silly crazy and be stupid. But I thought the people in Germany were a lot smarter about stuff like that. Taxi light is on to get an MD-11 ready to go. On a taxiway, you do parking brakes off and then look down. So we've got 3 engine levers. All 3 go up. Look outside when the airplane starts rolling. Get a little bit of speed going. And then what you do is come in, and then the engine number 1 and engine number 3 go to idle and taxi with the center engine, the one in the tail. Wesley, it's the same in the Netherlands. I'm amazed. I just figured people were so much smarter there because you deal with colder weather. You're further north than we are. Okay. Well, I still think it's a cool place. Who is going to win the FC Porto? I have no idea, but Kuma has a question. The taxi took forever. Yeah, this is going to be kind of a longer taxi. Medea, High Priest Medea, welcome aboard. Happy Finally Friday. And Hunter Girl, I'm just kind of blown away. I figured that there was... I know it's not a ton of snow in Germany. I know it's not a ton of snow, and it's actually more of like a freezing rain, frost kind of a deal. I just really kind of figured people were smarter about it there. Hey, Pizza Racer, welcome aboard. Loving the MD-11. They've got it going really, really well. And if you look off to the side, you can see all the cargo stuff over there. Let's see. Wesley says the snow is rare. It doesn't happen that often either. That's right. So whenever the snow falls, the best thing to do is stay indoors and have pizza. And stay away from the crazy people, right? Hi, Saeed. Welcome aboard. I have not set my trim. No, I totally forgot. Trim for takeoff is going to be 6.1.
Heavy, contact Memphis Tower, 19.7 over the flight.
Where's the tower?
Trim is set. Have you flown the Rotate? I actually did. I was one of those. So about the time that I started live streaming Canadian Bacon, that is when they announced the Rotate MD-11. And we were all so excited about it. And for almost 2 years, we heard how the MD-11 was going to be coming out soon. And so that's where all of our, sarcastic commentary about soon came from, because it was coming out soon. Now, I don't want to be too mean to them because, I missed the turn. I was too busy yapping about soon. Whoopsie. Well, I screwed that up, didn't I? Hi, Danielle. Welcome aboard. Memphis ground, FedEx 441. We taxied a little bit beyond November here for our turn, so we're going to do a quick U-turn and get back to where we're supposed to be going.
FedEx 441, have you ready?
FNL Aviator, happy Friday. Welcome aboard. MFS, welcome to you. Yeah, I don't think the reversers do all that great. I think I made a wrong turn. We got to do a U-turn. No, it's just big enough for us to make the turn.
On the military event, carrying military cargo, just gets to run in the way we're ready
FedEx 28 Squawk 1677.
Oopsie. Yeah, I got too busy yapping away in chat. Have we gone to like Pisa in Italy? Is that it? Like the Leaning Tower Pisa?
FedEx 28, we're now crossing 166.
All right. That looks good.
Stand back.
Yeah, Pisa in Italy. We did one over in X-Plane. There was a really cool scenery for Pisa in Italy, and we were having all sorts of fun flying into Pisa and then, you know, departing. And if you depart, and it's one of the runways and stuff, you depart one of the runways, you go relatively close to that part of downtown Pisa where the Leaning Tower is. And of course, you know, you don't want to hit it with your jet blast because it would knock the tower over. So
Memphis ground. Just to confirm, you're trying to do VFR pattern work?
there is JSG Droid departing. Hi, JSG Droid. Watch out for crazy sheep out there.
Just for future reference, you don't need a pre-file for VFR pattern work. And you are cleared in I have clearance. Are you ready to copy? Number 335, you don't need a pre-file.
And there is our big MD-11. We're back on the right. Yes, if I just stop yapping, right, Eric? Very nice little taxi by there. Better get on the roadway. Got a bridge over here that they did a good job of modeling.
FedEx 28 Heavy runway 36 center, taxi via Yankee Romeo, hold short of runway 36 right at Romeo.
Taxi Yankee Romeo, hold 36.
Well, I think that probably, you know, you
FedEx 28 Heavy correction, runway 36
I bet you do a single engine taxi on this. I just don't. I think you single engine taxi with this. Yeah, Dr. Quigley, the back tires here. Probably burned a little rubber, right, Mr. Dr. Quigley's off of those? But my guess is, uh-oh, do we make a turn over here? No, that's Mike. We're staying on November. I just don't know if you have to have another engine on for hydraulics, for like, you know, brakes. Because like the single engine taxi in an Airbus, you have to have the yellow electric hydraulic pump on. They are strong, but we're only going up to 28,000 feet, so we're not going to be in the strongest of wind on this one. But yeah, ground speeds are not going to be record setting today. And Kuma says before takeoff we need to stretch. Probably a good idea. And there is the passenger terminal. We have a flight into Cartagena, a VATSIM event later today.
Surface ground, FedEx 2 Alpha Heavy, first 5 Whiskey, taxi of Oscar.
FedEx 2 Alpha Heavy runway 36 center, taxi via Victor Yankee Romeo, cross runway 278 Yankee, hold short runway 36 right at Romeo.
Alright, runway 36 center via Victor Yankee Romeo, cross runway 278 Yankee, hold short of runway 36 right for FedEx 2 Alpha Heavy.
Let's see. We've got VA systems. I think there's only one. It's Glide Slope Pro. This is one of the best ways to find. That's one of the best ways to find the airport that you're looking for. Let's see. No pandas today. I forgot to go and get the pandas. I know. How unbearable of me. Tim Dog says that Glide Slope Pro is a rebrand of BM World. Do they really think that rebranding is going to work? I mean, we're all sim pilots. We know what ValueJet became. Is it time for coffee? It's chilly here today. This is the BM World.
119.7
I think that's the thing, Irby. Yeah. Dad game time, yes. We should, we need to put in the A word. Allegedly. We should get kicked over to the tower here.
Number 335 on every gauge, your clearance for pattern work. I still need you to let me know if you're ready to get that clearance. On 335, you were cleared into the Memphis Class Bravo airspace. Maintain VFR at or below 1,300. Squawk 5501. Number 335, you are cleared into the Memphis Class Bravo airspace. Maintain a VFR at or below 1,300.
EAD box is green. We're all ready to go. Loviz says it's now Glide Slope. They changed their name to clean up their image.
335, I need you to verify. Maintain
Something
VFR
like,
at or below 1,300 and you're
well,
cleared
you know,
into
I guess
Memphis
they
Class Bravo
decided on Glide Slope, Loviz, because ValueJet was already taken, right?
Number 335, you were cleared into the Memphis Class Bravo airspace.
And parking brakes.
Alright, number 335, I'll be able to give you your taxi clearance once you squawk mode Charlie 5501.
All right, I think we're ready to go. Yep, I think we're ready. They have not asked us to go to... Oh, I don't think I started Volanta. We need to do that or the Volanta voice is going to get us. Let's get Volanta going. This is Vector. I checked today.
FedEx 441 Heavy, are you with me?
FedEx 441 holding short of 3.5 left. Fully ready.
FedEx 441, got it over 9.7. I powered display.
1197, you were busy. Thanks, FedEx 441 Heavy. Have a good weekend. I'm waiting to get Volanta. There goes Volanta. But yeah, this has been nicely updated. I think it's working really, really good. Turn off GSX. Turn off the top bar menu. Add our flight plan. And that looks good. Memphis Tower, hi there. FedEx 441 Heavy has information Oscar aboard, holding short of 35 left, fully ready.
FedEx 441 Heavy, Memphis Tower, hold short runway 36 left, traffic short final runway.
Holding short 36 left, FedEx 441 Heavy. Which gives me time to refresh the Volanta. Oh my gosh, look at that. A big MD-11 just came in. Hi, MD-11. Wow, that was pretty short final, wasn't it? I know, Inverser, I really should dig out my checklist for this airplane.
FedEx 441 Heavy, runway 36 left, line up and wait.
36 left, line up and wait, FedEx 441 Heavy. Parking brakes are off. Beacons are on.
FedEx 18 Heavy, welcome to Memphis. You can exit right when
Let's
able,
go.
and,
welcome back, Daniel.
Make sure you're stalking those Charlotte.
I know. What's a checklist?
Roger, and then again, just make sure that your transponder's on both Charlotte. FedEx 18, Roger, no worries. And then you can contact ground on 149.
Arm the
FedEx 18 Heavy, looks like your
auto
squawk
flight.
code is wrong. Make sure you're squawking 4002.
New recruit detected.
4002? Is that us? No, we're supposed to be 5611. We're being good pilots. We're all set. We're ready to go. Okay, landing lights. Well, while we got a sec, if you look outside the plane, the landing lights are these cute little things.
441 Heavy with 040 at 21, just 28, RNF Deal, runway 36 left, clear for takeoff.
Arnav Veal and clear for takeoff, FedEx 441 Heavy. And you can see over
FedEx
here,
441 Heavy, it's runway 36 left, visible.
runway 36 left, clear for takeoff. After takeoff, we are cleared Veal. You can see over
FedEx
here,
441 Heavy, thank you.
you can see that little thing right there. There's our landing light. It comes out of the side like that, which is pretty cool. Capister, you did your first airliner flight at Microsoft Flight Simulator. How did you like it? How did you like that? And landing lights on. Let's go. Throttles up about halfway. Everything looks good. It automatically starts the clock. And auto thrust has got us. V1 and rotate. And positive climb gear. Landing gears going up. And
FedEx 441 Heavy, on to Unicom, have a good flight.
Unicom now, FedEx 441 Heavy. Thank you.
Have a nice day.
All right. And 122.8. There we go, 122.8. And close enough for the moment. And here comes our turn. Flaps retract, flaps 1. Flaps actually up. Slats remain out. Speed's coming up nicely. Lower the nose. And roll out. I'm looking at the crosshairs here on the flight directors. And let's do AP. AP is on. Continue the climb. Flight level 280. Flight level 280. So 28,000 feet. And then slats retract is coming up here. SR, when it changes green, then we can move that up there and set our dial flap to 15 for landing. And a nice departure. Let's see, Air Canada flight canceled from Toronto to North Bay. It is a blinding light, and you could be blinded by the light too. Tapestry, the first mission is at the 737. It's confusing. And the PlayStation 5 Pro was working hard on that. Hey country, welcome aboard. It is a really just awesome looking airplane, isn't it? This is an MD-11 country A1ETC. This is the MD-11. It's from TFDI. It's been in development for a long time, and they just released it to everybody. You can also get it on Contrail, I notice now. So you don't have to get it from TFDI. Big airplanes like this, I like to pick them up from the developers, directly from their website if I can. Uh-oh, forgot to set TARA and TARA for traffic. And TARA's now on. Let's do traffic, data, airports. Traffic data and airports are on. Passing 9,000 feet. Hi, Vinyl Rabbit, welcome back. And that looks good. Coming up on 10,000 feet. So, taxi light off. Retract the landing gear, and landing lights are off. And this is a cargo flight. I don't think we have anybody in there, but you still turn the seatbelt sign off and on. So seatbelts to auto, and everything is good. I don't actually know which one of those is bigger, the 737 or the A380. 10,000 feet. Let's see, temperature outside the airplane. Not on that one. It's 13 degrees Celsius, so we don't need anti-ice until 10 degrees Celsius. Prop Air will be doing flights with the Beechcraft from Billy Bishop to North Bay. Oh, really? Billy Bishop's a fun arrival. You can't take a very big airplane there, can you? Very cloudy gray soup. I mean, that's what's pretty much all over the central and eastern U.S. is the cloudy, soupy stuff. It's not so much here because it's already passed, but it's going to be that. And there's our turn there. Let's make the map a little bigger. That's too big. All right. At high vis, our speed's good, the climb's good. Flaps are up. Let's do after takeoff items. Auto brakes off. Disarm the speed brakes. And out we go. Over here to FMC2. Let's put progress on that side. We're 373 miles from Memphis, from Oklahoma City. Ooh, look at this, clear skies. didn't do that very well. Look at that green. Big boy TGIF, welcome aboard. Was there a new subscriber? Let's see, FNLAV. Oh, country, is this? You're a subscriber over on YouTube. That's right, welcome on in. Thank you for coming in today. Okay, looking good there. Let's see what's ahead of us on VATSIM. So there's Memphis with ground and tower. There we are. So let's see, FedEx 120 is a new MD-11 pilot. And the airplane's still green and it still appears to be in the air, so that's good. Let's see, JSG Droid is over in the 777 today. Drop Vinyl Rabbit's package out. I don't know. Vinyl Rabbit. Is there a Wilson volleyball inside? By the way, if you are a channel member on YouTube, you probably heard us talking about Wilson and all that. The Wilson volleyball is also now over for channel members on YouTube, so I did that one. I added about 20 of the silly little emotes that we have here that we use. Pratt PT says Spy Hat. We're going to have to go with the original Spy Hat because we can't use the other ones because those aren't for this airplane. There's a VATSIM event later. Bogotoa to Cartagena is next. It's going to take the 737 on that one. I think I have to do the MAX for a really cool airline that we usually fly down there. Is that the landing gear panel, Vinyl Rabbit? So I haven't seen if that airplane's been updated in a while. Let's just look and see if Flight 1... Nope, it's not that one that we need. The iFly Manager is what I needed. There we go. So the iFly Manager. It hasn't been updated. And we would be flying, not United, not American, not Flair, that's Canadian, not Alaska, not Air Canada, not Turkish. It's got a really cool livery on the back. Loviz has actually flown this airline before. Oh, I don't think I have it in here. Okay, it isn't in there. Loviz says fly American Airlines. Okay. If that's the case, what do I have for American Airlines? So this would be Bogotoa to Cartagena, and Loviz says American Airlines. Canadian Bear is now a member over on YouTube. Thanks, Canadian Bear. So not only do you have the goofy little emotes and stuff, I think you also get comment priority, and you also, I do a YouTube video every morning on the days that we fly, and you get that. So you get the pre-flight video over there. Thanks for being a channel member over there, Canadian Bear. Big boy, what should I get for my birthday? I'm a student pilot. I don't know. What do you need for your real world flight bag and stuff? Let's see. So the airline that I was talking about, man, I can't remember. TUI, Gol, wasn't Aeromexico. Aerolinas. It was Copa. That was it. It was Copa Airlines. That's the one that I was looking for. But Loviz said, yep, I was thinking about Copa. But we're going to do an American Airlines flight. So American does this, and I could do the 737 MAX, the Phoenix A321, a 777, probably a little too big for this flight, an A319. How about the 737-800? That's probably the best choice. And that would have CFM engines. Copa is a Panamanian airline, so that would not be the better one. So Loviz knows best. Let's do American. So let's make sure that we've got an American Airlines livery for the 737-800. And that means we need this over here. Inverser says it's LATAM. All right, so a 737-800. And let's see, do I have an American Airlines livery loaded? There's Air Berlin. That probably wouldn't go over so well in Cartagena. American Airlines. Let's see. Oh, it's that TWA Heritage Airline. Oh, that would be cool. That is November 915, November. That's it, and it has blended winglets. So that's an airline that's going to be 2-class. So that's going to be AAL B738, blended winglets. Okay. All right, and we've got that loaded and ready to go. So at least we know we're ready there. I also had 2 smaller payware airports. Real World, Loviz says we should fly an Avianca A320. I can do that. I've got that all set up, but I've already flown the Airbus today. I should fly something different. The Mad Dog. Actually, now that the MD-11 is in there, I'm having more fun. I'm having more fun with the MD-11 than the Mad Dog. American Airlines flies to both of these airports. Norway 69 Gaming. Good evening from Norway. Welcome aboard. Good to see you. Thank you for coming in today. I hope it's nice in Norway tonight. We've got some cold weather here, but our simulated airplane works. And we didn't even scratch the paint. Welcome on in. Thanks for coming by. Clouds, I notice, are thickening up a little bit.
Subscriber confirmed.
Eric Kirky just resubbed on Twitch. Thanks for the resub, Eric. Thanks for some really nice jet fuel in the flight plan. Welcome on in. So let's see. I don't think there's no ATC at Oklahoma City. Let's get Real World Digital ATIS. Oak City. LMNO. KOKC. Well, I'll tell you what, this ATIS looks okay to me. Oklahoma City, Information Whiskey. The winds right now are 05020, gusting to 30. Holy moly. It's overcast, -3 degrees already. So a little bit bouncy. The 3.5s are still in use. Be alert, do not mistake PWA, NOTAMs, taxiway, closed, wingspan, closed. Wind shear and microburst aviation information is not available today. The runway 35 right inner marker is unserviceable. Okay. Bird activity, bird ADZY in effect. Okay, so we're all good to go there. Eric, thank you for the resub. Eric, oh, you're Canadian Bear. Okay. You're going to change your name too? Hey, Manafee, welcome aboard. You're doing training session. How's that going? Loviz says yes, a 30-knot crosswind will be fun, but we're big. We're a big airplane, so no problems there. Okay. We're at our final cruise. So let's go to flight plan and takeoff and approach. I like to go over here to performance though for takeoff. So we're 26 miles away from top of descent. I have neglected to do standard altimeter though. Betty was upset with that. We were a little bit low. Our ground speed is a whopping 388 knots. Woohoo. 122.8 is what we're supposed to be at. Tuning the radio was not my strong suit. 122.8, and then CTAF for Oak City is 11935. Okay, that looks good. We can, with this, go to ACARS and weather and get the METAR for KOKC, Oklahoma City, and request it. And then there is our METAR. So you can put that right in the cockpit for us too. Eric needs to get dinner ready before the game. What's for dinner tonight, Eric? It's time for us all to start getting hungry. I think minus 16 degrees Celsius is going to be our high temperature for today. I think staying indoors is the best bet. I'm still craving one of those really big gourmet types of burgers, though, with like chili and, you know, a sharp cheddar cheese or something and big steak fries. I'm probably just going to have to make that here at Spy HQ. Okay, 280. Maybe they left some pizza back here in the back. Don't forget to step down. There's a step there. Anything in the galley? Nope. Everything's all locked up as usual. No food. Hi, Maestro. Welcome aboard. There's 3 very comfortable seats back here. I don't know if this has in-flight entertainment or you just have to bring your own iPad. Manaphy would be a popsicle in 16 degrees. Yes. Yes, the iguanas are probably falling out of the trees here. Access to be used only to inspect cargo. No smoking in the cargo department. In the event of fire, do not open. Keep door closed except for entrance and egress. Take a portable oxygen bottle with you to use in the event of a decompression. I don't know how you open it. Cargo airlines don't spend money on IFE systems. I would imagine so there, Tim Dog. Not much in-flight entertainment here. Nothing to worry about up here. No smoking light remains on. Cabin altitude. Oh wow! At 28,000 feet, it pressurized us to 5,000 feet. So that's definitely a much comfortabler altitude. The pilots have to download the content. Yeah, my guess is if you're going to be back there, you're going to have to download your own stuff into your iPad. Martin is having fun with the 737-800. It's well modeled. It really is well modeled. It's a really good airplane. So if you're looking for your first payware airplane for Microsoft Flight Simulator, that's a good choice. I'm going to have to switch out my autopilot. So we could get ready to do that. We don't need an Airbus autopilot for our next flight, which is a Boeing. So gently move it forward, reach over, unplug it, and then slide it out. And then we'll need a Boeing autopilot. And that is going to be the top one. So we'll plug that into the top one. And it's off for now. Also, one of the things that I've learned is with the Boeing, your flight directors, make sure they're off. And if you use the autopilot disconnect switch, make sure you pop that one back up. That's a good thing to do too. And now that thing's all ready to go. PMDG products, well, they're really good, high quality. I think they're very good quality airplanes. They're solid. You can count on them in a busy VATSIM event, which is really nice. I think it might be time to. I've noticed that since I started using the Boeing autopilot, I used to be able to disconnect the autopilot by pressing the red button on my side stick. Now I actually do have to. I do have to do that to disconnect the autopilot. So I actually have to do that one. But I always forget, so that's just one of the things to make sure you put back. Hey, Flocala, welcome back in. Thank you for coming by today. Welcome aboard. And everything's perfect and set up. Only thing that we might do is check our top of descent, 162 miles. So the only thing that we'd have to do is set our minimums. And minimums are up here. And we first get the chart for minimums. And I'm also going to clear out the Memphis stuff. We don't need those for this flight anymore. So there's the Memphis stuff cleared. And coming in on the arrival, it's the Rifle 3 is what SimBrief gave me, and that's going to be above 6,000 feet at access. And then after that on the ILS, so after access at 6,000 feet, turn south and capture. And ILS is going to be minimums are 1,494 feet. So 1,000 on the Barrow. And all you can really do on this airplane is just sit and crank the dial. And then you look down here below the artificial horizon. And it's a small number, but that's the only way to do that is just to click that. Well, wait a minute. Oh, you can hold it down. Just have to hit the little dial on the right. 1494. That's nice. Just sitting there cranking is not fun.
Subscriber confirmed. Top clearance granted, Agent.
Somebody just did something nice. Hang on a sec. I don't want to let it go. 1,000. 1,100, 1494, 200, 300, 400. That is 1489. So we need to click it to 1494. And 1494 minimums are set. That was Mikey. Hi, Mikey. Welcome aboard. Happy weekend. Mikey did a resub for 51 months. Thank you so much. Welcome on in. Yeah, it is freezing. It's not that bad. I mean, this is actually kind of normal winter temperatures for us. You know, not a lot of snow out there, but it is going to be colder. So minus 16 degrees, just warm up your car. And if you don't have to go anywhere till it warms up, just let it sit there. And that's going to be less wear and tear on your engine. Mikey says there's a big storm in New Jersey. Yeah, it's pretty much central U.S. all the way to the East Coast and down into the South. Even people in Texas are having to prepare for cold temperatures. So, but it's not that bad here. It really isn't. I've seen much worse in terms of temperatures and, of course, snow. It's very light and powdery out there, and all it's going to do is blow around until it gets a little bit warmer. Then it'll melt in place. Then there'll be a few icy spots. Martin is going to take the A350 from Munich to Sao Paulo. It can be, you know, that's why it's important to keep your lights on a little bit brighter, you know, in your house. Don't sit in the dark too much. Keep, keep warm either with your furnace or just extra layering of clothes makes it a little bit better. All right, everything is set up for the arrival. I set up about 60 miles early. I usually try and set up for the arrival at about 100 miles unless we're going into a really big VATSIM event. If we're going into a big VATSIM event, then I kind of have to start a little bit sooner. Things are nice in the Caribbean right now. Florida's going to be nice. You're not going to have, iguanas falling out of trees. But I'll bet the alligators are a little more cranky because it's chilly. Minimums are set. You can't preset the altimeter. I think we're all set up. Martin says in Sweden, you set up UV lights during the winters, and that gives you a little bit of vitamin D. The lowest Manaphy says seen in Florida is 36 degrees Fahrenheit. Flocala says it's 80s right now in Florida. I don't know, 80s is still t-shirt and shorts weather. It's still t-shirt and shorts weather. Eric is making hamburgers tonight. Oh, yay. That would be really tasty. Big old burger, open face with chili on it, and a smoky kind of cheddar cheese or something like that. Big steak fries. Mikey says if it's 30, I don't know. I figure your state of emergency starts at 32 degrees, Mikey. There are hamburglers out there. Mikey says that people from Sweden do like to do holidays in Thailand. And the heavy drinkers go there thinking that it's really great for tying one on. Flocala is going to grill meat and veggies for fajitas tonight. Those are so good. And Mikey saw snow for the first time in Colorado, minus 8 degrees Celsius. Well, it's good that you got the full Colorado experience. It's good to have the full Colorado experience. Wilson volleyball's on the way. You get several kinds of flyby with chase plane, which is nice. We'll make the map a bit bigger now. There we go. No sign of top of descent. That's the 80-mile range. Jed Lawler is back in chat. On YouTube, welcome back in. Okay, all this looks really good. This is Fort Smith, Arkansas is where we're coming close to. So we're just passing by Fort Smith. That's going to be Tulsa, Oklahoma up there, and Oklahoma City is down here. Martin has stew tonight. It's going to simmer for 8 hours. That is really great. Martin, that's awesome. Tortillas tonight for dinner. I'll bet that is really a great combination, and I know it's chilly where you are, so that's really nice too. Yeah, when I lived in South Texas, there were some places to go where there was some insanely good Mexican/Spanish food. There really was. And then I moved out of there, and there really isn't anything. I mean, you know, once you start to move out of that part of the country and the world, it all basically is, you know, it's Taco Bell. And that's like, meh. So I ended up learning how to make a lot of my own Mexican. NATO, Bogota to Cartagena. It's a VATSIM event going into Cartagena. I don't know if Bogota is a part of it or not. So it could be we're on our own for the departure, but it should be good ATC going in. Let's see. That's Caribbean Lights. I think maybe it's on the USA page. Okay. Oh, is that Caribbean Lights? It was Caribbean. Oh, I thought Caribbean Lights was St. Martin de Barbados. There's another one down there. Thanks, Mikey. I thought that was the St. Martin de Barbados for tomorrow. Let's see. So, Cartagena nights, we're departing out of SKCG, which we all have. So my guess is we'll depart out of Bogota on our own. And if you'd like to read this, here is a link to what we're looking at. TimDog has a custom-built thermometer that transmits over Wi-Fi and logs the maximum and minimum temperature. The lowest is minus 5.9. You think, well, based on your forecast, it's gonna get colder, so you're gonna have a new record, a new personal record for your thermometer. Manistee, we actually did have triple ILS operations a week or so ago. Atlanta was it was the Friday night or Saturday night ops or something like that, and it was good. Martin is going to make carbonara for lunch or Philly cheesesteak sandwiches. You got all the bases covered there. You've got all of your bases covered on that one. TimDog says your lowest is going to be -2. So sadly, no new records. Well, maybe those temperatures will be off a bit. $164 miles to top of descent. Martin is going to Athens. Oh, you get the really great Greek gyros. the really cool ones that we see on Instagram. Just cleaning up windows over there in case we get busy. Let's see, we've got DFW and Atlanta Center and I-90 approach. So I-95 approach, I think is what they used to call it. Now it says D10 East. And 75 miles for us. Greek food is really good. Yeah, Captain Zibby's come into chat a few times and sent me some stuff over Discord of things to make. Probably the best one was just, her mix of, garlic to butter to make just, a nice garlic butter. Greek yogurt with honey is good, and you can take Greek yogurt and combine that with a little garlic and cucumber and make tzatziki, which is really good. Madafi says lamb gyros are really good. Total snow accumulation for Tim Dog will be in the top 10. No kidding. So mostly it's not that it's going to be so cold, it's going to be that you're going to get a big snow event. Ooh, clouds are getting a little fluffy and a little bit higher here. We need to watch out for icing. Here is our top of descent hockey stick. No ATC, so over on the arrival, 6,000 feet. That's the bottom of the star. So let's do 6,000 feet. There we go. That looks good. Low vis is landing. I don't feel good about this. So the best thing that I do is get it on the stable approach. I always add a little bit of speed. So for takeoff and approach for a flaps 35 landing, it says 166. I'll probably set my landing speed to about 170. And remember, you're in a much bigger airplane. And so, I'll just kind of steadily get our speed down. Keep the power on. Yeah, I usually keep the power on until it's 20, 10. Actually, no. This airplane. So I leave the autopilot on and let the airplane's auto throttle. I let the airplane's auto throttle go to idle. I let it take care of that. And for me, then I will then engage the reversers and push the throttles forward. Snow's starting in Amarillo right now. I'm glad I'm not there. Yeah, flare just a little bit early. The main gear does sit a long way back. This is a very long airplane. Okay, so we are in profile, and the profile is going to take us down to 6,000 feet. We've already dialed that in, so profile is going to take care of us down to access. And that's the end of the star. Then we're going to make a left turn to about 180 degrees. and continue on down after that to the approach altitude, which is 5,000 feet, so we don't have to do an immediate descent, and then come on in. So far, so good. The 777 and 737 do that as well. Auto retard the throttles. Yeah, they don't. They just don't use the fancy French word that Airbus does, right? They just don't use the airplane voice doesn't use the fancy French word. But I kind of let the airplane do its own, shift down to idle. I just concentrate, pulling the airplane back and trying to do my flare without over flaring, which is that's what I'm stuck in the middle of right now. I either under flare or over flare all the time, and that's why it is I either float halfway down the freaking runway or slam it onto the ground. So that's just life in Spy HQ at the moment. And no angry messages from anybody. No angry email messages. What happened to the chicken when it worked too hard? He got fried. And we've got chicken jokes today. Always like a good chicken joke. Man, I haven't been to that one in so long. It's 2 hours before the event starts. We're flying. What about flying into Bogotoa as well? You mean turning around? Let's see how late it gets. We gotta. It's actually a little bit chillier here in the apartment today because of the cold temperatures. And if it starts to get too cold, I'll turn the furnace on. But if it just gets too cold in here, I'll just lose my voice. Flights to Israel are being canceled. Really? I thought they had a number of them already canceled into Ben Gurion. But a few people added them back. So I don't know, Green. In fact, why don't we do that right now? Is there any ATC? No, there's no ATC. So I'm going to go and just bump the thermostat a little bit. Hang on a sec. All right, we have the heat going now. Yay. How are we doing on our descent? Oh, about ready to start. Hey, Derek, welcome on in. Yeah, it gets pretty quiet in here too on days off. Little too quiet for me, but gotta do that just a little bit. So let's see. That's the approach page. Performance says we are 9 miles away, 1 minute to go. Martin has got more chicken jokes. I figured that was better than the drums. 6 miles to top of descent. So this airplane will see the throttles actually move back by themselves as the airplane starts the descent. Almost there. Green says there could be KLM and Edelweiss between Bogotoa and Cartagena as well. Really? And then back to their... So do they hit both Bogotoa and Cartagena and then go back to their European hubs? Truthful Dread says, what does a possessed chicken lay? Deviled eggs. Easy Bash wants to know, is there cash to earn or something like that, or is it just flying planes? Short answer, it's just flying planes. Just is. That being said, so there's no real big competition that you would expect or anything like that. The secret is these airplanes are getting a lot more complex than they used to be. Flight Sim has gotten a lot more real world than it used to be. The weather, the time, the modeling of the airplanes. Plus, we're flying on a network called VATSIM. Now, right now, this is what we call a chill-out flight. There's no ATC here. We just kind of do what we want to do. But our next flight is going to be a VATSIM event. There'll be a lot of airplanes. You have to fly your airplane just right. And so that's the challenge, is to get as close to real world as you can. But as far as any kind of a competition, a leaderboard, or something like that, there isn't anything. Although people do, you do get a reputation on VATSIM if you are a problem pilot. There goes the throttles, and down we go. Down we go. Loviz refueling might have screwed something up. You couldn't shut down the engines. Haven't known about shutting down the engines on this thing. Minus 202 though. This is a big heavy airplane. I mean, it's monster heavy. I'm at 438,000 pounds. 438,000 pounds. And we have 4 people flying with us. And 180,000 pounds worth of, Wilson volleyballs and stuff. So, let's see, Easy Bash. As far as the reality, this is what a real world flight plan looks like for some of these big airplanes. And I'm using kind of a generic version of this, but you're using as close to real world as possible. Including, a real world chart service and stuff like that. Check 6 says real world Megadog 11 MD-11 drivers flare at 40 feet if heavy. This is done to compensate for the main gear being 120 feet behind the cockpit. So at 40 feet, Check says maybe to do that. I'm relatively heavy. I'm at 438. Maximum weight for this airplane's 451. So when I see here 40, I got to remember to see if I can flare and see how that works. This is Loviz's first time flying on VATSIM. and this is your second flight. I'll bet this is going to become a second favorite to your 777 now. Martin, you know, anything under 300 I think is a good landing rate. Remember, these are big old metal wide-body airplanes. They're carrying a lot of cargo. You're not going to put it on the runway like a feather. That's right. We're looking at, that's actually what I'm kind of looking forward to, Green, is the 777F. Although about 4 or 5 months ago, maybe 6 or 9 months ago, I drove past the airport and saw a UPS 767 freighter. A UPS 767 freighter comes in here, and I thought, wow, that's an awful lot. Yeah, that's the thing. We want the A306 updated. It needs, and it'd be nice to have the avionics that they've been talking about for over a year, but what we really need is a performance update, right? On the 306, I flew that recently, and it was pretty, yeah. Okay. Just moving the chair around, setting the wheels and everything so we can do rudder pedals. FedEx flies a lot of 7.6s and 7.5s. We've had an occasional 7.5. No, actually, there is one that comes in here regularly. It lands at Casper, Wyoming first, and then comes here. And then I think that one goes on to Great Falls. So I mean that one's like doing train whistle stops in a way. Okay, our descent is pretty good. Descent deviation is fairly good too. Let's do an updated weather. So OKC, we have information whiskey. Information whiskey is still current. Here is the METAR, and the altimeter is 3034. 18,000 feet. 3034 up here. Altimeter's checked and set, looking good. Once low-vis learns the MD-11, you can, well, yeah, I mean, it's a great looking airplane. I mean, seriously, this thing looks great. It's an awesome airplane. It's getting old, and there's, you know, that's the problem. It's going to get retired here awfully quick. But it's just an awesome looking airplane. You can carry a lot of cargo in it. Green says that UPS is flying their 747s into Minneapolis. Oh, I'll bet seeing a 747 Green coming in is just, that's a magnificent airplane to see coming into land. Good evening from Dream to Takeoff. Welcome back in. Thanks for coming in. It was frustrating with some of this, you know, some of the growing pains on this airplane. It was a little frustrating. That being said, I'm glad I stuck with it. I don't mind this airplane as much at all. I'm starting to get a little bit impatient with what's been happening with the E-jets. I guess it's sort of like, well, they're being replaced in the real world anyway with the A220, so I'm just, kind of tuning out of those and thinking, okay, the A220 is going to replace them anyway. Arrival looking pretty good. We are 57 miles out. Let's go and get on CTAF 119.350. Look at all the clouds. There's a cool thing that you can do if you're new to all this stuff. So if you're over here on Navigraph, you can see my airplane in the airport over here. Kind of messy, but if you go over here to the ILS page and click it, it will put the ILS on the map and show you where you are in comparison with the ILS. So if you're kind of having a hard time visualizing a lot of this stuff in the sky, this is a great way to see, okay, I'm coming in on the ILS, on the star. There's ASUS, there's our last approach, but then here is the ILS coming into the runway. So this is a really cool way to kind of visualize what's happening next if you haven't quite figured out all of this stuff yet. And plus it's also neat the way they've set that up. I don't think it was meant to be a direct replacement CT Aviation, but from what I've heard, the airlines say, oh yes it is, we like the A220 better, and they're starting to think about blowing it out. Check 6 says if your landing weight will be 438 kilos, technically 438,000, you should aggressively flare to 7 degrees nose up at 43 feet. But either the 40 or 50 foot call out would help. And 7 degrees. Check, I'm going to just copy what you said and put these in my notes so I can remember to try and do that. Okay, thank you. I'm going to try to do that. NMM, thank you. Yeah, it was just the spy stories happened by accident. But yeah, the spy stories happened by accident. And if I ever figure out a little less chaotic life and a little less crazy in the world around us, I do want to try and do a fourth. Jamie Arrowwood, welcome back into chat. Thank you for coming in today. Welcome aboard. From dream to takeoff. Okay, so exactly what is an aggressive flare? Hi, Larson. Thanks for the resub. Larson's been here for 25 months. Welcome on in. Thank you. Good to see you. Let's see. Damantas, did I even say that close to right? Good evening from Lithuania. Welcome aboard, Damantas. Good to see you. Where did I learn? I've been doing flight simming for quite a long time and live streaming for a fair amount of time. And you just pick these things up, Damantas. You choose. Like right now, I've got about 6 airplanes that I keep the procedures kind of, stuffed in between my ears here. And those are the ones that I'm good at. Means that I don't have quite the variety of airplanes that people might want to see, but that's kind of the way you do it. Plus a lot of repetition. JSG Droid had a great landing rate, a -182, and JSG Droid was over in the 777. So that one was really, really nice. Lag just happens there, MFS, and I think it happens to everybody. Okay, there's access right there. So we're looking good there. Okay, so here's another view of what our approach is looking like. There's access, and there is the arrival. You look down, you can see we're about 20 miles out. So maybe when this thing comes into about between 15 and 20, we're going to start our turn south to get ready to do the arrival. So we'll preload our next course, which is going to be right around 180 degrees. From dream to takeoff, this is a McDonnell Douglas MD-11. So this is the second generation after the DC-10. It's a lot more automated. They made some improvements. So, and this is currently available from TFDI. For the PC, you can also get it at Contrail now. So you can get it over at Contrail. I generally suggest that for bigger payware airplanes, you get them directly from the developer's website. That way you're going to be able to get right to the airplane, get their resources like liveries and help files and stuff like that directly from them. All right, let's go ahead and we're going to make that turn. And we're going to be at 250 knots, so I'm going to take control of that. There's 10,000 feet. Landing lights going on. Cabin sign to on. Also, tilted blender, I feel like you get much quicker, unfettered updates. So I think you get access to the update. You know, like if you got to get something through the marketplace, they may update the airplane, but then it's got to go through the marketplace checkout, and that takes longer. Loviz says they have the MD-11 on AnyBuilds, Orbix, and Just Flight. So Contrail, AnyBuilds, Orbix, and Just Flight if you want this airplane and don't want to get it from the manufacturer page. I think getting things updated, especially through AnyBuilds and Orbix and Contrail, is still pretty good. Okay, there's our turn to the south. Next flight is the 737-800. It's cheapest from the developer, which means there's no tax. Spy Tea's good today. There's 9,000. I'm going to continue to let this go down to 4. Let's also get ready for 210 knots. So we're going to also start slowing the plane down because it's time to start doing our twists and turns into the airport. And let's now do an open descent. So it's going to slow us down. Let's do slats extend. Those are the things on the leading edges of the wings that you see coming out. And you can see it's neatly modeled there. Haven't even figured out what's dinner tonight. Probably I've got some like Mediterranean lentil soup or something in a can. Just something easy. But warm. Warm is what I want tonight. Okay, there's 210 knots. Our descent's going good. There's 8,000 feet. Let's do a call out on the radio. Oak City traffic, FedEx 441s and MD-11 heading south right now, setting up for the ILS. Runway 35 right, Oklahoma City. From dream to takeoff, you fly the MD. Well, I think that one of the things is you know, this was a big competitor. McDonnell Douglas at the time that this came out, they were like Boeing's competitors. So you're going to see a lot of things that are a little like little Boeing, but a little McDonnell Douglas. AnyBuilds had it advertised as $82, but Loviz says it's $92 on AnyBuilds. All right, let's go ahead and make a right turn to 270 degrees. That's the neat thing about a north-south runway. You just go ahead and make your turn. It works great. It's always fun to hit the flyby button when you're in a turn. Betty is still flying with us. Betty has not left the cockpit. Okay, so now you can see we got a really good. There was the last part of the star. There is the arrival right there. So that's looking pretty good. Next speed for me is going to be 180. So I'm going to preload 180 knots in there. I'm going to also come down here. Yep, I know about the discontinuity. Takeoff and approach. VAP is going to be, let's call it 167. 167 to land. Auto brakes, medium. Speed brakes, armed. Let's Pete and Shell UK, right? Hi, Pete and Shell UK. Welcome, welcome. All right, what do you say we're heading 270, let's go. How about 330? Start the turn. And 180. Flaps 15. Oak City traffic, FedEx 441's turning finals now for runway 35 right. Oklahoma City. Arm approach and landing. Get that set up for us already. Captain Lorian, good luck with your test. Let us know how it goes, okay? Flaps 28. Betty is super happy. Landing gear, gear going down. The dial of flap is unusual. And I don't know if it turned out to be a good thing or not. I think it gives you a lot more of a finer control over your flap settings by being able to set different flap settings like this based on your weight, the weather, and all that. I don't know in practice how good that was. In now to 29,000.
2,500.
That's right. The MD-80 has dial-a-flap too. Loviz was saying he thought the plane would be more complex. It is when you start hopping down the rabbit holes of all the little things that the real pilots do that we don't do. You know, the hydraulic pressure test and some of the other things that they do. But by and large, I mean, you know, I don't really feel like Inga and Claudia were BSing when they said they really like flying this airplane. It's a great airplane to fly. And they liked it. Again, like I said, I don't think that they were, you know, BSing us with that. You can kind of tell that they were being honest about it. Okay, after landing, good evening, lead, welcome aboard. So runway 35 right, it's gonna be Echo 6. So 10 knot turn at Echo 6, right turn to Echo into cargo land. We've got localizer, no glide slope, but landing is armed. I also think, Loviz, this is a little bit like the Mad Dog in terms of there's a lot more under the hood, a lot more in this airplane than meets the eye, you know. You might look in and say, yeah, you know, some of these textures don't look all that great. But it's got a full CPDLC system and a bunch of other cool stuff. Lee did Heathrow to Edinburgh today. That is a nice training flight. Really a good one if you're just getting started. Well, from dream to takeoff, yeah, it did cause, you know, these airplanes did have a problem. I don't know enough about their problems to be critical of them. I mean, I just have always really liked them. They're a great looking airplane. 3 big ILD engines. Okay, we should be making our turn to final any second now. Bring in the map a click. Victorinox. Oh, these were very expensive. And I guess, you know, if you're talking about the sim airplane, it's a little bit pricey too. 10 miles from the runway. 167 to land. Well, the learning curve is big in flight sim. That's just one of the things. It's a very big learning curve. But it's a doable thing. As I always like to say, if I can do it, you can do it. You know, nothing special about me. I've just got a private pilot's license. But as I also like to remind you from the Harry Potter movie, you know, when Harry said all the great wizards, you know, all the really powerful great wizards in the world started out just like Harry and his friends did as students. If they can do it, why can't we? How do you install liveries? I do liveries right from their application. Oh, wait a minute. No, maybe you do liveries from their website. It could be it's from their website. I think it's from their website. Oak City traffic, FedEx 441 Heavy is now 7-mile finals, landing runway 35 right. Hey Dad, game time, welcome aboard. Not so bad. Not so bad. Loviz just sent you a link for liveries. There you go. Thank you, Loviz. There's your liveries link. Let's see. Victorinox, we're flying that airplane next if you want to see it. Since you're thinking about buying it for your first one, you'll see the PMDG 737-800 next. Dad Game Time says it was minus 30 degrees Fahrenheit. Well, you're also right next to Lake Michigan. That's a big, big bunch of cold water. So no wonder it was that cold. I'd love to, you know, be in Chicago, have the really, really great pizza and stuff like that, but it's not just the windy city, it's the cold city. Learning and practice will get you. Pete, you're absolutely right. Pete and Shell are right. This kind of thing's all about learning and practice. Okay, 167 for our landing speed. Flaps 35. Loviz says that's a good, the PMDG is a good first purchase. St. Louis, Dad Game Time says never go to Chicago. Yeah, but Lou Malnati's Pizza. Lou's. Hi, Beastie Boy, welcome aboard. All right, are we all good? I think so. Autopilot's off. Captain's got the airplane. No auto trimming on this. Loviz, I saw that you sent a link over. I haven't played it, but everybody that's come into chat says it's looking really good. I know we all just bought a DFW. I was a little bit disappointed in the one that we got, so I'm almost wondering if it might be good to pick that one up. Jukebox and G Daddy, welcome on in. All right, concentration time.
300, approaching minimum.
Flight slow.
200,
Flight slow.
minimum.
Landing.
Flight slow. Flight slow. Flight slow.
100,
Flight slow. Flight slow.
50,
Flight slow.
40, 30,
Flight slow.
20, 10.
Reverse. Green. Whoa! Little too much right rudder there. That's Betty. That's Betty. Betty in the cockpit. Speed brakes down, flaps up, landing lights. Uh-oh. There could be a serious problem. There may be butter all over the runway here. There may be a ton of butter. That's right, Betty doesn't criticize my landings. Yeah, Betty's my friend. Get your yellow flags and your yellow cards. Minus 167, 1.12 Gs. 167. Let the unsportsmanlike celebrations begin. That was a very nice landing rate. I'm feeling good about that. It is time for the spy flight to become insufferable. Tim Dog says it was on the Mark II. Really? Well, I remembered. So Check 6 was in chat earlier and said, at my landing rate, they said aggressively flare at 7 degrees when you're at about 43 feet. Now, I wasn't too aggressive. I feel like I was kind of already flared and stuff, so I didn't get too aggressive on it. But when I started to hear the 40, that's when I started to pull back a little bit, and it seemed to be pretty good. And it feels great. Yeah, like I said, that felt awesome. So great. Thank you for the advice, Check 6. All right. Strobes are off. Smug mode engaged. That's okay. Coming into Cartagena, I have a bad feeling. Lead, thank you for popping in to say hi. Welcome on. Thank you for coming by. Have a really great evening and a weekend. The main gear is a long way away, a long way back, isn't it? All right, parking brakes on. After takeoff items, engine 1 and engine 3 go off first. Now we come over here, services, wheel chocks, ground power. A ground power goes on, and then engine number 2 can go off. Come down here, stop altitude reporting, transponder to standby, taxi light off, beacon is off, and we made it. And you know, this is not a bad comparison. So JSG Droid was right next door in the 777, so there's a 777 over there, and there's the MD-11. The big thing is I think that 777 has got, you know, 2 big thirsty engines on it, as opposed to the 3 big thirsty engines that I have. Plus, it's newer. Number 1, smug mode engaged. The front gear was in Oklahoma City. The main gear is in, the gear's a long way back. It is a long way back. There's a lot of airplane between us and the engines. But you can kind of see just, how close in size these were. But this one's older and it's got a third engine. And from a financial standpoint, that's going to make the 777 a much better bet for the cargo companies to be flying. So definitely, that's just the way that is. And hate to see some of the older planes going, especially this one, because it, as we've said in chat, this one's got a really majestic look to it. Just a really majestic look to it. And that's kind of neat. All right, closing off everything here. Pete and Shell, are you flying on a real 777 soon? Less chance of a plane strike. Yeah, low vis. I think you probably made the better choice, though, about waiting for the airplane to not be in so much development mode. I think that that's getting to be a little bit annoying for people. Is, they release the airplane for a pretty penny and then you have to go through with development. I didn't mind it as much with TFDI as I am starting to mind it with the E-Jets, though. Matt, we still have 10 years of service left with the MD-11. I don't know. I'm kind of wondering if that's going to be the case, Matt. I mean, they're already grounded. And so I'm kind of wondering if they're just going to not accelerate it and say, look, we don't want to have to spend the extra money to secure the, to test and secure the engines and stuff like that. I almost am wondering if they're not just going to advance the retirement date and move on, because they've already distributed the workload amongst their other airplanes. So, let's just go and reintegrate it for less than 10 years of service. And 10 years is a long time, but for an airline, it's nothing, I think. Pete and Shell get to do a real 777 flight soon. That'll be fun. Real flights are always great. Easy Bash, career mode, that's basically, and I think career mode's a good thing to do, especially if you're playing on a console, because that's going to give you lots of really cool challenges that maybe you're just not going to get in, you're not going to be able to do with VATSIM and things like that. So the rumor mill is that FedEx at least wants to put the MD back into service. Endemic, really? So there's a rumor mill thing that they're going to put it back into service in April. Okay, maybe they're just straining their system too much and they need to have the airplanes back in. I don't know. I figure that they're just all about costs and stuff. So. Okay, our arrival airport is SKCG. So there is Bogotoa right there, and SKCG is up there. So no ATC at the moment. We're a little early for the event, so we can rabbit hole a little bit here. And since there's no digital ATIS for these airports, we can go to the real world here and take a look and see what's happening at these airports. Yeah, we'll see if the FAA lets it happen. UPS have tons of MDs. Yeah, so my guess is they're just going to, distribute the workload of the MD-11s to the A300s, the 757s, and the 777s, and all of that is what they were going to do. Jumpman just did a nice resub. Thanks, Jumpman. That was a nice resub. Jumpman's been here for 32 months, and thank you for 32 months of great support in helping me to keep this ridiculous show going. Thank you. Let's look at Cartagena, SKCG. So we'll go to our destination airport first and see what they're doing in the real world. And if we come on down here, so here is Cartagena here. And it really looks to me like they're landing north in Cartagena. So that's going to be runway 1 and 19. So my guess is we're going to plan on runway 1 for the arrival airport. So landing north, runway 01. Now let's look at the arrival, the departure airport. That is going to be Bogota, SKBO. You can see there's a lot going on here. So here in Bogota, it looks like they're landing and departing to the north, to the northwest. Now let's look at traffic flow coming in. So there's Cartagena there. My guess is they're doing the Cartagena traffic. It's going to be over on this side over here. So my guess is it's going to be runway 32 right for departure. Nothing but guessing at the moment. So it's just nothing but a guess, but that's what I'd say is what's going on. So that's kind of what we got for to plan for our runways. Okay, so all of that looks good. Let's go down to Bogota and we'll see who's on the ground. So here we are in Bogota down here. Now let's see how bad it is. So currently the time, it's 22:24 Zulu. We're like really, really early on this. So we can either do the flight early. I'd vote for let's just get going. It's actually kind of cold here. So I'd kind of like to get this going if that's all right. If you want to do the wait a little bit, please do, but I'm going to get going. There's only so much time that this is going to work in. My voice is going to work in cold air. And yes, I could turn up the thermostat more, but then it gets ridiculous. Okay, so Loviz says we had to fly an American Airlines 737-800. Okay, let's come over to, we're going to need the autopilot on. So now we powered up the Boeing autopilot, and let's go and get SimApp Pro working. From Dream to Takeoff, welcome in. So any tips to master these types? Repetition. I just have flown these repetition. The thing that I'm running into is I'm running into a lack of RAM. Like a computer, I think that the human brain only has so much RAM up here. And I can have the startup and flying procedures for about 6 airplanes up here before I start leaking information out of my head. So that's kind of the way that goes. And as far as preparing for the flight from Dream to Takeoff, you're seeing it right now. I go and before the flight, I'm going to look and see what either VATSIM is doing or what they're doing in the real world. Chances are what they're doing in the real world is what VATSIM's going to do. Unless it's, like Atlanta from the other night where they had ILSs on all 3 runways. My guess is real world was only running 2 runways. But so take a look at the real world. Make sure that all of my controls are set right now before we even start the sim. And the autopilot's ready to go. The throttles are ready to go. I don't have to change the side stick. Let's go and start the flight simulator. So here comes Microsoft Flight Simulator. And I wait until it says it's launching the game. And when it says it's launching the game, then I go ahead and start my flight plan. Hi, Mach 3 Outdoors. I hope I said hi. And then we do new flight. So let's get ready to go. Loviz says American Airlines, so AAL. And my silly number. And SKBO, Bogota. And SKCG, Cartagena. I'm going to add, just to this flight plan, I'm adding about another 10 to 15 minutes to my departure time because I spend a little more time yapping about it and stuff. Martin has landed in Athens. Say hi to Captain Sibby for me. Now let's get the correct airplane, which is Boeing 737-800. And there's our flight. And you can see it's almost following the same flight plan that we were looking at in the real world. Dr. Quigley says that shipping companies have way too much invested into the planes to just ground them permanently. This likely expedited their final flight, but they haven't had their final flights yet. That makes sense. And it could be I'm, just advancing it too fast. But yeah, there is a lot invested in the planes. Okay, American Airlines. Hydrate time. Yay. Okay, runways. We think 3-2 right and runway 1. 9 times out of 10, when I go and I check out the real world or check out the runways, SimBrief gets it right. If I don't, it gets it wrong. Just the way it is. Fuel planning. This is an important step that doesn't happen automatically. And down here for ATC fuel, depending upon the kind of event, I'm going to add a little extra fuel. This one, I'm going to add 15 minutes of fuel. Just extra for ATC, for holds and twists and turns and everything else. If it's vectors to Copenhagen, if it's Frankfurt Friday, I add about 30 minutes of fuel. If it's a super busy Friday night ops into Chicago or something like that, I might add up to 45 minutes of fuel for the flight. Okay, so all of this looks good. Let's generate this flight plan. That's a good point, Dr. Quigley's. It could be I'm being just a little bit too ruthless with, get rid of this old airplane as an expense. Let's fly the new one. Okay, we're going to need... Actually, we don't need a PDF. This is a PMDG airplane, but I'm going to go ahead and save it to my desktop in case I do need it. I'm also going to make a copy of its address on the internet if you want to see my final flight numbers. There they are. And now we'll pre-file on VATSIM. VATSIM, pre-file. Okay, it's a 737-800. Says 36,000 feet for our final cruise. And it's an hour, 117 minutes. No, hour and 17 minutes. So that looks like it's probably a pretty good altitude. Sometimes for the shorter flights, SimBrief puts us up a little too high. And let's file. We are filed on VATSIM. Okay, I'm going to leave this page open. I'm going to leave the flight plan page ready, but then we go to VATSIM and we find a place to park. If we want, we can come back over here and we can come back into the airport and we can search again for Bogotoa, SKBO. There is Bogotoa. And then come down here and let's look for an American Airlines flight. There's Avianca, there's FedEx. Ooh, we could have done FedExing. We're looking for an American Airlines. Aeromexico. ARE. I don't see American. Okay, what I was looking for was a real American Airlines flight to see where they might park. So just to choose a parking place, that's another little rabbit hole that you can jump into. Hi, Fryok. Welcome aboard. Landy says, yeah, the only reason I'm using the flight tracker that I do is, well, I used to be signed up for it. I'm not anymore. It's just the place I go. I know where to find it fast. Here's an American Airlines flight over here. So maybe there's American Airlines flights here. We'll go to like gate 15 in there. Okay, we are all set up. And this is going to be a Boeing 737-800. And we're going to SKCG. All right, this should be a new title. Let's see. Lincoln Dad, Incan Dad, I don't know how to say that. Welcome aboard. I totally mispronounced your name. Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in. Okay, we got the title updated too. So the title is updated. I've got the flight plan updated. Let's go and clear out some data here. So we're going to move that MD-11 flight up one. We don't need that taxi clearance. And we don't need those runways anymore. And we can get the actual flight plan. Senor Tomas, happy Friday. Lock and load, thank you for reminding me. I know, every now and then I just need a reminder on some of the names. I do try to remember. But sometimes the best laid intentions. Thanks, Lock and Load. Okay, there's our flight plan. That all looks good. First flight tomorrow is St. Martin to Barbados. More beach flying while it's really cold. Okay, so all of that looks great too. We'll need, when we go to select the airplane, we'll need the one with the blended winglets and stuff. Landy says north side. So I'm on that north side terminal there. Is that okay, Landy? Thank you. Okay, flight. Here's a little safety tip on Microsoft Flight Simulator. It says it's ready to start, right? It's got options. I always like to let it go just a little bit longer. Just a little bit longer. Let it sit, because even though it says it's ready for us humans to start interacting with it, it's still loading. And if you got an older system, then its little brain gets confused. So I kind of like to let it just take let these movies, smooth out. That means it's ready for, humans to start clicking buttons. Landy says next to the EDW 92 Papa flight. Okay, so that's really on that north side there. Okay. I'm going to stay in the little pocket. Okay, this is a 737-800. And it's going to be 737-800 passengers, but we need blended winglets. So 737-800 passenger BW blended winglets. Landy says it's gate 38. Save and no, we have to configure it. That's Air Berlin. That wouldn't work out so well. Although, yeah, we've got an Air Berlin 737. This is American Airlines. My guess is it's going to be a 2-class cabin. And we're going to go get a livery. And there's American Airlines. And it's got a TWA vintage livery on it. Yeah, you get all the airplanes. You get all of these variants now. You buy the 737-800, you're going to get cargo, you're going to get passenger, you'll even get a bizjet version of it. You get blended winglets, you get scimitars, split scimitars, all of that. So you get all the variants. Okay, that looks good. Let's do save and go back. It's who? There may not be any. The VATSIM event is set for Cartagena, not Bogotoa. I just chose this as a good departure airport, and to be honest, it's getting kind of chilly here in the Spike apartment. Temperatures are probably starting to drop, so I'm kind of getting going early because this isn't going to last forever because of the cold. But there will be ATC possibly going in. If you wait until the event starts, you'll have it for sure. SKBO, Bogotoa. Whoops. Come on, SKBO. There we go. There's gate 13 and 15 that I should snag. There we go. That's a good one. Nobody's there. It's supposed to be pretty crisp for lock and load too, -5. Yeah. Sunjammer's going to call it a night. Good night, Sunjammer. Hope it's good. Good start to your weekend. We'll catch you next time. Okay, I think we're ready. Let's load it in. While it's loading, I'm just going to go and make a quick change. Don't touch that remote. All right. I had to add an extra layer. Ready to fly. Here we go. Peter's back in chat. Welcome back, Peter. And Bond MI Boy. Did I say even close to that right? Yeah, I'm looking forward to it too. We'll see when it's ready to go. Not sure when it'll be ready, but I'm definitely looking forward to the 7.5. Let's see if VATSIM will let us on. Okay, so this is going to be an AAL flight. Uh-oh. I think somebody popped in and popped out. And this is a Boeing 737-800. JSG Droid says, we've got ground control. Yay. This is a really cool livery. So this livery that you see, this is this one is this one's got TWA. So this was a TWA. I kind of missed them too. And I think there's another airplane there. Ellen Dave just hit the sub button. I don't know what happened to the sounds. Hang on. Nope. I guess that was the other airplane. So yeah, this was a this is a little TWA. Look, Ellen Dave, thanks for the resub. Ellen Dave has been here for 35 months, and thank you for a 35-month resub. All right, let's come on over here, and we got a few things to do. Ground ops. We're going to release the stairs, turn it into a jetway. So we're going to do that. I'm going to start Volanta. All sorts of little things to do before we can get going. So the door's closed, and now the stairs are going to go away. Flocala, yeah, there was a lot of that. And if you take a look, so here is Volanta. That is the real world airplane. So November 915 November for American Airlines is a 737 that's got the big old TWA on the back, which is really great. Kind of like that. You know, the old vintage liveries and stuff. All right. That should be good. Let me update a few things. Okay, just hit a couple of updates over on the stream and everything should be working pretty good. Captain Chris, TW ground is on. Yay. All right, let's go back in and we need to request a jetway and ground power. Here comes the jetway and ground power. Look down here, make sure that it's the door's unarmed, the slide's unarmed, and we can even open the door there. And there's our jetway. We're all ready to go. All right, so we got ground power and everything else looks good. Let's go and do the main page. Request data from SimBrief. There is our flight from SimBrief. I'm gonna put it into Navigraph mode, and all that looks good. Okay, let's see here. All of that looks good. Lovis says that American has a new modern 100-year livery for the 737-800. Oh, really? That's going to be nice. Is that the same thing from the old? So they've also got the old, like, what was it? It was a silver with a lot of red stripes on it. Because I think they've already done it with one of their bigger planes. All right, that looks really good. Departure. SKBO Airport. I would imagine that those are going to be coming to PMDG 737. Here's our parking stands. And I think we are at gate lucky 13, right? Yep, lucky 13. So I'm gonna, since ATC is popping on, let's put in our gate number. Don't know which one we're gonna do when we land. Trouble with some of the spacing on this being weird. Okay, gate 12. And we think we're going to go off on runway 32, right? CT Aviation says it's American has become a favorite airline for years. Lovis says no, it's not going to look like that old vintage, the big one. So that's going to be really nice then. I'm looking forward to seeing what that other vintage livery is going to look like. The one with the pizza and the beer. Well, we like anything with the pizza and the beer. Okay, so we think we're going to blast off on 32 right. Come over there. That looks great. And the departure. Danza 4 Romeo. It's a 4 Romeo departure. Danza 4 Romeo is what we think our departure is going to be. And let's look in the boxes. Initial climb. I don't see a top climb clearance here. How about over here? Transition level is 18,000 feet. We're going to exit at Gikpu. That's flight level 220. And then there's an initial climb here. And that's going to put us out at BO 509. There's BO 509. So it looks like this departure actually just take off and we go all the way around the airport here. So that's our departure there. All right. And let's do the arrival. We're expecting arrivals on runway 1. And it's going to be Ugreb 3 Bravo. The Ugreb 3 Bravo. There's Ugreb. So Ugreb at above 6,000, and that puts us at Simab. And at Simab, we want an ILS for runway 1. And that's going to put us down to 3,000 feet right into the runway. And we got an airport and parking spots. We've been here before, so we know we're doing. Oh, here's what Loviz says they're gonna the new American Airlines livery. So this is a Boeing 737-800 100th anniversary. Ooh, that looks really nice. That's a good 100 year anniversary too. So they've got a vintage version and a modern version. Hi, Iowa Scotsman. Welcome, welcome. Tim Dog likes Southwest over American. My switch was primarily because American was taking the MD on the route that I was flying, while Southwest was 737s. And the 737-300s were more comfortable than the Mad Dog. And Lovis says that this airplane is actually out too. So this airplane is actually out too. Looks like they did a really nice job. They did stuff on the inside. Oh, look at this. They've got American Airlines 100-year anniversary pens instead of PMDG pens. And they've got a 100-year anniversary. We might have to get this one. I generally try and stick only with liveries that are in the app. I kind of think this would be a good one to have. Think this one might be a good one to have. Okay, so we already know what the flight's going to be like. Let's get ready to go. I think it's power time. Emergency exit lights armed and guarded. Navigation lights on. It is a little yeah, it's starting to get cold here. Had to do a wardrobe change because it's chilly. All right, our final cruise. Oh, it was 36,000 feet. The pub had a log fire. See, that's what I would really like to go. If I move to someplace, I want to move someplace that has a log fire like that. Something that looks a little like the Leaky Cauldron. That would be perfect. Let's see. Landing elevation. Landing elevation at Cartagena. Wrong one. Seven feet above sea level. So the closest that we're going to get is right there. Okay, so that looks good. Let's do window heat. Window heaters are good. And then we need to come up here. And we're going to turn the brightness up here on the IRS display. And nav. And nav. All right, getting that American Airlines livery for the 737. That'll be a good one to have. All right, the display's showing, so it looks like it's probably doing its thing. Come on down here to the FMC. Navigation data did get updated to February 19th of 2026. Position init. We are in Bogotoa, SKBO. SKBO. We are at gate Lucky 13. Page 2 has GPS positions on it. Compare your GPS position with your gate position. It should be almost identical, and put it in. So what is the best beverage and the snack at the pub tonight? What would be the best? What was the beverage and snack of choice at the pub? Okay, everything looks good there. Let's go to route. Put SKBO in origin, and it sometimes takes a second. And then request your flight plan. I know there's somebody in chat right now that's watching this because they're thinking of getting this as their first payware airplane. There's a few things that you have to set up, but once you set this airplane up, it's a really great airplane. Single malt tonight, and that is a vegetable tray, right? I'm not going to attempt to pronounce it. I haven't had enough to drink yet. On a cold night, the best beverage would be yes. Well, I would go for an ale or a stout, but I want like, pizza bites or something like that. Hot pizza bites or garlic nuts, that kind of deal. No, it was cured meats, cheeses, crackers. Oh, that sounds great, Poliot. That sounds really good. All right, let's set the payload. This loads our passengers. Payloads are done. Let's clear it. Let's set the fuel. Fuel's aboard. We're done fueling. Now you can go through GSX and you can do all that stuff, and then select the route, and that's going to take a second. A shepherd's pie and a Guinness would be good. Hi, USMC vet. Or a hot steaming pizza. And a Newcastle nut ale would be good too. All right, route uplink is ready. Clear it and hit load. Now, if you're new, if you're watching this thinking you're going to get this airplane, all of this airplane is connected to your SimBrief account. So your last flight plan, if it's for this airplane, it puts it all in there, in an awful lot of the way like the real airplane would be. And if you look over here on page 2, you can see there's our route. It's in. So we'll activate it and execute it. 121.8 is ground.
Back is correct. Report for push and start.
Copy, report for push and start. And can we get 32 left on departure for FedEx 14?
We want 32 right. All right. So far, so good.
FedEx 418, do you have an estimate of
Altimeter here is 1023.
That works for FedEx 14.
All right, we're going to give the band a little bit of a break right now because we've got to do our clearance. Bogota ground, a very good evening from American Airlines Flight 441. We're 737 at gate 13. We do have the latest weather aboard, requesting clearance to Cartagena. I think I'm at gate 13. It is a sophisticated way to snack. Dead air can't be good. The dead air.
441, hello sir. We're clear to Cartagena. This is a 4 Romeo departure. Transition gate runway 32 right. Climate flight level 360. Squawk 1353.
New recruit detected. Welcome aboard, Agent. Stay sharp.
American 441, we are cleared to Cartagena via the Dansar 4 Romeo departure off of runway 32 right. Climb and maintain flight level 360. Our squawk is 1353 for American 441.
American 441, your seat is Osusu for Romeo. Osusu for Romeo in the transition gate pool.
The departure is the Isuzu for Romeo with a Gikpu transition for American 441.
American 441, you're ready by this call, report for push and start.
We'll call for push and start. Thanks for the clearance for American 441. Okay, we got a different one. Let's go into chat here and find the Isuzu departure. So we didn't get this up. We need to find the other one. So SIDS, SKBO, Isuzu. Isuzu. All right. Isudo for Romeo. It's going to have to be a for Romeo. That's top key. That can't be it. Osusu for Romeo, right on top of it. Here's our departure. All right, so we're going to do this one instead. Oh, this one's a lot better. I like this one a lot better. Let's go ahead and turn off the old one. All right, so Isuzu for departure. We just chug right on out there. That's really good. I cannot read RTY7526. I can't read the text on that, but welcome aboard. Thanks for the follow. Let's see. Truthful Dread always makes that tray with an aged ham. That's what some people might call me if I've been telling too many jokes. In 2 hours, a madman is going to climb the outside of a skyscraper in Taipei on Netflix with no safety equipment. That sounds like Madman to me too. I can't do that. I couldn't. Okay, so it's the Osusu. All right, let's go do departure and arrival. Oh, and we do have an APU running. So we need to turn on the APU bleed. The isolation valve is off, and we're going to turn on the APU packs so that we can make the airplane comfy, because we care about comfy here. Expecting runway 32 right for departure. 32 right. Isuzu. Okay, is it Isno? No, it's Osusu for right. Osusu. There it is. Osus for right. Looks a little sus to me there. Yeah, I would think that they're going to have some sort of a delay on that. Let's see. Martin says that Martin has found out that the Bluebird airplane is $80. You know what? If I could pay for it right now, Martin, just like you, I'd say fine. I would love to. I would love to prepay for that airplane. And then patiently wait until it's ready for release. Yeah, well, that's it. I mean, Truthful Dread, sadly, that's what most people that are going to be tuning in watching. They want to see the splat. I'm afraid that I have seen a few, other kinds of splats in my life, and that's enough, so I can't do that. Okay, let's see. Our arrival, Ugreb 3 Bravo. Ugreb 3 Bravo. We're coming in via Kivob, Simab, and Susti. I don't know. That's why we'll look. Oh, there's going to be people out there live streaming and stuff. And they'll load it up to their channel in a heartbeat. Hi, Melvin. Welcome aboard. Truthful Dread is going to be watching for the climbing technique. I'm sorry, I just had an insanely bratty thing pop into my head. I don't mean to be so mean. I really did. I didn't. It was mean. You mean like the people who get Playboy for the articles? ILS. Hi, Melvin Leroy. Hi, Melvin. Welcome aboard. Welcome in. Thanks for coming in. Happy New Day. Simab. Is Simab good for our star? Simab. That's our transition. It's great to get this done now. because sometimes on these VATSIM events you're way too busy. Paulette, you had the same thought. Yes. Okay, I'm glad it wasn't just me. It's sort of like, have I barely become that jaded and cynical? Okay, legs. And after Asusu, it's Gikpu. Close that one, and there is our arrival. All set. Oh, Truthful Dread. Okay, so you do rock climbing. There's a reason. I get it now. I'll stop being so, you know. All right, all of that looks really good. Let's go to route and performance in it. 36,000 feet. Cruise winds 152 at 16. 152 at 16. Cost index is 74. Low vis, I'm going to wait until the Bluebird is released and reviewed until I buy it. They have never released a product before. Yeah, and I'm still, you're absolutely right. And I'm still, like I said, a tad bit annoyed with the E-Jets right now. That being said, I don't know. I can't be the 757 spy, even though at some point this year we're going to just become the spy flight. But at some point in time, wait a minute. We're supposed to wear pants on the internet? Uh-oh. Kidding, of course. Yeah, we had to have, well, it was a lot more serious on broadcast radio and TV for a delay. I mean, you really had to watch out for that. I understand where you're coming from, Loviz. I'll probably get it as soon as it's available because, again, I'm the 757 spy, and yes, I'd like that. So we'll see. The history of the community has taught us that when a developer with no released products is cocky and arrogant about their product before it released, it often bites them in the ass. You know, you cut right to it. That's about it. And God knows there aren't any cocky and arrogant people on the internet, right? There aren't. It is the PMDG. Yep. Okay, reserves. Reserves are 4.3. 4.3 are reserves. Let's see. Manafee has been doing some training today to be a tower controller. And zero fuel weight should be 126.0. Hey, got it right. Yay. Well, there was a lot of hype there. And I still, it's not that I wish these people, you know, anything bad. I don't. But I do, you know, we've been kind of burned before, and troubleshooting an airplane is just not fun. It's even less fun when you're live streaming. Our initial heading is 315 degrees. It's even less fun when you're live streaming. So 315, flight level 360. Yeah, you know, the pants thing was a real joke because, you know, in the middle of the live stream, I'm going and getting more layers because it's so freaking cold
Reinforcements incoming. More agents joining the spy
we
flight.
just got a nice raid from, who is it? Oh, it's Two Tone Murphy. If you have not seen Two Tone Murphy, and Two Tone also has a very good YouTube channel, especially if you are new to the world of flight simming and stuff like that. And of course, Two Tone Murphy has the best emote in Twitch. It's a Guinness pint that's always full. So, hi Super Typhon, good to see you. Mountain Man, that's right, the A220 is something we want to. Murphy, Two Tone, thank you so much. Welcome aboard. I hope you're doing good. Hey, you brought Musefan and Goblin Zeus. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, they needed to do a lot more work on that, I think. before they popped it out. And I know they probably needed some capital and stuff like that, but still. Goblin Zeus, that is an awesome emote. If only the real world beer glasses worked like that, right? All right, I think all of this is looking great. Let's go ahead and get ready to rumble. I'm going to go and get the generators on. And Two-Tone also is one that is helping me keep my life going here, and I couldn't do it without you. Man, Two-Tone, thanks for a really nice resub. Good to see you. Thank you for coming by. Thank you for sharing your audience. You're bringing your friends along. And I hope that your pint glass is always full. All right, I think it's about time to go. We did get a squawk code. Our squawkage for today is 1353. 1353. There we go. That looks really good. And APU is on. Disconnect ground power. Let's go close the door and depart the scene of the crime. So come on over here. Go to ground operations. Let us go to door management and close the door. You know you've had too much scotch when you keep trying to wipe a smudge out off your screen, but it's actually on your glasses. Not because of the scotch thing, but it is also kind of one of the reasons why before each live stream, I always take this over and wash it under hot water. Just because, you know, whenever I fly, I've really got to do that. Arm doors for departure. Ground connections. Let's release the ground power. Let's release the jetway. And all of that looks really good. Let's go ahead and do our takeoff data. There goes our jetway and all of that. That page is clear. Performance init. We are departing off of runway 32 right. So runway 32 right. Let's import from the aircraft, import the weather. 3024 is set and calculate. Yeah, Polyot. I always try and make sure these are clean. Okay, I think all is right with the world. So our rating is going to be takeoff, and our selected temperature is 32 degrees. So takeoff rating and 32 degrees. No derate here. Takeoff, it's going to be flaps 5. Center of gravity is 24.29. 24.3. 24.3. Hi, she's 17. Welcome aboard. And our speeds for takeoff are going to be 139, 141, and 143. 139, 141, and 143. 143 up here. 143 up there. Okay, altimeters are set. Yes. Heading, speed, altitude. Flight directors can go on. Flight directors are on. Doors are closed. Electrical hydraulic pumps are going on. Seat belts can go on with the doors closed. That looks really good. I think we're ready to rumble. Let's go and get a pushback truck. All of this is clear, right? Flight bag, and that's good. Okay, pushback truck. So we got to have GSX for that. And GSX. Where are we now? We are in Bogotoa, and we are going to Cartagena. Let's see. We'll just use Avianca gear today. I bet that's JSG Droid taxiing right over there. JSG Droid is out the gate. Hello, Captain Chris. Happy Friday to you. Let's see. Parking brakes. Let's arm the parking brakes. Let's turn the radio back on. Let's listen in. I see tower is up now. Tower is 118.1. 11.
741, push and start is approved. Spot 12, facing Bravo 7.
Correction.
Spot 12, facing Bravo
7, KLM 741 heavy.
KLM 741, correction. Taxi.
Transponder going on.
Spot 12, taxi, facing Bravo 8.
Spot 12, Bravo 8, KLM 741 heavy.
Remove
Buena
chocks.
superficie, buena tarde, Cosmic 3508.
Chocks are gone.
3508, buenas tardes, por favor.
American Airlines on a domestic route. How lost are we?
Airways 92 Foxtrot, still waiting for the clearance.
Yes, again, sorry. Otherwise, 92 Foxtrot. You are clear to Cartagena, ASUS for Romeo departure, transition gate to plan.
But we wanted to fly the TWA Heritage livery.
Squawk is 1354. And
We're going to go nose left, tail right.
Roger, clear destination done for Romeo departure.
Any collision lights going on?
Runway 32, right Squawk 125.
We've cleared all
Airways
moorings.
92
Passengers
Foxtrot,
are
ready
in
for
their
push
seats.
startle.
Flight attendants, seats for taxi and stuff.
No, otherwise 92 Foxtrot. Your runway of the correction. Your departure is ASUS for Romeo. ASUS for Romeo, and your transition is gate.
Roger, ASUS for Romeo, gate for transition, otherwise 92 Foxtrot.
On the bit of the ground, it's Fox Charlie Golf 105 Heavy, ready to push and start up. And if you just confirm our departure, just to double check here if it's possible.
Otherwise 92 Fox, so push and start is approved. Spot 10, correction. Spot 14 facing Bravo 7.
14 facing Bravo 7, otherwise 92 Fox, thank you.
Bogotoa ground, hello again from American Airlines Flight 441, stand 13 with the latest weather, requesting startup and pushback.
American 441, push and start approved, spot 27.
Push and start approved, we'll go to spot 27, American 441. Shall we go? Parking brakes, and away we go. This is actually a cute little airport that we've got for Bogotoa. Said spot 27.
A bit of the ground, could you just confirm if you get my last messages, Fox Charlie Golf 105?
SKBO to Miami with a connection at SKCG. Yeah, we have a special connection. It's a special little connection on this flight.
No worries, we are ready to push.
All right, let's go and do packs off. It's a Boeing, so Boeing starts engine 2 first, so ground start.
Yes, your departure is ASUS.
And N2 is going up, starter valve is open.
Spot 39. ASUS for Romeo, transition across, Alpha, Kilo, Romeo, Oscar Bravo.
20% fuel.
Climax 105 heavy, thank you.
That's 1046, okay.
Kilo 1046, taxi to 7.1 to right, via Foxtrot Echo Alpha.
44 to right via Foxtrot Echo Mike Alpha, land 1046.
And advise 902 Papa, we are also ready for taxi.
American 19599 for your departure, Unicom 122.8, have a nice flight.
Parking brakes.
I see tower on my 118.1.
Low vis goes to Columbia a lot out of Miami, IRL on American Airlines. Briggsy had 5 CTDs. I'm going to guess different airplanes and different airports, or was it all the same one? If it was all the same one, then I'd say no. It's, you know, it might be your airport or your airplane. But if it was different airplanes and different airports, then you're probably right, Briggsy. Fortunately, Flight Sim
Superficie, muy
2024
buenas
is
tardes,
not that
Avianca
big of a problem to
061, rodando de
reinstall.
Alfa, libera pista 32 derecha, solicitamos rodaje a terminal internacional, al puente que a usted le acomode.
Avianca 1, corrección, Avianca 061, buenas tardes.
Low Viz went plane spotting, and you got chased by a dog. Different places, different airports. Nice and quick. Okay. I think so,
Bravo 7,
Briggsy.
posición 35, Avianca 061.
I think you're probably right, Briggsy. So one of the things that I've done when I have to go and do one of those is I take my current community folder and I rename it. And when I rename it, there's our way. Bye. When I rename it to something else, that way everything in the community folder, you don't have to download a bunch of other stuff again. Because when you reinstall, it's going to give you a new community folder. And then you can just slowly drag a few things back in. You can drag a few things back in, and that makes it just a touch easier on that. That might help. Hi, Natalia. Welcome aboard.
Roger, following the company 350, taxiing via Bravo 7 Alpha, with Nancy Fox.
Okay, flaps 5 for takeoff.
Avianca 061, por favor, en Alfa se
Packs back on. Generators on. Isolation valve off. APU bleeds
A la vista le
off.
cedemos el paso a los tráficos de Edelweiss.
Yaw dampers. Probes are auto on this plane, so we don't have to do that. Everything else is good to go up here. APU off. Auto brakes to RTO.
Ground, good evening, KLM 749 and spot 20.
Continuous restart.
Our clearance to Cartagena.
Happy Pappy, you had a CTD on descent? That's never nice, especially after you've done most of your flight. Natalia says it's Colombia.
Ready to copy, Flamax 376
With an O instead of a U, right?
You're clear to Maiquetía, Caracas, via ASUS for Romeo departure.
Okay, let's get a taxi clearance. Okay, so we're over here at spot 27.
Roger, Flamax 3764, clear to Maiquetía Port, flight level 350.
My guess is November or Mike or Bravo to Alpha.
Code 1230, Flamax 3764.
Columbia is the spelling for British Columbia, and that's in the Canadian province, and that's with a U.
Roger,
Good to see you, Natalia. Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming by. Almost ready.
Around American 195
Go ahead, American 195.9.
American 195 Nano. Looks like a departure frequency is offline. Are we cleared to go over to advisory 122.8?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I told you this, but I think that you don't understand. Yes, for your departure, Unicom 122.8. Have a nice flight.
Thank you so much. Over to advisory. 6 to the ATC. American 195 KLM 741 request taxi.
KLM 741.
Happy Pappy misses doing Pasco runs in the Saab 340.
Via Charlie Bravo 7 Alpha in Bravo 7 giveaway.
I know there's a Pasco in Washington State.
Charlie Bravo 7 Alpha holding for Alpha 9 and give way to the passing traffic from left to right at Bravo 7.
Avianca 061, señor, discúlpeme, pero en Bravo 7, antes de corrección en Alfa, antes de Bravo 7, por favor.
This controller's working really good. They're doing a lot for just one person here, and everybody choosing Bogotoa as a departure for the VATSIM event. Bogotoa ground, hello again. American 441 pushed and started at spot 27, requesting taxi.
American 441, taxi to holding point runway 32 right via Delta, Echo Mike Alpha.
Going to runway 32 right via Delta, Echo Mike, and Alpha for American 441.
Avianca 061, escucho mis...
Delta, Echo, Mike, and Alpha. I think I know what we're doing. Shall we go? Something about being told. Let's go. Parking brakes are off. Parking brakes are off. Let's see if we can start rolling.
No, disculpe usted que me confié pensando, vi pasar 3 tránsitos, pensé que ya...
And it looks like we are on a roll now.
Mantengo posición por ahora. Avianca 061.
We're on a roll now. Hi, Firebird. Good to see you. Melvin misses the sob. Fryock is ready for takeoff. Somebody's out. Fryock is in first class, and there's flirting going on. We're not there, Amargosa, but we're getting close.
We're cleared via the Osu for Romeo departure.
Happy Pappy wants a 757 Atlanta to MCO flight.
1215 and climb to flight level 3.
Otherwise, 92 Foxtrot, otherwise 92 Papa, and launching a 140 for 2 departure, Uniform to the
Yep.
I'm just testing my reversers.
TAM 820 for your departure, Unicom 122.8, have a nice flight.
Joke misses the sob too, so there needs to be a developer that makes one of those for Microsoft Flight Simulator. I know that there was one. There was one over an X-Plane, I remember, and as I recall, it's a pretty good one too. Oh, I thought you were talking about the Saab, the commuter prop liner thing.
A la última aeronave en frecuencia se le escucha 5 de 5.
Echo, and we're supposed to taxi out on Mike.
Avianca 8556, recibido, por favor mantenga escucha el número 2 para autorización.
That's a Happy Pappy says that's a Delta 757 flight. X-Plane is going to get an ATR from Mango Studios.
Via Juliet.
I don't know. I think X-Plane's got it all because they've got the FlyJSim.
Just confirm you're clear to
You know, our favorite FlyJSim little prop liner. We're supposed to come out on Alpha.
Golf, correction, Juliet, to holding point runway 32 left, and for your departure, Unicom 122.8.
Okay, gonna start to taxi via Juliet and holding point runway 32 left, and after departure, Unicom 122.8, Climax 105.
Ground KLM 749, gate 20, looking for push and start on a pop-up.
Lots of cool flight simmers here today.
KLM 749, push and start approved, spot 25.
CT Aviation, yeah. That's a really cool airplane. That's one of the ones I miss. Danik, we do need to change hats. We do need to change, don't we?
3764, push and start approved, spot 34.
Spot 34, clear to push and start, Flamax 3564.
Up. I see an airplane rolling down the runway. Touch the Clouds is back with a nice resub. Hey, Touch the Clouds, thanks for the resub. Have a great evening. There goes the Edelweiss that was on the ground. The Majestic Dash 8.
Subscriber confirmed.
I think I was thinking the Q400. But yeah, the Dash 8 was supposed to be really good over in P3D. Lady Laura Croft is back. Welcome back in. Okay, got the right hat and Touch the Clouds just gifted some subs to the community. Thanks, Touch the Clouds. That was nice of you. Thank you for gifting 5 subs. You also did a resub, didn't you? For 54 months. Thank you, Touch the Clouds. Thanks for the extra support. I really appreciate it. Thank you for helping me to keep all the lights going here. Not kidding. Wouldn't know what to do without you. Thank you for helping me to keep this silly thing going. All right, we need to do airport, data, traffic. I always thought, yeah, Crazy Legs, welcome to you. I always thought the Q400 had great performance, just all around a great airplane. Okay, auto throttle is now armed. This is going to be a VNAV and LNAV departure. That all looks good. Everything's set and ready to go here. Up. Forgot the extra fuel pumps. Whoopsie.
3508, señor. Buenas tardes, prosigan.
There's Crazy Legs in chat. Welcome aboard. Thank you for coming by. We are just taxiing out from Bogotoa in our American Airlines 737 with an old vintage TWA on the tail. I know. Who needs a checklist, right? I see at least 2 airplanes down there at the end of the runway, so that's why I'm not going at warp factor 10. Thanks again, Touch the Clouds, for the extra support. Yeah, certainly not. Well, tell me, when was the last time you saw James Bond using a checklist, right? I mean, seriously. I see at least one airplane's on the runway, 2 airplanes up ahead.
3508, su autorización es correcta. Por favor, cuando listo, notifican retroceso hasta marcha.
Un momento, estamos listos para retroceso Cosmic 3508.
3508, retroceso hasta marcha probable.
We can't be taxiing around like this and not have the logo light on. Gotta have the logo light on for the TWA on the tail.
American 441 for your departure, Unicom 122.8. Have a nice flight.
122.8 for American 441. Thank you so much. Have a good weekend.
En el localizador ILS pista 147 Aeropuerto Internacional El Dorado.
Okay, everything's ready. There's the KLM that we heard. All right, so the LATAM is departing.
And American 441, if you can make the turn, you can go ahead.
American 441, thank you so much. We'll make the turn and do that. Thank you.
You're welcome, Dave.
CT Aviation's got to stay at the TWA hotel with the Connie. Do you get to go and tour the Connie? Do you get to tour the Constellation or anything like that? Strobes? Or is it just a static thing that you get to look at outside? I hear it's a little pricey, but I think a good tour of a Constellation would be fun. Bogota traffic. American 441 is lining up and waiting on runway 32 right. Bogota.
American 4751, and we are changing runway to 32 right.
Landing lights.
Bogotoa traffic, Tammy 20 heavy.
The inside of the Connie is now a cocktail lounge. And looking good.
Eldorado traffic after the departing American 737 KLM 741 heavy lining up runway 32 right behind. Wait.
I'm just looking at my departing traffic. There's the TAM flight over there. Nobody's over there. There's that Edelweiss. There's the other. I think it's time to go. Throttle's up about halfway. Clock is running. Thrust is set.
Traffic, KLM 749, coming up to 32 right will be number 3.
Bogota traffic, American 441 is on the roll, taking off runway 32 right, departing to the north. Happy landings, Bogota.
80 knots.
Checked.
V1. Rotate. Positive rate.
It was a little breezy. Get Terra turned on there. Start our turn. Command. AP's got us. Flaps 1. Auto brakes off. Landing gear off. And flaps up.
And Bogota traffic, KLM 741 heavy taking off on a 32 right.
And there we go. 122.8. Nope, we're already on 122.8. I thought we were on CTAF. 10,000 feet. So continuous restart off. Landing lights off. Taxi light off. 10,000 foot cabin call. Another few clicks over there. Climb is good. Over on this side, we'll put in progress. We are 389 miles out of Cartagena. Hi, Ministry. Welcome back in. Are you
American
sure they're not
51, final approach,
being placed there by the SIM?
Right.
That was for somebody else. AZ, if it's there are some paywares like over at Orbix or any builds that have options that you turn on and off for things like that. And whenever I get an airport, if I have an option to turn off static airplanes, I do. Mitch Bus, it's automatically spinning the trim wheel. I will do that occasionally if I'm flying by hand, but I have the autopilot in. So the trim wheel is spinning. Of course, when we're looking at it like we are right now, it's never going to spin, but it spins, when you're not looking at it. Hi, Mach 6. Welcome.
KLM 741 heavy passing flight 110.
Wabi, it's just getting kind of chilly in here today. And so just the beach shirt layers aren't enough. The beach shirt layers aren't enough. Need just a little bit more. So sun's going down. It's 5 degrees. It's actually a few degrees warmer, but I'm on the chilly side of the building right now. And that's why. It's like a weeping angel. It moves when you're not looking. Yep. Oh, and well, all of a sudden it was moving. Probably just to prove us wrong, right? Heard us
American
talking.
4751, landing runway 32 right.
Speed's coming on up.
Airport El Dorado.
Climb is good. Flight level 360. Airplane's being a good airplane. Econ climb is set. Up and away time. But yep, it's one of those things that if you want to see it happen, it just doesn't happen, and especially if you're looking at it. All right, let's see how our spacing is. So there's the KLM that was really nice. And here's airplanes going out. We got a nice little gap in here. I think, about a minute and a half, 2 minutes between departures. 3 is better, but we've got a great departure going out. So I think all that looks good. I see American 1959 JSG Droid. I guess they gave you the old departure, right? So you got the old departure until they moved us around. Definitely a little bit more to do in this cockpit. Mach 6, it's good to see you. Thank you for coming in. This is the autopilot from WinWing for Boeing. I've got the Airbus. This was a really nice holiday gift. And I like it. It works really good. I really like the WinWing stuff. They have a few, shipping issues to work out right now, but I really do like it. Their stuff is great. Love the McDo for the Airbus too. It's expensive and a novelty experience. The decor and architecture is cool, but that's about it. And in the end, it's just another hotel room, right? Let's get some travel jazz going again. All's right with the world. Really, really nice airplane. We're almost done with the star. I wonder if we're going to get a hold going in. If they're going to do holds or vectors. Mr. Jazz, yeah, got to add a little bit of jazzy stuff to keep the jazz vibe going here. We'll turn off GSX, hide the menu, and hit the arrival weather. Winds are variable at 4 knots. Ceiling and visibility is nice. 29 degrees. Altimeter's 1009. We're good. Flyer Studios. When it's really cold, I'll bring out an extra layer. $18,000 feet was transition going out. I'm getting a little bit close to the airplane that took off here. Their ground speed is 412. I'm 490. What is this? This is the KLM flight. They're going to Cartagena too. I'm about to pass this one like it's standing still. Okay, standard altimeters. Altimeter's checked and set. So they're a little bit higher, but I think we're going to pass underneath this one. I have a 13 knot crosswind here. Maybe they've got a really big crosswind at the moment. Or a headwind, actually. Maybe that's why they're going so slow. They're higher than we are. They're already at 22,000 feet. We're at 19. Oh, that can't be it. Maybe we just got a higher cost index than they did, and we're just, you know, our warp plasma is just burning more efficiently. Okay, I turned on Terra, didn't I? TARA, yep, that looks good. We have traffic on, we do. Nico is back. Hi, Nico. Welcome aboard. They did the same departure as JSG Droid. They took off right before me, but now green, so you're ahead of them. Okay, I understand now. Nico, welcome back in. Atlantic Star, welcome aboard. We are flying in Colombia today. You even spelled it right with an O. Welcome on in. Thanks for coming by. So they did the same departure that JSG Droid did. So that's probably part of it too. There's 22,000 feet. Loviz comes down to this part of the world quite a bit and knows where all the really good places to eat are. And has put pictures of these places to eat over on Discord. And I gotta tell you, some of those really, really look good. Not just a little good, really, really, really good. CT Aviation, I want to go to the Intrepid and tour the Concorde. Oh, the aircraft carrier in New York, right, CT? That's it. It's just time to go and close all the... So we're doing pretty good. There's TAM Flight 820. It looks like the other airplane, that we have other airplanes passing the KLM flight too. They must be in ultra economy fuel savings mode. Good evening from Belgium. Hi, VDB Kino. I hope it's nice in Belgium tonight. When I was getting everything set up for the first flight, there was an airplane parked next to me at simulated Frankfurt, and it was the Brussels Airlines, the ones with the polka dots on there. And I just looked over and said, "Oh, it's kind of a cute little airplane." You know, it was an Airbus A320 with the Brussels Airlines polka dots. All right, so the flight attendants get up. Flight attendants getting up. Passengers getting a nice sunset. We didn't have any Brussels sprouts, but we did have Belgian waffles, and we had the real original Belgian fries too. Not French fries, Belgian fries. But yeah, That was afraid Brussels sprouts were not the favorite food as a kid. I'm afraid so, Wabi. Apparently, the French fries were actually invented in Belgium. Yeah, Polyeth, that's really cool. Oh no, Shattered Illusions. Yes, they're basically Belgian fries. So yeah, I do too. I like the really big steak fries and stuff. With, you know, different kinds of like salad dressing and other things. Rommel says, how about Trappist beer? There's one in the monasteries, I believe, in Belgium that is made by, like you said, it's a Trappist monastery, and it's apparently some of the really, really good beers that they make there. No doubt. Yeah, some Yank came over to, you know, had them in France and called them French fries. I don't know. Maybe it's because French fries rolls off the tongue easier than Belgian. I don't know. I like the idea of Belgian fries. Passing 26,000 feet, seatbelts to auto. And come down here. Cabin is pressurizing, logo light is on, strobe and steady, anti-collision lights. All of our lights are looking pretty good. I also will turn on wing lights just for added visibility at night. Rommel says, is it also French bread and fresh dressing too? Well, we'll at least leave the frog's legs to them. And there's got to be some French wines and stuff that are still real French. I think we're all up. Here's TAM Flight 820. TAM Flight 820 may be turning out for some spacing. Atlantic Star is going to fly the MD-11 again. Tomorrow will be Sol Island to Natal for a Lufthansa cargo. I think a lot of people do. They've always really liked that airplane. It just has such a majestic look in the skies. And people just really like that airplane. Dad Game Time struggles to taste the difference between alligator, rattlesnake, and frog's legs. Well, you know, it's like everything. It tastes like chicken, right? Poliot says the best thing about France is the border on your way out. Well, I mean, you know, they've got Air France, so that's cool. Flyer Studio says alligators do not, in fact, taste like chicken. Okay. I mean, there's French wine. That's got to be good. There's French art. There's Tom Hanks running around the Louvre. There's the Eiffel Tower. Or there's the catacombs, depending upon how morbid you want to be. Ooh, Dad Game Time. Oh, really? I've heard there's like really cool French women, British women. Come on. They're all cool. No, that's not like that. I mean, think of some of the really best ones. Joe Grant, H.G. Wells, Helena Wells. All right, yeah, they're fictional, but still. The Queen. Now, I know that you've, you know, just like every other place in the world, there's, you know, the cabbage lady, or was it the head of lettuce? Anyway, there's the bad one, but yeah. There's the bad queen. You know. I mean, you know. Okay, I feel a sneeze coming on. Microphone off. All right, good thing we have a sneeze button. First flight tomorrow is a VATSIM event from Saint Martin to Barbados. Sarah Jane Smith. Sarah Jane Smith. I mean, come on. For gator, the taste is generally mild with a slightly sweet and faintly fishy or gamey undertone. Depending upon the part, is the tail or the jaw the most popular? White, tender, and mild. Okay, often compared to rabbit or pork for alligator. Flyer Studio, no idea about that. Dead Game Time always gets a metallic taste for any lizard, snake, or amphibian. Well, I mean, if you're getting your alligators out of the cooling pond in Pripyat, then maybe you've got the metallic taste for that, right? Flyer Studios, there's a lot of fried gator in Alabama and Florida. That's what Wabi says, please don't eat me. Yeah. Okay, landing fuel 8.2. We're good to go there. Flyer Studio says if it's a swamp gator. I'm not so sure that I want to know if it came out of a swamp or not. I mean, if it spent all of its time in a swamp, that could be bad. Agent Callum hit the subscribe button over on YouTube. Hi, Agent Callum. Welcome aboard. Thank you for the sub on YouTube. Flyer Studio says, not the case at all. Fried gator, swamp gator is really good. No kidding. Uh-oh. Time for the big shaky thing. Isn't it about time for them to issue a fix for this? It's been around long enough. It's been around long enough. It's time for the shaky thing to go away. All right, we are 248 miles out. The meat has kind of a bite to it. Art, that was a joke. Dead Game Time, it's like catfish if you prepare it properly. Otherwise, it tastes like mud. And yeah, mud probably. I mean, unless your doctor says you need to get more minerals in your diet. Couldn't resist that one, the minerals joke. My doctor told me I needed more roughage, so his nurse tied me up in Oh my gosh, we've got doctor jokes now. We have doctor jokes. almost to top of climb. 21 miles to top of climb. Steve on final, welcome in. The autopilot panel is from a developer. It's called Wind Control, WINCTRL. And Irvi just put a link in for you, Steve. That's where you get it. Hi, Sphinx Music. Welcome aboard. Are those cheers? How you doing, Sphinx Music? Welcome, welcome. Happy Finally Friday. Happy weekend. This is our Universal Studios stand in line waiting for a game music. Because everything's a ride like that today. But yeah, that's where you go and get that. Dad Game Time is ready for... Dad Game Time wants baseball season to start. There it is. Hey, thank you for... Oh my gosh, it was 738 bits. Because we're flying a 737-800, right? Thanks, Sphinx Music. Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in. Happy weekend. Actually, Steve, on final, the pricing is not nearly as scary as you think it would be. It's a decent is a good word. I will say that a lot of the dials feel a little bit lightweight. You know, they don't feel like the toughest, knobs and dials in the world. But I have to tell you, if you take care of them, you don't go whipping the dials around and stuff, especially on the Airbus, they're going to last. And they've also got a McDo, which I've got, and I really like that. Their Ursa Minor side stick is, shaped like an Airbus side stick, and it's really good too. And the other thing that they're doing at Wind Control is they're making things actual size. So my Airbus panel, the Boeing panel, and the McDo are all actual size, which I think is really good. Dad Game Time. Lovis says that there are a lot of profiles that you can get to use with MobiFlight. Now the buttons are not going to change. You're going to have a hard time figuring out what the buttons are, but you can use, apparently, you can use McDo's for that. I don't know about the MD-11, but I've got to think somebody's done it by now. And flight level 350. There is our final cruise. And we are in cruise mode. 88 miles to top of descent. Holy crap, we got to get ready to do stuff. So go to charts. Approach. We're going to be on the ILS to runway 1. Okay, 111.3. Okay. Inbound is 010. There we go. And minimums are 250 feet for the ILS. Barrow. 250 feet. There we go. Looks good. Polyot says you can use the McDo with the 737s natively. Yeah, I'm using... Oh, you can use the McDo with the 737s. I'm using it with the... I'm just using the autopilot with SimApp Pro, but you can also do the McDo in the 737s. I'll give that a try. When this baby hits 88 miles, I'm going to see some serious flames. Uh-oh. Does that mean we're going to die? Star. We may have to start our own descent. That's going to be 3,000 feet at SimAb. Oh yeah, I got this one's called the Spy. Well, if we hadn't had the Eclipse by Jim Yosef since the beginning of the live stream, kind of have to have that song as the start. All right, SKEC center is 128.4. That should be our next frequency. We'll wait and see if we get beeped. But we could listen in and see what they're saying. All right, 36,000 feet. Top of this.
Flight 901 heavy, flight level 400, approaching top.
I'm a drop in the ocean, just a face in a crowd waiting to be seen. Big dreams and notion. I wanna go where no one's
This is Barranquilla Center. So it's Barranquilla Center.
Radio check, frequency 128.4. 55.
This is also a favorite new song from Epidemic Sound. Epidemic Sound.
Edelweiss 901, Barranquilla, good evening, radar contact, flight level 400, proceed direct, lockup, Lima, Oscar, Kilo, Oscar, Victor.
Direct lookup for
Barranquilla Center, hello there. American 441, level at flight level 360, overhead dive-bam.
American 441, Barranquilla, good evening, stand by. FedEx 418, Barranquilla, good evening, are you on frequency?
Hey, FedEx 418, go ahead.
FedEx 418, good evening, your radar contact, descend flight level 150, and you can expect the Ugreb 3 Bravo arrival.
Oh my gosh, we're just going under somebody. I think I'm going under somebody here. Yeah, I'm going under the KLM now. So 527 knots of ground speed. I'm at 491. So they kick their speed up.
Papa, Barranquilla, good evening.
Hi, very big airplane.
What's your position again, sir?
Hi there, very big plane.
So far, we're incredibly 410, 60 miles south of my fault.
Edelweiss 902, Papa, oh, there you are, thank you. Your radar contact, flight level 410, expect the Ugreb 3 Bravo arrival, and report when ready for descent.
What do you say?
So, and we'll go into flight 902, Papa, yeah.
Let's slow down just a little bit.
Good evening, Land Chile 1046, 7340.
Land Chile 1046, Barranquilla, good evening, radar contact, flight level 340. You can expect the Ugreb 3 Bravo arrival and report when ready for descent.
That's the one that we've got loaded, so
Land Chile 1046, Roger,
Bravo is ready.
Flight level 200.
Barranquilla, check, hello, KLM 741 heavy.
Station calling for descent, say again, call sign please.
TAM 820.
TAM 820, Barranquilla, good evening, Roger. Fly direct to Ugreb and expect Ugreb 3 Bravo arrival, descent flight level 160.
32 miles from top of descent here.
KLM 741 Heavy, 38 level.
FedEx 418, contact now Barranquilla, frequency 119.1, bye-bye.
19.1, FedEx 14, have a good night.
Hey, Captain Snorlax, welcome.
Barranquilla 7, tap on a start, Airways 92 Foxtrot, flight level 360, descending.
Edelweiss 92 Foxtrot,
Nice view of the airplane up ahead.
Ugref 3 Bravo arrival, and discontinue descent flight level 250.
We'll go back to our speed in just a bit.
Ugref 3 Bravo
I've got an airplane
arrival,
right behind me too, so we'll wait till we get a little more than halfway between the two airplanes.
KLM
And then we'll
741
go back
Heavy,
to econ
Barranquilla, good
speed.
evening, radar contact, expect Ugref 3 Bravo arrival, and report ready for descent.
Ugref 3 Bravo arrival, and we are ready for descent, 741.
20 miles for top of descent for us. If they tell us to descend via,
KLM
that's going to be
749 Barranquilla,
3,000
good evening,
at
radar
CMAP.
contact, expect Ugref 3 Bravo arrival, and report ready for descent. Break right. Edelweiss 902 Foxtrot, vector for traffic separation, make a left turn heading 270, please.
Left 270 due to traffic, Airways 92 Foxtrot.
It does. We're going straight to Cartagena now.
Edelweiss 902 Papa, roger, descend initially, flight level 260.
Initially down to flight level 260, Edelweiss Papa.
KLM 741 request.
KLM 741, roger, descend
Nico,
initially.
you got to call it a
actually,
night. Good night to you, Nico. Have a great evening. Catch you next time.
KLM
Thank you for
741,
coming in.
before
Happy
your
Finally
descent, I need
Friday.
you to separate a little bit from the traffic that is behind you, so make a left turn heading 270, please, and maintain 380 for now.
Left 270 and maintain 380, KLM 741.
Barranquilla, American 441 is about 10 miles from top of descent at flight level 360.
American 441, Barranquilla, good evening, radar contact, when ready, descend initially, flight level 300.
Descending initially now, flight level 300 for American 441. Okay, good. Let's see, Green did a direct to, ended up cutting
roger,
the line.
descend initially, flight level 310.
And we'll just let the airplane do the descent since we're so close.
TAM 820, continue descent, flight level 150.
Okay, let's go back to econ speed since they turned that airplane ahead of us out. So Green got a direct
Edelweiss
to.
902 Foxtrot, thank you for your cooperation. Turn right, direct Ugref.
Right direct, Ugref, Airways 92 Fox, thank you.
Land Chile 1046, continue descent, flight level 160. Edelweiss 902 Foxtrot, descent, flight level 170.
Flight level 170, Airways 92 Fox.
Edelweiss 902 Papa, descent, flight level 200.
We had really good landing rates today. Tim Dog says the snow has started in
Edelweiss
Norman,
901, contact now
Oklahoma.
Bogota, frequency 128.6, bye-bye.
1286, Edelweiss 901.
That is part of the school complex that Loviz was in when Loviz was out there going to college. I'm just going to kick
Land
the...
Chile 1046, contact now Barranquilla, frequency 119.1, bye-bye.
So there's most of the moisture right now. Looks like it's mostly south of Denver. So Oklahoma,
Thank you. TAM
Oak
820,
City,
contact Barranquilla
DFW,
119.1, bye-bye.
and this is where some of the coldest areas. So super chilly tonight. Minus 16 degrees Celsius.
American 1959er, are you on frequency?
Tim Dog has a work facility there, and you get to see their cameras at Norman. That's a cool. Well, there's lots of the severe weather labs are in that area for NWS, Severe Storm Prediction Center. IQB, welcome back in.
Level 160.
Good to see you. Welcome on in. Are you on this approach too? Looks like it's being really good right now. And those are some of the best meteorologists around. Those people really, really are amazing. Captain Snorlax, well, that's because you're ahead of the big weather system right now, Captain Snorlax. Once you get behind it, your temperatures are going to plunge into the deep freeze too. But yeah, no wonder you're
New Zealand 361, are you on frequency?
the ice warnings and stuff. It's got a nice microphone, a little loud, but I know when I was doing weather in Texas and all, I would usually go into that area, into the Severe Storm Prediction Center. Really good work, and those labs and also the Hurricane Center in Florida are really good.
This one is 1701, 1701, please.
Cartagena, radar, American 1, flight level 360.
American 1, Barranquilla, good evening, radar contact, flight level 360, and recycle your transponder on code 1702, please.
Okay, there's 30,000 feet. We're right where we're supposed to be.
Edelweiss 902 Papa, contact now Barranquilla on 119.1, bye-bye.
11901 might be next for us.
No problem, American 441, continue descent flight level 200.
Continue down to flight level 200, American 441.
American 1959er, 1959er, are you in frequency?
That's just checking in, that's level 350, copy.
American 1959, Barranquilla, good evening, radar contact.
IQB, you are not simming just yet. Hopefully in the near future. Just studying and learning. Well, let us know how we can help you get going when you're ready to get going.
KLM 741, turn right direct Ugarev, and after that, follow the Ugarev 3 Bravo arrival.
Turn right there, Ugarev, and then Ugarev 3 Bravo arrival.
Tim Dog said that the storm is about an hour behind the models.
Flight level 250.
You start getting, between 24 and 36 hours out, you really do start to nail down timing on storms. It's really good. Hi, Dr. Quigley's. Are you going to call in tonight? Night, Dr. Quigley's. Thanks for coming in. Happy Friday. Great evening.
361, expect the Bravo Alpha Quebec for Bravo arrival. Runway 01, report ready for descent.
Subscriber confirmed. Top clearance granted, agent.
Kaeltho is back
Royalty
with a nice
noted.
resub. Kaeltho, thank you so much for a nice resub. Happy finally Friday. And thank you for 16 months of really great support here on Twitch. Glad to see you. Thank you for coming in today. Hi, Jimmy Boy. Thanks, Kaeltho. We are on arrival into Cartagena. Midland is getting freezing rain right now. It's Jimmy Boy says it's really cold in central Pennsylvania.
Delta 1980.
So definitely this is a storm to stay in and stay safe. If you don't have to go out in these cold temperatures and icy roads, stay in, stay safe. Hope you got a good movie. I've got a new Doctor that I've never seen before, so I've got a season of The Doctor. This was the season when Doctor Who actually went inside a Dalek. Yeah, stay inside and fly. And so we'll do that. St. Martin to Barbados tomorrow.
American 1959, what is your indicated airspeed?
seatbelts. Have I heard of Ryan Hall? I don't think I've heard that name, Cale, though.
So, maintain please 250 knots on the distance.
I'm sorry, I haven't heard that one.
Thank you. American 441. Contact now Barranquilla 119.1. Bye-bye.
119.1 for American 441. Thanks. Have a good weekend.
You too. Bye-bye.
Barranquilla, very good evening. American 441 descending to flight level 200, 7 miles south of Sublow.
American 441 Barranquilla, buenas noches. Radar contact. Continue descent to 9,000 feet, QNH 1009, expect ILS approach for runway 1.
Expecting the ILS for runway 1, 100, descending to 9,000 feet, and buenas noches to you. Thank you.
Buenas noches, señor.
And 1009 is the altimeter.
418, contact 118.3 tower, good night.
Tower 18.
Okay, that's 1108. We need one more click. 110, no.
American 1959er.
There we go. Okay, we're all set.
Continue descent to 10,000, QNH 1009, expect ILS approach for runway 1. Tam 820 to right, proceed direct to CMAP. Please no delay.
Please no delay. All right, everything's looking good here.
Everywhere's 92 Papa.
Ref, flaps 30 landing. 143, we'll call it 145 to land. We've got the ILS set. We've got the inbound course. We've got minimum set. Everything is ready to go. And here we are coming on in just fine. On the arrival, let's see, we don't need these two. So I like to get rid of charts as soon as I don't need them, because that just confuses people, especially that like me. So airport, we're going to come on in, not the longest of airports, and they don't want us to do a backtrack. So I'm going to go auto brakes. How about auto brakes 4? I think auto brakes 4. Oh, it's auto brakes 3 or max. I'm not doing max. I did auto brakes max recently, and boy, it didn't like that a bit. Didn't like it at all. Zurzar, welcome in. Okay, altimeter's checked and set. I think I'm getting a little high here.
Line Chile 1046.
Let's increase our rate of descent here and throw out some speed brakes. I'm like 6,000 feet above the profile right now. That can't be good. That can't be good.
Tam 820, confirm your speed, please. Land Chile 1046, reduce speed for 230 knots or less, please.
Okay, reduce speed to 230 knots or less, land Chile 1046.
250 on the speed. Little bit of a crash dive here, but not bad. Passengers are in their seats. As long as they don't spill their beer, they're fine.
Radar contact. Continue descent to 1,000 feet, QNH 1009. Expect ILS approach for runway 1.
Okay, looking good.
KLM 749, descend to 1,000 feet, 11,000.
Man, we got all these other airplanes turning out. JSG Droid and I aren't turning out. They're bringing us straight in. Maybe they know we're spies. Okay, there is a tower. 119.1 is tower.
American 441 to left at 20 vectors of frequency.
Left turn now. That was 270 for American 441.
280, please. 280.
280 is our left turn now for American 441. Okay.
American.
Let's reduce our
1959
crash
to
dive
left
now.
heading
We don't
280.
need that as much because they're vectoring us.
Land Chile 1046, we continue the descent. The
Speed brakes are
3000
armed
and
for
reduce
landing. A
speed
little
for
bit early, but we
200
get kind of
knots
busy in these airplanes.
Airways 92 Papa to right, proceed direct to CMAP and descend.
And
to
let's just go
5000.
ahead and dial in a smaller, just we're approaching 10,000 feet, 250 knots.
Airways 92 Foxtrot to right and proceed direct to CMAP, descend to 6000.
Direct, set up 6,000, Airways 90 Fox.
Sam 820.
Now back to about 3,000,
clear island, runway
1,300
1
feet per
approach,
minute should do
Tower
us.
118.3, goodbye.
Speed's pretty good. Cabin. Secure for landing. Approaching 10,000 feet. So landing lights.
741 Barranquilla, buenas noches. Radar contact. Descend 12,000.
And continuous restart in case we have to go around.
Approach runway 1.
Descend, Settler 12000, QNH 1009, and...
All right, now they got us turned out like everybody else, because we were just going straight up to the airport here, but you can see they're turning us all out to kind of
5 miles, A320
space us in.
approach. Your number 2 can contact tower now 118.3. Have a nice one. Correct. Thank you. Goodbye.
Tim Dog, you're talking about the Midland, Odessa area of Texas, right? So roads are already icy in the Midland area. That's out in western Texas. Okay, so you're already seeing that. Well, you know, if you're not used to driving in weather, you know, with snow and ice. I mean, there was plenty of warning on this storm. I mean, the meteorologist did a great job on this storm. And so everybody had plenty of, you know, time to get ready. I have all the food that I need. It's just fine. I don't need to go anywhere. So, you know, keep the Spy Mobile parked, fly airplanes, make some good food. And there you go. Ranger, you're going to call it a day? Rangi, thank you for coming in. Rangi also gifted some subs today. Thanks for gifting so many subs. Have a great evening, and we'll see you next time. And as we told Keela, we'll keep the sheep off the runway and the leaf goo off of the train tracks. See you next time. Tomorrow, St. Martin to Barbados. We're actually on VATSIM flying a real airplane instead of some putt-putt. Going to the Barbados airport. It's part of a VATSIM event. We may,
Airways 92 Foxtrot,
depending upon how long the event goes, we could go from Barbados up to St. Croix or something like that. I think there might be enough time for a double hop out of Barbados. St. Croix is kind of a cool little airport.
Airways 92 Papa, descend 3000, clear ILS Yankee runway 1 approach, report
A
final.
lot of people drive their trucks with rear-wheel drive. I've driven one in the rain. Oh, yeah, it's 10 times harder with the rear-wheel drive. Rear-wheel drive on snow and ice is a freaking nightmare. Absolutely love my four-wheel drive. I don't use it that often, but
Last station, Colin, say again?
Edelweiss 92 Foxtrot, gonna need further descent.
Edelweiss 92 Foxtrot, descent 3000.
3000, Edelweiss 92 Foxtrot, thank you.
American 441, turn right and proceed direct to CMAP and descend 4,000 feet.
Descending now 4,000 feet, right turn direct to CMOT for American 441. Skids are fun when you know what you're doing, and you know you're not going to plow your car into anything. I love doing that sort of thing. Tim Dog has a Subaru Impreza, and it's got all-wheel drive.
Edelweiss 92 Foxtrot, turn left now, proceed direct to CMAP.
Proceed direct to CMAP, Edelweiss 92 Foxtrot.
92 Foxtrot, confirm your indicated exit.
Indicate 200 knots, Edelweiss 92 Foxtrot.
American 441, reduce speed 200 knots or less.
200 knots or less now for American 441.
441 and continue descent to 4,000.
And continuing our descent to 4,000, American 441.
KLM 749er, continue descent to 5,000 and vector for sequence to left.
And direct to CMAT. CMAB.
KLM 741, turn left heading to X0, please.
Left to X0, KLM 741.
American 1959er, turn right, proceed direct to CMAP and continue descend the 6,000.
Direct to CMAP. We're good to go there. Irvi used to do rallycross racing as a teenager. So going sideways is natural to you.
Edelweiss 92 Foxtrot, stop descent at 4,000.
No kidding. Rallycross.
Please stop your descent at 4,000 right now.
Stop 4,000, Edelweiss 92 Foxtrot.
And please reduce you confirm you are at 200, right?
Well, 190.
Airplane's not slowing down.
Okay,
slippery little Boeing, not slowing down like it's supposed to.
Right now.
Then again, you know, you can either descend or you can go slow. Apparently, you can't do both. Boxinator is back in chat. Welcome back, Boxinator.
With 92 Foxtrot, reduce minimum approach speed now.
Minimum
approach for us is...
With 92 Papa, contact tower 118.3, goodbye.
145. Some more flaps. Andre is back with us. Welcome back, Andre. Welcome, welcome.
Station calling, say your call sign again, please.
Let's see. Tim Dog has a sedan. It makes a difference in driving in rain and snow.
Air New Zealand 361, buenas noches. Radar contact. Continue descent to 15,000.
Use the speed brakes. Got to make sure they're rearmed. Speed brakes are armed and ready to go.
15,000.
Boxinator, thank you for coming in today. So far, so good. Got a little bit chilly here at Spy HQ, but that's okay. Thanks for coming in. I hope your day's going good too.
Flight level 245 for 210, landing north.
American 1, buenas noches, radar contact, descend 16,000, QNH 1009, expect ILS approach runway 1.
1009 down to 16,000, landing ILS number 1.
Edelweiss 92 Foxtrot, please turn left heading to A0. I'll give you a new sequence traffic of your company.
Boxinator, there. Well, maybe not enough Celsius.
Sorry for that.
Maybe not enough Celsius. -16. We could use some more Celsius there. getting dark at Spy HQ.
Please to exit and I'll give you a few more vectors for a new sequence, please.
Roger, the way Foxtrot 20.
I got the airport.
Continue at 68, buenas noches.
Hi, airport hiding almost behind that cloud. There we go. So we're basically going to go around this little cute cloud here and come on in.
American 441, descend 3000, clear ILS approach runway 1.
Descending now, 3000, cleared for the ILS runway 1, American 441. All right, localizer, we'll go ahead and arm the localizer right now. I don't have glide slope yet, so we're good to go there. Final cabin call, and that looks good. Let's do posture check so that we can fly the airplane. They brought out all the Bond movies on Netflix. Oh, for the Big Bad Storm? Did they do that for the Big Bad Storm? Okay, we got glide slope and localizer now. 118.3 for American 441. Thanks. Have a great weekend.
Same.
118.3.
1959er, descend to 3000, clear ILS approach.
JSG droids coming in too. 118.3. This is nice. We kind of got in here without it getting too crazy. 1183. Cartagena Tower. Hi there. American 441 is 2 miles from Simab on the ILS runway 1. Continue the approach, number 2 for the runway, American 441. All right, looks like we're gonna snag the localizer and the glide slope just fine. So was that like some special thing? Because I know that they usually do the James Bond movies and stuff like that, you know, before Christmas. But maybe they brought him out for the winter storm because they knew everybody was going to be stuck inside or something. Uh-oh, somebody's backtracking. We don't want to do that. Oops. Can't use the levers. There we go. There comes the wheels. $2,500. A special on Netflix because there's a big bad winter storm. So flaps 30 landing, everything else is good. We're gonna call it 145. And we really, really, really wanna make sure that we get off at either Alpha or Bravo. Clear to land, runway 01 now for American 441. Is there a preferred taxiway to exit the runway? Expecting taxiway Bravo, American 441. Okay, we're going to go for Bravo here. That's the second taxiway on the right. Speed now 145. 145 is good. Flaps are going to be 30. Flaps are set. I got the airport, got the runway. Hey, that's really nice. You can watch all the Bond movies. Thank you, Andre. I do enjoy those. Those are fun. Don't get to watch them as often as I would like, but... All right. Okay, speed is good.
Gate 038 for
Autopilot is off. Captain's got the airplane.
500.
Yeah, but no, another two Papa, I'm sorry, you are very quiet. Can you please repeat again?
Auto throttle is off.
Sorry, to gate number 3 for Inwest and Papa, thank you.
Glide slow. Glide slow. Glide slow. Minimum.
Landing.
Glide slow. Glide slow. $100. 50. 40. 30. 20. 10.
Reversers are green.
Correcto, rueda ahora al paso de 137, rueda a punto de esperarte y se mantiene fuera. Vamos a esperarte y mantenemos fuera. American 441, welcome to Cartagena. Paquete runway Italia Bravo and continue to gate at due discretion. 0039.
American 441 exiting at Bravo. Gate is our discretion. Thank you for the ATC. And buenas noches from American 441. APU.
Tower, good evening. This is American.
JSG droid made it.
5 mile final for runway 0. American 1959.
I think we could probably fit in between the Edelweiss and the Latam over there. Wonder how that rate was. Felt a touch heavy, but we were trying to get off the runway, not hunt for butter. Minus 289, 1.15 Gs. So not great, not terrible, but the important part was we got off the runway at a really good time. Yep, that's gate number 4. And nose light off. APU is coming up. And this makes for a very nice view to see how we're doing. Here comes JSG Droid. They took off before we did, but they got a different departure. So they actually did a loop-de-loop all around the airport. Uh-oh. Grabby brakes. Come on, airplane. A little bit more. That's probably perfect. Parking brakes on. Parking brakes are on. Okay. Generators on. And thirsty little engines off. And transponder, stand by. That looks really good. Let's clear this. Everything is nice over here. Let's come on down here and do... Oh, I usually will pop in the APU bleed and turn off the cross bleed to keep the AC nice in the airplane while the passengers are standing up. Let's let them get up right now. Passengers can get up. Exit out of this one, go to ground operations, do chocks. They will pop up here really quick. Let's do a ground power unit and change the passenger entry method to stairs. And we need stairs on the 1L. And engines are down enough, so we'll do anti-collision lights, wing lights off too. Leave the logo light on, and we need to turn the position lights over to steady. And so far, so good. Here comes our stairs, so that's working. Do you really think the pace? No, they don't. Hydraulics, so yep, electric hydraulic pumps go off. I forgot to do the hydraulic pumps. Toby, hello. Well, you're nervous for tomorrow? You're gonna do your first VATSIM flight. Toby, do you know where you're going at? Do you know where you're gonna go on your first VATSIM flight? Have you, is there a chance that maybe you can do that flight by yourself first, just to familiarize yourself with the route? All right, let's disarm our doors.
Our discretion, and was there a ground? Nope, it's just day of our discretion. Thanks so much.
And there's American 1959. JSG Droid made it off the runway too. Aberdeen to Birmingham. All right, so if you could, I don't know what kind of time you have, Toby, but if you've got time, one of the things to do is think about maybe trying to take your flight, by yourself, just to kind of refresh your memory and say, okay, this is the route I want to take. Here's the waypoints, and this is how they're doing it in the real world. So once you can do those sorts of things, then that's really good. And if you feel like you do a really good flight there, then you should be ready to do a really good flight for others too. JSG Droid made it. You could also go and you could open up your cargo doors. I rarely open up the cargo doors on this, but there's the cargo. You built enough confidence with say intentions. Okay, Toby, if you've been doing say intentions, you're ready. You're ready. What time is your flight, Toby? Tim Dog's going to do Memphis to Oklahoma City and fly in the storm. Really? So there's a bit of a storm going on right now. So Tim Dog's going to go and do that. It is a nice looking airplane. There's the 737. I like the TWA, old school TWA logo there. They're great looking airplanes, aren't they? Gareth Frost Turkey Throat. Did I say that right? Welcome on in from YouTube. Harold, yeah, a bit of a sexy livery too. So let's see. Done with the flight. We'll turn off the flight directors. We'll reset the disengage button for the autopilot, and that's all ready to go. And we made it. Nobody was hurt. Our first flight tomorrow is St. Martin to Barbados, all the way from Ireland. Hey, welcome in from Ireland, Gareth. Thank you for coming by. And I hope it's a nice night. It's really chilly in some parts of the U.S. today. If you are in the chilly zone, if you've got minus signs in front of your temperatures, please, please, please take extra care. And don't go outside, especially if you're not used to it. That can really be a thing. First flight tomorrow is a special VATSIM event. And that special VATSIM event is going to be, it's going to be an event in St. Martin. Usually we're always flying in there and just doing a really goofy little flight off of VATSIM and stuff. Today, though, tomorrow we're going to be an actual real VATSIM event. So that's kind of what we've got planned for our first flight tomorrow. Not sure which airplane or which airline. We can take some slightly bigger airplanes. I haven't had the A350 out in quite a while. So that might be a fun little flight for us to take too. But we made it on this one. Thank you for coming in today. There were incredibly generous gift subs. Incredibly generous ones today. Thank you for helping me to keep the number up there and the extra support. I really appreciate that. Can't wait to see you tomorrow. Thank you for coming in, as always. Super duper want to say thank you for being good flight sim friends. And until then, if you live in the storm zone again, if you're not used to this kind of weather, take these numbers seriously. Temperatures with minus signs can cause some real problems. But let's see. I think Slant Alpha Adventures is in the BAE 146. What could possibly go wrong with that one? So can't wait to see you then, and I will look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Thank you for being here. Crownack, thank you for coming in. We're just getting ready to do a raid. That's over on Twitch. If you're on YouTube, you can join us there too. Otherwise, I can't wait to see you tomorrow. Departure time's a normal time. By the way, if you are on YouTube, check out the channel early in the morning if you're a channel member, because there's a free video that I make for channel members every morning about our first flight and some of the weather that's going on. And if you're a channel member, you're going to get that. So keep in mind that too. Let's go say hi to Slant Alpha Adventures in the BAE 146. In the meantime, I'm going to say thanks for being here. As I always say, stay healthy, stay safe. I'm going to cut it here and stop rambling. Good night. See you tomorrow. Cheers.